The story kicks off with a man gasping for air under a scorching sun and a heavy blanket of clouds. Amidst the chaotic scene of humans and beasts, fire raging everywhere, and ruins from the recent clash, fallen warriors lie scattered like dolls beneath the mountains. Shin Min-cheon slowly paces through the wreckage, unhurried. Our protagonist's breathing grows heavy and labored. He gazes at the Emperor, whose eyes are pierced by Shin Min-cheon's blades. The Emperor's eyes flare up as he growls. How the hell can no one be like you? Shin Min-cheon grips his sword hilt, a flickering blue light dancing in his palm. As the blade sinks into the earth, he says, just deal with it. I've only been getting stronger than you for the last 100 years. The Emperor roars in a fit of rage, his voice dripping with pure hatred. Shin Min-cheon, you absolute piece of trash. Shin Min-cheon replies helplessly, yeah, I am trash. The Emperor continues to glare at him with a terrifying gaze. The Emperor and his horde of subordinates stand by, witnessing Shin Min-cheon on the verge of collapse. With 3 jagged blades impaled through his chest, Shin Min-cheon kneels in the dirt, his body a bloody mess, while the Emperor looks down on him with a sneer. As he bleeds out on the ground, Shin Min-cheon doesn't break under the pressure. Instead, he slowly lifts his head, lets out a hollow laugh, and says, who would have thought the secret weapon the rebels were cooking up was actually humanity itself? A subordinate in the back pipes up, asking if he's going to finish him off. But the Emperor seems bored with the idea of killing Shin Min-cheon. A few knife tricks are all he's got, he remarks. Even if hundreds of years pass, he'll never be in my league. Suddenly, his gaze shifts toward Aslan and Jerome, who are standing some distance away. The two look like they're running on fumes. The Emperor gives a cold, uneasy laugh. Aslan and Jerome, right? I better take care of those 2 kids first. Aslan looks at Jerome with concern, realizing Jerome is burning through his own life force to keep the magic shield up. He thinks to himself that combining magic with rebels is no different from a suicide mission. Jerome says he's going to kick the bucket here anyway. So keeping the shield up is the least he can do to help Aslan. The Emperor is clearly targeting the 2 of them. If they actually joined forces, they'd definitely be a major pain in the neck. He stares at Jerome, thinking you must be tapped out. Don't tell me you're shaving years off your life just to maintain that shield. He lunges forward, ready to tear Jerome and Aslan apart. I'm curious, he says with total confidence. I want to see how much longer you punks can hang on. Just as he's about to strike, Shin Min-cheon's blade pierces right through his arm. Jerome and Aslan stand there frozen, completely stunned by the sight. Jerome realizes the situation is critical and screams, none of the 3 of us are getting out of here alive anyway. If I pour all my life force into energy, at least you. Before he can finish, the Emperor locks eyes with him, paralyzing him with fear. Too late, the Emperor sneers. A smug grin spreads across his face, even as a long knife remains buried deep in his forearm. Shin Min-cheon seizes the opening and charges at the Emperor, the 2 clashing like fire and water colliding. All eyes are glued to the scene, waiting for the split second that will decide everything. Shin Min-cheon's eyes burn with hostility. One of the Emperor's lackeys screams, how dare you stab the Emperor? The subordinate unleashes a massive fireball, launching it straight at Shin Min-cheon. He dodges back quickly and bellows, Jerome. Instantly, Jerome thrusts his hand toward the Emperor's subordinate. Jerome triggers a teleportation spell on the 3 of them. They vanish into thin air, leaving the Emperor and his men behind. Seeing their Emperor in a questionable state, a subordinate moves to check on him, but senses now isn't exactly the best time to speak. The Emperor looks down at his pierced arm and remarks sarcastically, even a bug has claws, it seems. Suddenly, a knife sinks into his body, followed by a flurry of stabs. He gasps, is this how you repay my kindness? Shin Min-cheon reaches out toward him and declares, your era is over. The Emperor's eyes bulge as he grits his teeth. Shin Min-cheon holds his hand out and clenches it into a fist. A scream of agony erupts from the Emperor as blood sprays, signaling the end of the war. That hateful gaze that is fixed on Shin Min-cheon one last time. Our protagonist delivers a final punch, a definitive end to a war that dragged on for over 200 years. It was a bloody conclusion. The 2 remaining subordinates watch in silence as Shin Min-cheon casually ends their boss. Jerome stands to the side, giving a light clap with a face that says he's lost for words. Aslan wears a look of relief, while Shin Min-cheon tightly clenches his fist. He looks up at the sky with a strange, fierce determination in his eyes. They return to Aslan's palace. Aslan asks Shin Min-cheon, are you really leaving? Shin Min-cheon says matter-of-factly, my job here is done. It's time to head out. Aslan tries to talk him out of it, but no one is even waiting for you back there. Shin Min-cheon isn't buying Aslan's logic. Didn't you say you were an orphan? The cigarettes here taste like literal trash. I miss the smokes from back home. Aslan keeps pushing. You said if you go back, you won't live another 100 years. If you stay here, you could live for centuries in luxury and glory. Shin Min-cheon holds up a cigarette and says, I'd rather die now than smoke this garbage for hundreds of years. Seeing Aslan won't let it go, he adds, that's exactly why I told you to quit smoking back then. Mid-conversation, a subordinate enters. Your Majesty, the lords are waiting for you. Aslan turns and snaps. Tell them to wait. They were nowhere to be found when I called for help during the war, and now that it's over, they come crawling back. Shin Min-cheon scoffs. Nothing good comes from seeing the ugly side of those lords. Would you like me to translate the next scene, where Shin Min-cheon officially begins his journey back to his original world? Aslan asks Shin Min-cheon one last time. So you're really going to leave me here and go enjoy your life back home? Seeing that Aslan wanted him to stay, Shin Min-cheon comforted him, saying, You're the master of these 6 continents, not me. Some dreams weigh heavier than others, and your dream was to liberate the people of Zero and create a world of freedom. Aslan fell silent. I'll be lonely if you leave, because you're the only one I can truly talk to. Shin Min-cheon slowly walked toward the door and said, If I stay here any longer, those lords will have my head for lèse-majesté. Aslan watched his retreating back. A subordinate entered to announce that it was time for the meeting. Seeing Shin Min-cheon so determined, Aslan had no choice but to let him go. He left without hesitation. All right, I get it. A long sword was thrust into the ground. Shin Min-cheon stood in a wasteland surrounded by countless swords driven into the earth. Looking at the blade, he reflexively whispered, Be happy. Images of the original quartet flashed in Shin Min-cheon's eyes. He held a bottle of liquor, taking a drink. Thinking about the many who were wounded or died, Jerome appeared. Shin Min-cheon asked, Are you going back home? Jerome stood before him. He asked, Shouldn't you be with Aslan? I heard there's a meeting regarding the division of territories. I don't need to be at those meetings. Shin Min-cheon looked at Jerome and said, The best sage is the one who helps his majesty at all times. Jerome replied, It's a meeting where conflicting desires clash. There's no room for wisdom there. Jerome asked Shin Min-cheon, Why are you returning? The emperor is even planning to grant you the title of Lord of Medellin. Hearing this, Shin Min-cheon replied, Didn't I tell you before? I learned the strategy one used to defeat you, the famous Jerome, back in my hometown. That general also helped defeat villains like us, but once the regime stabilized, he was framed for treason and executed. Shin Min-cheon asked Jerome, Do you know what happened to him? Once the regime was stable, he was accused of treason and died. Jerome said in surprise, The emperor would never do that. Shin Min-cheon brushed off his thoughtful expression. Aslan isn't that kind of person, but the people surrounding him are. Hearing this made Jerome feel a bit conflicted. We would never let that happen, he said, calling Shin Min-cheon a hero who brought peace to the 6 continents of Anhalist. Shin Min-cheon said, There are even more reasons why I must leave. In this time of peace, there's no need for 2 heroes. The country will only stabilize when Aslan holds all the glory. Things will only get complicated if I stay. Jerome led Shin Min-cheon to a massive magic stone. Shin Min-cheon couldn't take his eyes off it. The two stared at the emerald-colored stone. He exclaimed to Jerome, This is the finest magic stone. Jerome teased with a slight smirk. Seems there's still something worth using in the vault. Oh, and here's a message from the emperor. Jerome grumbled with a scowl. I hope you suck your heart out until you choke, you bastard. Shin Min-cheon narrowed his eyes and gave a helpless laugh, asking if Jerome was cursing him. Looking down at the emerald light beneath his feet, he was reminded of Aslan. Shin Min-cheon smiled and said goodbye to Jerome. Good luck. Take care of Aslan. Jerome could only watch Shin Min-cheon, saying, Anyway, I hope you find eternal happiness back home. The stone began to glow, and Shin Min-cheon stepped into the magic circle, and he was teleported back to his old world. Back in his hometown, Shin Min-cheon woke up groggily on a rooftop. He had just woken up, and it was already 7 p.m. The savior of the 6 continents of Anhalist from 5 years ago now looked like a random middle-aged dude with messy hair and an unshaven beard. His current job status, unemployed. Aslan, with a sad face, looked at the ground and said, I'll be very lonely if you leave. You're the only one I can truly talk to. Shin Min-cheon glanced at Aslan and smiled. If I stay here any longer, those lords will have my head for lèse-majesté. Aslan looked at Shin Min-cheon and smiled back, while the attendant behind them bowed and said it was time for an appointment. Aslan walked away, passing Shin Min-cheon, who was standing before a mirror. Aslan kept saying all right to the attendant following him. Suddenly, Aslan stopped and let out an ah. Aslan turned toward Shin Min-cheon and asked, What is your dream back home? Shin Min-cheon looked at Aslan, cigarette in hand, and muttered skeptically, Dream? Then he snapped his fingers, Oh right. Without hesitation, Shin Min-cheon answered, an ET. A filthy, rich NET. Scene change. Shin Min-cheon stood before the office of lawyer Oh Myung-hwan. You're Oh Myung-hwan, right? Myung-hwan was sitting at his desk, eyes on the paper in his hand. Yes, what brings you here? Shin Min-cheon stepped closer to the desk. I'm from Joe Crack Kindergarten. Myung-hwan looked up slightly. Myung-hwan's face was full of suspicion. What are you doing? Shin Min-cheon just laughed and asked if Myung-hwan didn't recognize him. Myung-hwan screamed, no way. Min-cheon. Meanwhile, Shin Min-cheon just laughed and gave a casual shrug. Myung-hwan jumped out of his chair, asking where Shin Min-cheon had been for the past 25 years. Shin Min-cheon said, it's a long story. Shin Min-cheon laughed happily, pointed his thumb outside, and said to Myung-hwan, you free? Let's go outside and talk. A factory at dusk. The two continued their conversation at the factory. Myung-hwan asked if Shin Min-cheon needed legal help. Shin Min-cheon put his hands on his hips and smiled. It's not that I want you to help me. Myung-hwan looked puzzled. Shin Min-cheon said he wanted Myung-hwan to find a financial manager to help him convert gold into cash. Myung-hwan asked, is there a lot of it? Shin Min-cheon said the pile of gold was about the size of the factory they were standing in. Myung-hwan went crazy at Shin Min-cheon's words and insisted on hearing what happened. Shin Min-cheon said it was a long story, but Myung-hwan pleaded, saying he was free. Shin Min-cheon finally agreed, telling Myung-hwan not to be too shocked. Shin Min-cheon began to tell the story of the fierce war against the emperor and his army. The people of Yeonel's kingdom fought alongside Shin Min-cheon against the emperor. Espresso charged forward, preparing an attack. A powerful strike hit a monster, followed by an explosion of smoke. It was another beautiful blonde girl from the elf tribe. The girl flew into the air, unleashing power from her hands onto the monsters below and toward Shin Min-cheon. His eyes glowed brightly. His hands flared with the flames of determination. Shin Min-cheon extended his arm and wiped out countless monsters with his azure power. Afterward, Shin Min-cheon wrapped up his story to Myung-hwan, saying he had returned to Moon City after 200 years. Myung-hwan replied, I get it. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Myung-hwan stood to the side, looking completely speechless. Only Shin Min-cheon's voice was heard. What's with that look? With a skeptical tone, clearly not believing a word Shin Min-cheon said, Myung-hwan told him he'd take him to a hospital if needed. Shin Min-cheon sighed. Shin Min-cheon looked at Myung-hwan and said, don't be shocked by what's about to happen. Telling you this means I trust you a lot. Myung-hwan responded with a face that had no words left. Shin Min-cheon reached inside his coat. He then pulled a key out from his coat. Holding the shimmering key in his hand, Shin Min-cheon walked forward. A skeptical Myung-hwan asked if he was trying to walk in thin air. Myung-hwan's eyes widened at the radiating light. Shin Min-cheon gently reached forward with the key and gave it a light turn, revealing a massive, glowing gilded door before them. Stunned, Myung-hwan asked, what the hell is this? Shin Min-cheon stood aside and smirked. Go in and see for yourself. Myung-hwan gently turned the handle, pushed the door open, and leaned inside. Flashback to before Shin Min-cheon left the Empire. As he prepared to depart, Jerome handed him a key. Jerome said it was the key to the Cosmic Vault, a gift from Aslan to the hero of the Empire. Shin Min-cheon held the key and stared at it. He didn't have to do this. Jerome smirked and said if Shin Min-cheon didn't want it, he'd use it himself. Shin Min-cheon chuckled and asked, Jerome, you want to die? As the door opened, Myung-hwan's eyes nearly popped out. Inside, gold, silver, and jewels were piled into mountains, sparkling and glowing. 5 years later, at Café Lauren, Dongwen stood at the service counter, looked toward the door as someone entered, and said, oh, you're here. Shin Min-cheon walked in, leaned against the counter, and asked Dongwen if everything was okay. Dongwen said yes and asked, you want coffee, right? Shin Min-cheon nodded casually. Give me the best one. I'll be back after a smoke. There were 2 other customers in the shop. An elderly customer grumbled, how unlucky. His friend asked curiously, why's that? The customer began complaining about Shin Min-cheon, calling him a jobless bum smoking at the shop next door. Looking at where Shin Min-cheon sat, he said irritably, that young guy isn't even working. The owner here must be too kind. Meanwhile, Shin Min-cheon nodded off, his eyes heavy with sleep, while the customer continued, he's really something else. His friend just laughed helplessly and said Shin Min-cheon was actually the manager there. The elderly customer couldn't help but spit out his drink. Dongwen stood to the side, stifling a laugh. The old man yelled, what? That brat? His friend continued, that's not all. Word is he owns this whole building. I bet he enjoys all this thanks to his parents. I heard he's an orphan. Then where'd he get the money to build this? Rumor has it he made it big in the medical field in the States. The two friends kept gossiping back and forth. The customer turned to Dongwen and asked if that kid had invented some smart app in America, though he still muttered that Shin Min Cheon didn't look the part. Dongwen smiled and nodded, saying he only knew the guy inherited it from the previous owner. The old man grumbled that he wouldn't believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. His friend helplessly noted it was probably because Shin Min Cheon always dressed like that. They continued, discussing how Shin Min Cheon also had a studio and didn't require security deposits while charging lower rent than elsewhere. What a weirdo, the old man sneered. His friend disagreed. He's not a jobless bum. He's just a softie. The cafe staff treated him with great respect and cheerfulness. Meanwhile, at the Wadham law firm, Shin Min Cheon walked in to meet Myung-hwan. Myung-hwan asked, "Why didn't you call first?" Shin Min Cheon laughed. "Have I ever?" Myung-hwan told Shin Min Cheon he should move his work here since the workload was always piling up, but Shin Min Cheon didn't seem to like the vibe. He told Myung-hwan, "I'm not moving to a crowded place like this." Myung-hwan kept trying to persuade him, saying nowhere is better than here. But Shin Min Cheon remained firm. "I like my current place because it's cheap." He added that the atmosphere here didn't really suit him. Myung-hwan stopped wasting breath and got straight to the point. "So why are you here? At least want to see this month's accounting report while you're at it?" Hearing that, Shin Min Cheon said his only reason for coming was to see Myung-hwan. Shin Min Cheon looked at his friend and acted scared of the numbers. Myung-hwan joked, "What are you going to do if I don't pay up?" Shin Min Cheon smirked confidently. It's great to witness a high-profile lawyer getting squeezed. This left Myung-hwan standing there totally stiff. Shin Min Cheon looked straight at his friend. "You don't need to report everything. Do whatever you want. After all, you're the one managing the warehouse key." Myung-hwan's face turned pale. "I still think it's insane that you showed up after 25 years with that warehouse." Shin Min Cheon suggested going to eat. Myung-hwan laughed happily, rubbing his hands. "You're treating, right?" Shin Min Cheon thought, "I wasn't like this back in kindergarten." Just then, at Cafe Lauren, the door chimes rang. Dongwen heard the bell. He said cheerfully, "Welcome." A deep voice echoed Dongwen, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" It left him standing behind the counter, looking terrified. But when he looked up, it was two thugs scaring a female customer. A bald guy began to smirk sinisterly, cracking his knuckles. He told Dongwen, "Get your boss out here, that total piece of work." Outside Cafe Lauren in the late afternoon. In an alley, Dongwen was being pinned against a wall by two hulking thugs, getting cursed at. Dongwen's face was full of terror. Just then, Shin Min Cheon happened to walk by. Shin Min Cheon was strolling down the street, letting out a long yawn. With bleary eyes, he thought, "Why am I so sleepy again?" Passing the alley, Shin Min Cheon suddenly saw Dongwen being threatened by the two fierce-looking men. He stopped and looked at the three of them. The two thugs turned slightly toward him. Shin Min Cheon asked Dongwen, "What's going on here?" The thug looked at Shin Min Cheon with irritation and said, "Mind your own business and get lost." But Shin Min Cheon just walked past and ignored him, making the thug visibly annoyed. Shin Min Cheon quickly approached Dongwen, who immediately called him boss, while the thug Shin Min Cheon had ignored tried to pick a fight. A bald thug, looking even meaner than the other one, smirked as he stood by Shin Min Cheon and said he wanted to borrow his part-timer for a bit. Shin Min Cheon picked his ear and replied, "What a drag." The bald thug's eye twitched as if he couldn't believe what Shin Min Cheon just said. Shin Min Cheon stood in front of Dongwen, glanced at the thug, and said, "Look, Dongwen isn't a part-timer. He's full-time." And Shin Min Cheon smiled at the thug, while Dongwen stood behind him with a worried face. "He's my little brother." One of the thugs grabbed Shin Min Cheon by the collar and barked, "What? Is this guy out of his mind?" The bald thug stopped him, saying, "Don't make a scene, just get it over with." Shin Min Cheon glared at him while the other guy kept clutching his collar. Shin Min Cheon brushed off his collar where it had been grabbed and asked, "What happened, Dongwen?" Dongwen looked at the ground anxiously and said, "I borrowed money from them." Shin Min Cheon asked how much. Dongwen said he borrowed 2 million from those mobsters. Shin Min Cheon looked at the two thugs. He asked Dongwen, "And they want you to pay back what you borrowed, right?" Seeing Shin Min Cheon acting like a hero, the two thugs started talking. "What great boss. These punks need to pay us an extra 70,000. The other guy added, "We just tacked on a little interest for the month." Dongwen looked panicked. He said whenever he called them, they never picked up for months and never showed up to meet. The bald thug just sneered and said that was Dongwen's problem. Dongwen looked shocked, while Shin Min Cheon said to give him 10 minutes to go get the money. Shin Min Cheon handed an envelope full of cash to the two thugs. The two mobsters happily counted the money with Dongwen and Shin Min Cheon standing behind them. The bald guy said he wished he had a boss like Shin Min Cheon. The two laughed like predators, took the money, and left happy. Shin Min Cheon turned slightly toward Dongwen and asked what was up. Dongwen said his cousin's illness got worse, and they needed money for surgery. As the two of them walked away, Shin Min-cheon asked Dongwen, "Why did you go to a loan shark behind my back like an idiot?" Dongwen just stood there silently and said, "I'm so ashamed for doing that." Suddenly, Shin Min-cheon called Dongwen's name. He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Shin Min-cheon sighed and said he didn't even know who his parents were. The scene flashed back to Yunbek Orphanage. As soon as he turned 18, he was sent out, and it was truly difficult. Recalling images of himself being beaten by others back then, Shin Min-cheon said when he entered society, many people wanted to eat someone like him alive. Back then he thought, man, it would be so nice if some adult would protect me. Shin Min-cheon turned back like a ray of light and told Dongwen, "So if this happens again, don't do anything unnecessary, just tell me." Dongwen lowered his head, then nodded firmly with his eyes closed. He answered Shin Min-cheon with a single, "Yes." Shin Min-cheon threw an arm over Dongwen's shoulder cheerfully, even though it startled him. Shin Min-cheon pulled him along under the sunset. He enthusiastically comforted Dongwen, saying he'd give him a bonus for being a good employee. A kid who's worked for over a year is basically a boss. He even told Dongwen to just call him Big Bro. The scene shifted to the two thugs' hideout. The two thugs returned to their boss and said they sensed Shin Min-cheon had more than just a little cash. He owned several apartments and studios. Their boss smirked and asked, "Is that what you felt?" The two thugs smiled wickedly as their boss spoke. "It's time to take care of this big fat rat." On another ordinary day, Shin Min-cheon went to Cafe Lorne again. This time, a very pretty girl was working the counter. She smiled and handed Shin Min-cheon his coffee. He casually asked where Dongwen was. She said, "I don't know. He went out to take a call an hour ago, but he hasn't." Shin Min-cheon asked if the boy had said anything else. The girl replied, "Yes, he said he'd be right back." Shin Min-cheon took his coffee and headed out. Passing through an alley, he spotted Dongwen slumped over unconscious next to two trash cans. The coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground. Shin Min-cheon ran over to Dongwen, whose face was severely bruised. He asked if those thugs did this. Dongwen only replied that he had tripped, but the injuries on his face told a different story. Dongwen stammered it was. Passers-by started staring at Dongwen because he looked like a mess. Dongwen said, "They forced me to borrow more money from them." Seeing Dongwen's pitiful state, Shin Min-cheon couldn't hold back his emotions and yelled, "How much?" Dongwen said, 10 million. Shin Min-cheon stood up and stepped toward him. Suddenly, he apologized, leaving Dongwen confused as to why. Shin Min-cheon clenched his fist tight. Faint sparks of electricity flickered as he said, "I should never have negotiated with them in the first place." As he walked down the street, every step Shin Min-cheon took emitted flashes of lightning. Taking off, Shin Min-cheon leaped into the air along with the sound. "A meteorite is about to drop on you bastards right now." Meanwhile, in the thugs' meeting room, they were discussing some business. Suddenly, Shin Min-cheon burst through the wall like the Flash, shattering it. The guys sitting there were caught in the crossfire. "What the hell is this?" One guy clenched his teeth and swung a fist at Shin Min-cheon, cursing, "This bastard doesn't know when to be afraid." Shin Min-cheon didn't back down and held his ground to attack. He instantly knocked the teeth out of the thug's mouth. The others geared up to fight back. Another fat guy got punched, so hard his face turned pale. Seeing Shin Min-cheon unarmed, a bunch of thugs shouted, "Get the weapons out." They pulled out various sharp, dangerous weapons and asked Shin Min-cheon if he was with the International Library. Shin Min-cheon rubbed his knuckles irritably. "You'd better pick up something lighter if you don't want this to hurt even more." At that moment, the lead thug realized Shin Min-cheon was the manager of the cafe. He knew they couldn't mess around anymore. He barked attack, and the whole gang charged at Shin Min-cheon. With just a few simple moves, Shin Min-cheon took down almost the entire gang. The bald thug lunged at him with a large blade, but Shin Min-cheon redirected it with just one finger. A loud clang rang out, making a lackey holding a baseball bat freeze in his tracks for several seconds, his whole body trembling. Then he could only let out a pathetic ow, ow, ow. Shin Min-cheon just kept going with a few more moves to finish the guy off. The bald guy protested, "Is this dude wearing a bulletproof vest, or what?" A moment of silence. The knife slowly approached until it touched his finger. As it pushed further, Shin Min-cheon's finger caused the tip of the blade to warp and curl beyond belief. The guy holding the knife turned pale with horror. Shin Min-cheon frowned. "Both the guys who hurt Dongwen are here." He pointed at them and asked, "Now where's your boss?" Meanwhile, at a high-end salon, the boss held his phone and said irritably, "Clean up that nonsense quickly." He had to host an important guest from China today. Suddenly, the line on the other end went dead. The boss wondered, what the hell? On the other side of the line was a blond guy with glasses. He smirked and said, "Now this is getting interesting." He couldn't help but push up his shades, smiling with delight. "I want to hear more about this guy." The meeting between the two began. He told him not to worry about it. The person beside him stayed silent, but seemed to be thinking, can this guy speak Korean? The blonde guy leaned on the table with a brutal smile. I didn't expect to find a master like this in Korea. Behind him stood a serious-looking subordinate. Young-tae looked at the leader of the Black Death sect, thinking, what is he yapping about? Can anyone even tell fact from fiction with this guy? Kim Ji-hun smiled and laughed heartily. Bring them in. Young-tae's face didn't show much, but he looked slightly annoyed as he muttered a small thanks. While they were meeting, a loud noise erupted outside. Shin Min-cheon kicked the door open and walked in, leaving a trail of knocked-out guards on the floor. He muttered, finding this place was a pain. Shin Min-cheon looked visibly annoyed and asked, which one of you is Kim Ji-hun? Kim Ji-hun covered his face with his hand and grumbled, why now of all times? Kim Ji-hun scowled and looked up at Shin Min-cheon. What are you trying to sell? Shin Min-cheon raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, me? I'm an NET. Shin Min-cheon added quietly, or more accurately, the owner of Cafe Lauren. Kim Ji-hun frowned and froze, staring at Shin Min-cheon, while Young-tae looked visibly ticked off next to him. Young-tae glared at Shin Min-cheon and said he was Young-tae from the Dongjin sect, and he'd give Shin Min-cheon a special deal if he didn't get the hell out of there. Shin Min-cheon leaned forward slightly and whispered, you can't do it. I don't plan on playing nice today. Kim Yi-hun shunned. He ordered a guy named Hammer to show the guest the way out. The Hammer he mentioned was a bald mobster with muscles 2 or 3 times the size of Shin Min-cheon, appearing right beside him. A hand reached out and grabbed Shin Min-cheon by the collar. The guy's eyes widened as he said fiercely, didn't you hear him? Shin Min-cheon showed no fear, only saying coolly, beat it, small fry. Hammer pulled out a large knife, looking down at Shin Min-cheon with a face full of rage. Shin Min-cheon said irritably that he had already asked Hammer nicely. Seeing Shin Min-cheon's reaction, the guy thought he was scared. He said he hated people who carried knives the most. If Hammer didn't drop it, he was going to get hurt even more. The thuggish bald guy roared, declaring he would chop Shin Min-cheon into pieces. He swung the knife. Shin Min-cheon watched him calmly. At 0.001 seconds, Hammer's movement shifted slightly. Even Min-cheon froze for a split second to see what he was trying to do. At 0.002 seconds, the knife moved closer. At 0.003 seconds, Shin Min-cheon frowned, wondering if all thugs on Earth were the same, totally different from the ones he met in Annihilist. He told himself he had to end this here. At 0.004 seconds, Shin Min-cheon started to swing his fist. At 0.005 seconds, Hammer's knife was about to touch Shin Min-cheon. But for Shin Min-cheon, he only needed 0.001 seconds to finish Hammer with a single punch. Shin Min-cheon's eyes at this moment were filled with the sheer hatred for what these people had done to Dongwon. The knife in Hammer's hand flew off and embedded itself in the table where Kim Ji-hun was sitting, right before his stunned eyes. Young-tae bolted upright, leaving Kim Ji-hun behind with eyes wide in terror. Young-tae spoke up irritably, saying Shin Min-cheon wouldn't be able to get out of there alive. The leader of the Black Death sect smirked. He cheerfully ordered his subordinate behind him to handle Shin Min-cheon. The man bowed and said he would give it a shot. Young-tae quickly stood up a bit and said that wasn't necessary. The blonde leader only gave a sly smile, saying he'd wrap this up quickly so they could get back to business. Besides, Shin Min-cheon was using his sex power. Kim Gi-hun choked happily a Young-tae's skull. The blonde leader soldier remarked that Shin Min-cheon had raw power but lacked any real skill. The man was big and burly, but he seemed like nothing compared to Min-cheon. Shin Min-cheon said irritably that they were just asking for trouble. He only came here for Kim Ji-hun. Suddenly, Min-cheon's eyes froze for a split second. The subordinate stepped closer to Shin Min-cheon. Then, he dropped into a fighting stance. Shin Min-cheon's face stiffened slightly when he realized the guy could use mana. The subordinate let out a heavy breath, a purple glow radiating around his body, but he didn't give Shin Min-cheon time to think. The man lunged forward with a powerful kick toward Shin Min-cheon's face, which he managed to block. The man continued his assault on Shin Min-cheon with a barrage of punches and kicks. Each time he dodged a strike, Shin Min-cheon's eyes widened slightly in concern, whispering, oh damn. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Death sect gave a sly grin, rooting for his soldier. He thought that if he made the Dongjin sect owe him one, he'd have an edge when entering the Korean market. A picture worth 1,000 words. The subordinate stood before Shin Min-cheon and said he knew where Shin Min-cheon came from, but this would be the end of the line for him. He even claimed he would be the master of the North Korean gangs. He growled at Min-cheon, I'm not like those other punks. I'm going to give you a real wake-up call. Shin Min-cheon smirked sarcastically. Why do all you mobsters talk so much? The man got pissed. White smoke began to swirl around as he growled that Shin Min-cheon was the one who asked for this. He then lunged at Shin Min-cheon with a flurry of rapid attacks. But not a single blow landed on Shin Min-cheon. Min-cheon dodged every single one of his kicks. The man's eyes widened in utter shock at how easily Shin Min-cheon was evading his attacks. Shin Min-cheon smirked and said this was the first time he'd seen a mana user since returning to Earth. The man's eyes widened, muttering mana, as he turned around. Before he could say another word, Shin Min-cheon landed a punch to his ribs, caving them in. The three men sitting jumped up in alarm. Young Tae cursed under his breath. He lunged at Shin Min-cheon with a kick, but Shin Min-cheon caught him by the ankle. Then he coldly tossed him aside. Shin Min-cheon glanced at the crowd behind them and told them all to beat it. He held only Kim Ji-hun back, leaving the man with a face full of terror. Shin Min-cheon walked up to Kim Ji-hun. The man started dropping another name, Kim Byung-won. Shin Min-cheon asked who that was. Kim Ji-hun fearfully answered that it was his uncle and the head of Dongjin. Shin Min-cheon mockingly asked Kim Ji-hun if he was scared. Kim Ji-hun tried to deny it, but his trembling voice and panicked expression proved Shin Min-cheon right. He even threatened that if Shin Min-cheon dared to touch him, the entire Dongjin sect would be his enemy. Shin Min-cheon clenched his fist and rubbed it into his palm, his face tensing with a mix of annoyance and anger. Is that so? Well, what should I do? Because that just makes me want to beat your ass even more. Then came Kim Ji-hun's loud scream for help. Save me. After that, the men scrambled out of the salon. The Black Death leader glanced back at Shin Min-cheon, no doubt about it. That guy's a mana user. At a barbecue restaurant, a group of young people were eating and drinking happily. One of them spoke up. You've already started eating? On the table was a tray of meat grilling over the fire. Shin Min-cheon spoke with his mouth full. Sorry, I'm starving. Oh Myung-hwan asked, places like this still exist? This place has been in business for decades. Give me a glass. Oh Myung-hwan kept eating and asking questions, while Shin Min-cheon told him to let him fill his stomach first and they'd talk later. Oh Myung-hwan couldn't help but wonder, seeing him eat like a starved beast, how long Shin Min-cheon had been hungry. He told him not to ask, because he felt like he'd just done a year's worth of exercise today. Oh Myung-hwan still didn't get why he was called here. Why did Shin Min-cheon want him to investigate the Dongjin sect? Was he looking to pick a fight with the mob? Shin Min-cheon kept stuffing food into his mouth and replied nonchalantly, probably. Not knowing if he was joking, the other yelled, Are you crazy? The Dongjin sect is one of the big four organizations in Seoul. Shin Min-cheon, those aren't just small fry. They can call up 100 guys with one phone call. Oh Myung-hwan seemed to have forgotten what his friend had been doing in Angeles for the past 200 years. Even if 100 guys showed up, there was no need to worry. Shin Min-cheon frowned and said, Are you doubting me? Oh Myung-hwan felt completely helpless with his friend. Shin Min-cheon once said he lost some power when returning to Earth, down to about one of his total capacity, but that still didn't change his mind about being able to handle the whole gang alone. He could probably take them all out with one hand tied behind his back. Oh Myung-hwan felt hesitant about the lead's actions. Dealing with mobsters is a huge headache. They won't just let him off easy if he messes with them. As far as Oh Myung-hwan was concerned, he could stomach being chased by thugs himself, but he couldn't stand seeing them hurt his friends. Shin Min-cheon told him not to worry, that he'd handle these guys. He laughed and clinked glasses with Oh Myung-hwan. His sheer indifference made Myung-hwan skeptical as he raised his own glass. Shin Min-cheon exuded a murderous aura, smirking as he spoke of fear. The scene shifts to the protagonist's house. With sunlight streaming into the room, Shin Min-cheon was fast asleep, dead to the world. On the bed, his phone was ringing. Shin Min-cheon groggily opened his eyes, drool still trailing down. I drank way too much last night. Ever since I got back to Earth, I've lost all moderation. Hearing the ringing again, Shin Min-cheon looked down, picked up the phone, and grabbed a water bottle. Hello? A voice on the other end shouted, Boss, we've got a problem. Cut to the skyscraper. People were gathered around gossiping, wondering what happened to make the place look so trashed. Shin Min-cheon arrived from home to find his cafe in ruins, the smashed sign tossed outside. Someone nearby asked Mr. Shin, what on earth happened? Shin Min-cheon stared intently at the scene. Dong-wen, standing beside him, said it must be those guys. I'm so sorry, boss. With his hair hanging low, he called out, Dong-wen, little brother. Shin Min-cheon turned and smiled at Dong-wen. I told you to call me big bro, you brat. Shin Min-cheon told his friend to go rest and wait while the place gets fixed. His gentleness and concern deeply moved Dong-wen. Your big brother will take care of this. Shin smiled as he walked away, clearly calculating his next move. The scene shifts to the Dongjin building. A group of thugs approached with fierce looks, demanding to see Shin Min-cheon. The ringleader among them laughed and said, You like my little gift? The The moment the elevator opened, Shin Min-shion saw the thugs exactly as he'd expected. He calmly said, "I get it. All right. I came here to say thanks because I'm just so grateful." Shin Min-shion raised his fist. With this, one of them, the big shot of these thugs, growled, "Whoever makes him cry first gets a bonus. But keep him alive. The big boss needs to see him." Following the order, the thugs charged at Shin Min-shion. One of them yelled, "That bonus is mine." This crazy dog actually came here alone. Before they could even get close, the two thugs were struck by Shin Min-shion's overwhelming power. They collapsed, dropping a knife. Shin Min-shion snatched the knife out of the air. The leader frowned in anger. He got the knife. "Mansu." Then, several men in protective gear carrying chains stepped forward. "Yes, boss." A mob of men in bulletproof vests began charging straight at him. The leader thought to himself that these men were specially trained for inter-gang warfare. He didn't think Shin Min-shion could be this strong, so he was forced to use them. One guy swung his chain. It caught his arm, and the guy held tight, while another lunged to throw a punch at Shin Min-shion. The leader in the back yelled, "Get him!" But Shin Min-shion, using only his raw strength and the knife in his hand. With his innate power surging, one of his eyes turned glowing blue. He swung the knife at the guy. This is how you actually use a knife. The two thugs looked absolutely stunned and terrified. With a single strike, the thick bulletproof vest was sliced in half with ease. The guy about to attack him was paralyzed with fear, unable to believe his eyes. Then, with just one hand, Shin Min-shion broke free from the chains effortlessly. He took a deep breath. Then he unleashed a punch that sent the remaining thugs flying backward. With godlike speed, he blurred like the wind straight toward the leader. The remaining men guarding the leader were terrified by his power. The leader frantically ordered his lackeys, "All of you, get Shin Min-shion." He knew one-on-one was a lost cause, so he told them to gang up on him. Despite witnessing the protagonist's power, the lackeys obeyed and swarmed him. Meanwhile, the leader, he stared at the ground in a total panic. Why hasn't Zhang Jie gotten here yet? That bitch. I clearly hired him, but he can't even show up on time? He didn't know what the hell Shin Min-shion was doing, but one thing was for sure. The scene before the leader's eyes was a mob swarming Shin Min-shion. But seconds later, they were all sent flying by his power. The leader knew, for certain, that the man he was facing had senses that were far from normal. The thug shielded his eyes from the explosion the protagonist just caused. Then, out of nowhere, a man appeared beside him and said with amusement, "This guy is worth the trouble." Hearing Zhang Jie's voice, the leader turned around fuming. "Zhang Jie, you bastard, you finally showed up." Before he could finish, Zhang Jie ran straight towards Shin Min-shion. He stood face to face with Shin Min-shion and mocked him. "I'm never on time. I'm just an ordinary guy, you know." He found this guy's face incredibly irritating. Shin Min-shion swung a punch, but it missed. The guy was incredibly fast and appeared behind him, surprising him. He kept blathering on about himself. A guy named Insan Zhang Jie. Angry, he swung his hand back at him, but the guy vanished again. Zhang Jie continued yapping, but before anyone could process it, he was already in a different spot. He claimed anyone working in this field knew who Zhang Jie was. But Shin Min-shion had no idea who he was, since he wasn't a mobster. Zhang Jie stuck out his long tongue and said, "You do the same things I do, yet you insult me and spit in my face." Realizing this enemy might be a tough nut to crack, he planned to create a wind vortex around the guy so he couldn't attack anymore, then finish him with a punch. But just as his power began to gather, then his foot stomped on it, snuffing it out. Zhang Jie stood over him and said, "Don't you see why I was called here?" With a savage grin, he stuck out a disgusting long tongue and mocked him. "All right, keep trying to figure it out." The action continued atop the Dongjin building. With a menacing face, Zhang Jie unleashed his power, a purple glow radiating from his axe. Amidst a swirl of purple smoke, he vanished right before Shin Min-shion's eyes, catching him completely off guard. Zhang Jie reappeared from behind, tongue wagging as he pressed the attack. Shin Min-shion was stunned as the purple-clad axe swung toward him. A sharp whoosh cut through the air so fast he couldn't dodge. Shin Min-shion took a hit on his right side, leaving a purple gash. Though not too deep, it clearly surprised him. With a sleazy smirk and predatory eyes, Zhang Jie gloated, thinking the hero was no match for him. Suddenly, he noticed a golden light from Shin Min-shion's counterattack heading straight for him. Zhang Jie was stunned. It looked like he'd have to rethink his opinion of this guy. The two stood opposite each other, the air thick with bloodlust. Seeing that the protagonist could dodge his strikes, Zhang Jie found him interesting. He targeted the hero's back so often that Shin Min-shion could predict it. Shin Min-shion gave a contemptuous smirk, his words dripping with provocation. Watching the two clash, the boss in the background was absolutely floored, seeing Shin Min-shion fight on equal footing with Zhang Jie. But it seemed something else was waiting for the protagonist, as the boss broke into a devious grin. Zhang Jie pointed his axe at the hero with a cocky look, saying he was lucky he'd taken his meds earlier. He even admitted it was the first time he'd met anyone in this world who could keep up with his speed. It seemed their skills were on the same level. The mob boss had anticipated this and called in reinforcements to jump the hero. Zhang Jie pointed at Shin Minchion's face and said, "You're strong, but there are 2 more guys behind you. How can one man fight 3? The boss grinned from ear to ear, his eyes darting around maliciously. "Take care of our guest, boys." 2 bald thugs behind him gripped their axes with grotesque faces. They said with twisted excitement, "What number should we go with today?" They pulled out a yellowish object that didn't look like a normal pill. "Since Shin Minchion isn't exactly ordinary, let's go with special number 4. With that, both thugs popped the yellow pills into their mouths. The moment the pill went down, the scarred thug's pupils turned purple. He let out a sharp grunt. His muscles then surged so violently that his clothes ripped apart. Feeling the surge of power from the drug, he blasted forward straight at Shin Minchion. The 2 hulking thugs lunged at the protagonist as if they wanted to eat him alive. Heavy iron axes swung at Shin Minchion, but he managed to dodge them with godlike speed. As the situation got dicey, Zhang Jie watched with glee. Just as he expected, nobody, not even a hero, could handle being ganged up on. Zhang Jie took advantage and blindsided him from behind. An axe strike landed on Shin Minchion's back, making him roar in pain. Zhang Jie looked at him with a sinister face, grinning triumphantly. Just when Zhang Jie thought he had it in the bag, Shin Minchion's expression flipped. "Seems like you're having fun," he said. At Shin Minchion's sudden shift in attitude, Zhang Jie felt a pang of unease. Then, Shin Minchion simply stood his ground, and with a single shockwave, he sent all 3 of them flying at once. Shin Minchion quickly moved in, grabbing one by the leg. As his power surged, his hands became veiny and spiked. A punch landed squarely in the guy's groin, making him spray saliva everywhere. The guy could only let out a final grunt before meeting his maker. Now, our Shin Minchion unleashed his full power. With one hand, he swung the guy around like a bamboo copter from Doryman. When the other guy tried to jump in, Shin Minchion hurled his comrade's body at him. But since these guys were all hopped up on drugs, he reacted fast with a grunt, ducking low to dodge the projectile before lunging forward. Shin Minchion faced him with a terrifying look and bulging muscles. The guy clearly hadn't learned a thing from his buddy. With one strike from Shin Minchion, the guy's head was slammed straight into the wall. Seeing both his partners down, Zhang Jie realized things were bad. He started using an even stronger drug to try and capture the hero for extraction. With a massive dose, his body went into overdrive. He looked insane, veins popping out everywhere, eyes bloodshot and terrifying. He began drooling like a rabid beast and let out a guttural scream. A one-on-one duel broke out, far more intense than the group fight before. With his new power, he confidently charged Shin Minchion, who didn't hesitate to throw his own strike. He swung his axe and managed to parry Shin Minchion's blow. Zhang Jie was ecstatic, while the hero noted, "This hit is actually stronger." But the truth was Shin Minchion's blow was too overwhelming. The sheer force caused the thug's axe to completely shatter. Hearing his axe snap with a crack, Zhang Jie was horrified. Seeing him mention mana extraction, the hero asked, "That Chinese guy said the same thing. You guys really think you can extract mana into pills to get power quickly? There's no such thing, not even an analyst." Zhang Jie didn't understand what he was talking about and asked why he was spouting nonsense. The hero replied, "You use it without even knowing what it is?" He warned Zhang Jie not to use it recklessly. It would destroy him in an instant. "You're 1,000 years too early to be my rival." As he finished his sentence, he raised a fist, striking fear into the thug. Zhang Jie only had time for one last angry curse before a flurry of punches from Shin Minchion rained down on his entire body. He couldn't even fight back before biting the dust. Seeing his comrade's fate, the mob boss tried to bolt. He took one last look back and prepared to haul ass. He was terrified of Shin Minchion, wondering what kind of monster he was. Just as he turned his head, he froze, his face going pale. Right in front of him stood Shin Minchion, radiating a murderous aura. He asked, "Trying to escape now?" "How cute." The boss was paralyzed with fear. The mob boss, drenched in sweat and knowing his plan had failed, yelled, "Do you have some kind of vendetta against our organization?" Shin Minchion sneered and said, Is that even question? You're clearly the one who poked a sleeping bear." The boss didn't want to hear it and screamed, "Have you said enough? The second time you guys chased me, that was the second time the gates of hell opened right in front of you. I got a bit of a temper, you see." Shin Minchion continued with a laugh. The boss was drenched in sweat, drooling and panting, and asked Shin Min-cheon again because he assumed the guy just needed money. Looking at the trail of destruction Shin Min-cheon left behind and the number of men he defeated, he simply said calmly, "I've already got plenty of cash." The guy couldn't understand why Shin Min-cheon would do this if he didn't need money. Shin Min-cheon just smiled and said, "Like I told you, I got a pretty bad temper." The guy trembled more and more. He felt Shin Min-cheon was insane, completely lost his mind. He'd never seen anyone like him in his 10 years in the underworld. Shin Min-cheon told the boss to pass a message to Byung-won. If he wants to live, he should come find him immediately. The boss tremblingly said, "Wait a second," which only irritated him. Shin Min-cheon flashed an evil grin. "I'll beat you first, then." High above the building, someone was watching through binoculars at the spot where the protagonist had been. A voice reported, "Done checking Dongjin's internal situation. Report, John Sung-in's group of 3 is down. They're unconscious." The scope zoomed in on a guy lying with his tongue out and eyes rolled back. The voice on the other end asked, "Are you sure? They were beaten by a guy in a tracksuit?" She looked through the scope and said, "Yes. I think it's the guy in the tracksuit." The girl in the elegant white suit, who was spotting for the person aiming the rifle on the roof, said, "Yeah, probably a hunter. I'd estimate he's B rank or lower." Her face was very pensive as she said, "Somewhere else." An old man and 2 men in suits were sitting and talking to each other. The old man, who looked powerful, said, "The man in the suit kept a dog named Jong Jie. I heard he does a very good job." The man in the suit replied awkwardly, but they were defeated instantly. The old man continued bringing up the subject. "There's a festival coming up in Seoul." He went on to say he should belong to the Gangbuk organization, as he'd be guiding them toward the suit's organization. The man in the suit stammered, Actually, he's not in this organization." The old man, holding a cup of water, asked why, and the guy just said he was an ordinary person. The man in the suit said, "He's just a normal guy running a small cafe." "No, that's not a normal person. That bastard is a psycho." This comment irritated the old man, and he told him to shut up. A single word from him left the scarred man stunned and terrified. Then he said, "You take care of this, Min Ji-ai." An intellectual-looking man with glasses and gold eyes, wearing a blue suit and sitting opposite them, said, "Yes, Chairman." He kept pointing at his head and said, "If you use force to hammer down a protruding nail, you'll only hurt your hand. You have to use your head, because this is business." Min Ji-ai closed a notebook on his lap and said respectfully, "Mr. Kim, I understand you're preparing to do business with the Black Death sect. I also want to invest in this deal as an exchange for settling this mess." The man opposite replied reluctantly, "I'm not at the business stage yet. That's why I haven't told you," and gave a forced smile. The scene shifted to outside the building. Min Ji-ai immediately said, "Planning to build a factory and allocate a network in Incheon won't be easy." He was startled by what Min Ji-ai said. The scar guy looked at the smug Min Ji-ai and thought, "This bastard. The factory location. This is an equity investment, and the factory will have to shoulder all the risks and consumption for nothing." His face was now beaded with sweat. Min Ji-ai casually shook his leg and said, "If we don't take care of this Shin Min-cheon guy, won't doing business with Black Death be more difficult?" Min Ji-ai continued, "I could also contact him myself." Hearing this, the scar guy got angry, eyes wide and teeth gritted, yelling, You bastard." Min Ji-ai calmly said, "Have a drink and calm down. If Shin Min-cheon isn't dealt with, Black Death won't agree to move forward." As he spoke, he poured a beer. The scar guy frowned in thought. He picked up the beer, drank it, and asked hesitantly, "Why are you so confident?" Min Ji-ai replied elegantly, "Don't you know who I am? I'm Park Min Ji-ai." Min Ji-ai laughed and raised his glass. Trust is the lifeblood of a businessman. 3 days later in Sinsadong, a friendship was established. A magnificent, white-lit mansion shone brightly in the city night, illuminated by many shimmering yellow lights. In the VIP parking area, 3 men in luxury suits were standing outside. The scar guy said warmly, "It's a great honor to host you, Congressman." Congressman Lee Ho-sung, face red from drinking, laughed and replied, "Thanks to Mr. Kim, I'm having more fun than ever." Suddenly, a man in a green tracksuit appeared and blocked their path. They instinctively stepped back several paces. It was Shin Min-cheon. The men confusedly stood in front of the congressman. Congressman Lee Ho-sung asked, "What is this? Why are you blocking the way?" The congressman's bodyguard growled, "If you're drunk, stop doing stupid things and get lost," while spreading his arms to shield those behind him. Shin Min-cheon smiled and asked them, "Do I have to catch a bad guy like him?" He was grabbed by the collar and lifted up by the bodyguard. He said calmly, "He's out drinking while all his subordinates are lying in hospital beds." Kim Byung-won of the Dongjin sect. He angrily clenched his fist, veins bulging on his arm, and gritted his teeth. "Watch yourself, you bastard." He looked at him calmly and asked, "Are you a mobster too?" He screamed angrily, "Yeah. What are you going to do about it?" He asked back, "Really?" then delivered a powerful punch to his gut. Golden light flared as he continued, "Then you can lie down right next to your friends." He gently pulled back his fist as the man lay motionless on the tiled floor. The congressman pointed at his face and barked. "Hey, what do you think you're doing, you punk?" He said irritably, "If you're not Kim Byung-won, then get lost. You're annoying." The congressman pointed at his face and yelled angrily, "Do you have any idea who I am?" He smirked coldly and pointed back. "Do I have to?" He stared at him, hands trembling with surprise. The man beside the congressman said awkwardly, "Oh ho, this friend doesn't know much about the world, does he? This is Lee Ho-sung, a member of the National Assembly." The congressman stood behind, hand on his shoulder, frowning angrily and gritting his teeth as he looked at him. He joked, "So you're a big shot, congressman. You think I'm supposed to be scared?" He looked at him in disbelief. He laughed and continued, "A member of the National Assembly is just someone who hangs out with mobsters and works for the country." He yelled angrily, "You damn rat. How dare you?" He pointed at his face and said, "Just like you, old man." He screamed, "How dare you talk to me like that?" He argued back, he said at first. Sparks seemed to fly between the two. The congressman lost control and tried to lunge at him, but was held back by the man behind him. He could only scream angrily, "This bastard, seriously?" The man behind him said, "Congressman, you can't do this. You have an election coming up in a few months." He asked back, "Election?" The man quickly replied, "Yes, sir. The election." His expression flipped instantly as he flashed a gentle, kind smile and said, "Oh my, I guess I got a little too excited back there." Stunned and unable to believe his eyes, Shin Min-cheon blurted out, "Huh?" The old man scratched his head and continued, "Young people need to have that kind of spirit." "Very good." As he turned around, his face contorted into a terrifying scowl. He patted the scarred guy's shoulder and muttered, "Contact me after you deal with this bastard. Send him straight to hell." The guy wondered what he was supposed to do with him, while Shin Min-cheon stood there watching them, having no idea what was going on. The congressman got in his car to leave, but before pulling away, he said, "Well, excuse me then. I'll be going first, young man. Oh, remember to vote. Your ballot is very precious." Shin Min-cheon stared blankly as he drove off. Shin Min-cheon smiled as he watched the car disappear into the distance. He's a mob boss, yet he just left. "Since I feel bad for you, I'll give you a special deal." He continued, "Live a quiet life because I want a quiet life too." Hearing this, the guy looked down, looking totally flustered. Gritting his teeth, Shin Min-cheon added, "And if I hear any more rumors like that, I'm coming for you again." The guy stared at him in disbelief, eyes wide and forehead drenched in sweat. Shin Min-cheon poured power into his fist as golden and blue smoke swirled around him, accompanied by strong winds that sent small rocks flying into the air. He looked at him and said, "And I'll drop a meteorite right in front of your face." The man stood frozen, face pale as a ghost, watching in terror as Shin Min-cheon walked away. Regaining his composure, he pulled out his phone and called the congressman. "Yes, sir." His face was still showing signs of shock and fear. A car sped down the road as the congressman's voice echoed inside. "What's the deal with that guy?" The scar guy's voice came through the phone. "I'll let him go." The congressman frowned and barked, "What? What are you talking about? How dare you let that lowlife leave?" Back at the scar guy's location, he put his hands in his pockets and replied, "He saw you with us. I didn't want to make a scene in case it affected you somehow." The old man immediately asked, "You're not planning to leave that little punk alone, are you?" He replied, "Of course not, but we'll need your help." The scene shifted to a luxury room where three men were leisurely having drinks. A voice came through the phone. It was the scar guy. He said, "As far as I know, Congressman Lee Ho-sung is also connected to the business with the Black Death sect." Min Ji-I smiled, swirling the beer in his glass. "So, do exactly as I told you." The scar guy gave a triumphant smirk, his gaze turning sharp. The next day, in front of Shin Min-cheon's mall, he walked out the front door casually with his hands in his pockets. Two men were standing there as if waiting for someone. As he walked past, one of them asked, "Are you Shin Min-cheon?" He turned toward the voice, startled. He replied, "Yeah, what's up?" The man in the suit said, "You're under arrest for the assault of Park Hyung-sik. You need to come with us." He asked suspiciously, "Park Hyung-sik? Never heard of him." The man in the suit said seriously, "Park Hyung-sik is Congressman Lee Ho-sung's personal bodyguard." He then pulled an ID card from his pocket to prove he was the real deal. Shin Min-cheon recalled the scene from the night before, the guy who grabbed his collar and got punched. He thought, is he talking about that thug from yesterday? Instead of the cops, they called in a prosecutor. Thinking quickly, he said, "Hold on, let me make a quick call." The scene shifted to an office. Shin Min-cheon was sitting in a chair while a man seemed to be organizing a pile of documents on the desk. The man pulled out a chair, sat down, and introduced himself. "I am Prosecutor Park Jong-hyuk from the Central District Prosecutor's Office." He sat up straight. Shin Min-cheon waved his hand dismissively. Enraged, the prosecutor barked, "You brat. Do you know where you are?" He replied calmly, the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor frowned angrily, thinking, Shin Min-cheon, you've got some bread, don't you? You own the whole building and want for nothing. I bet you think you can live life without being controlled. He flipped through Shin Min-cheon's file and thought, but I've seen guys like you before. You act all cool on the outside, but once I peeled back the layers one by one. An image of Shin Min-cheon stripped of his clothes and sitting dazed flashed through his mind. He thought, he's completely clean. Shin Min-cheon spoke up, snapping him back to reality. I'm asking because I don't know, but do prosecutors usually show up for simple assault cases? The man pointed at his face with contempt. Simple assault? You're a South Korean worker suspected of terrorism. Shin Min-cheon replied, oh boy, that bastard again? The prosecutor continued. You think you can just walk away after attacking a congressman? Do you get it? You're in deep trouble now. Shin Min-cheon remained calm. He continued, so, cooperate with this investigation. Shin Min-cheon gave him a punchable face and said, pass. The man scratched his head. This is pointless. I know you're using a fake ID. Where are you really from? Shin Min-cheon asked skeptically, what are you talking about? The prosecutor wondered, 40 years old with this face? Things aren't adding up. He clasped his hands in front of his chin, eyes wide. Do you want me to make it so you can't live in Korea anymore? You're not just dealing with me. In Shin Min-cheon's mind, he felt like he was floating in a dark, lonely void. The man said, you're dealing with the entire country of South Korea. He opened his eyes and asked, can I ask a few things? The prosecutor gave a smug smile. What? Shin Min-cheon said, you're the one who's going to end up stripped bare. Meaning, the prosecutor would be the one exposed. The prosecutor slammed his hand on the file, eyes bulging. What the hell do you believe in, you little shit? Shin Min-cheon answered seriously, my lawyer. He's the goat. He was unervingly calm, without a trace of worry. I'll say the rest when he gets here. Just then, a man rushed through the door. It was Oh Myung-hwan, Shin Min-cheon's friend and lawyer. He said worriedly, hey, big bro, what's this about an emergency arrest? The prosecutor gave a condescending laugh when he saw Oh Myung-hwan enter. He pointed at Oh Myung-hwan and asked mockingly, you trust this guy? A trash lawyer for a trash client. Seems about right. Oh Myung-hwan kept his cool and said, I need to speak with my client. Please step outside. The prosecutor looked at him with disdain and smirked. Whatever. He stepped out and gently closed the door, a smug, self-satisfied grin still on his face. A woman ran up and asked him, the guy who just went into the interrogation room is Oh Myung-hwan, right? He replied in his usual condescending tone. You know that piece of trash too? The woman asked skeptically, trash? He replied gleefully, yeah, he was my classmate back at the training center. The scene flashed back to the past. Oh Myung-hwan looked isolated while the prosecutor was laughing and talking with others. He continued, he's from an orphanage. He's a nobody. He had to start a business in a city where he couldn't even survive. The woman calmly replied, come on. At that time, Oh Myung-hwan was the most famous lawyer in Gangnam. He was stunned by her words, and his expression flipped instantly. With a look of disbelief, he asked, what are you talking about? The woman replied, if you didn't know, Oh Myung-hwan is the representative attorney for Hodam Law Firm. Looking at Hodam's track record, it's impressive. I guess he felt something big was at stake this time. He rubbed his chin, thinking, if it's Hodam, he'd definitely heard of it. It's been the biggest law firm for the past 3 years. The woman spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. All right, the chief is calling for you. He straightened his collar and muttered, that mad dog? Geez. The woman added, I don't know why, but he looks pretty ticked off. The chief's annoyed face appeared as he barked. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? The prosecutor could only bow his head and endure the scolding, thinking a little ticked off, more like a total train wreck. He asked hesitantly, see, chief, what's going on all of a sudden? The chief stood up angrily and pointed at his face. He roared, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? He continued yelling, if you can't do your job, at least don't cause trouble, you prick. The prosecutor was speechless, sweat beads forming on his face. He asked, do you have any idea where I got a call from? The prosecutor tremblingly asked, from where, sir? He continued, am I supposed to get grilled by the chairman this morning all because of an idiot like you? The prosecutor was now terrified, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he was hearing. He stammered, the chairman? Why? The chief barked, do you know who called? The intimidating silhouette of the chairman appeared. The chief said angrily, Chairman Park called me personally. He gasped, Mr. Park. The chief replied, huh, look at this bastard. Is Chairman Park your buddy, or something? The chief pointed straight at his face and continued, I got chewed out by Chairman Park Hyung-bai of the Chiyu Group, so don't even dream about a promotion anymore. He said, how dare you proceed with this case without reporting to me? Where did you even get this case from? He stammered, which case are you talking about, sir? The chief exploded in rage. You still don't know what kind of mess you've made. Release Shin Min-cheon immediately. He was stunned to hear that. The chief asked, aren't you going to answer? Which bastard told you to arrest Shin Min-cheon? He answered, it was Congressman Lee Ho-sung. The chief barked, that psycho bastard is trying to block out his path. Because you dared to touch Chairman Park's person, you and Congressman Lee are finished. The prosecutor asked anxiously, what should I do? He replied, start praying. He followed up, and the chairman? The chief snapped, you lunatic, you think the chairman is coming to see you? He continued, pray to Shin Min-cheon, you prick. Listen carefully. If you don't play this right, you'll die by my hands after I grind you into dust. In his mind, he was already stripped bare with his hands tied behind his back, looking utterly pathetic. The scene shifted to Danmi, a Japanese restaurant nestled by the mountains. A middle-aged man in a brown suit stood at the entrance. Oh Myung-hwan immediately spoke up. Ah, it's been a long time, Chairman. He smiled and said, good to see you again. I heard your law firm has become quite famous. Oh Myung-hwan smiled back. It's just business, haha. The chairman sat down at the table and said, I'm right here, but he's pretending not to notice me. Oh Myung-hwan replied awkwardly. The scene shifted to outside the room. Min-cheon grabbed Oh Myung-hwan's collar and said, what? You call that old fox? Oh Myung-hwan laughed. He's been here since I contacted him, sir. The chairman said, I get it. He's acting that way because he doesn't want to ask for my help. A seafood hot pot with full toppings sat in the middle of the table, steaming hot. The chairman said, you're really choking the brother who ran everywhere to save you? What a jerk. He continued, and he didn't contact me. I contacted him first after hearing you were at the prosecutor's office. Oh Myung-hwan said bashfully, we know the chief prosecutor received a scholarship from your foundation, Chairman. Min-cheon reached out to grab some food from the hot pot. He popped it into his mouth and said, since you're here, I'm going to eat fast. The chairman laughed, picked up a beer, and said, are you still out there causing trouble everywhere without a real job? He replied, F off. The chairman sighed, man. I don't know why heaven showers a jerk like you with so much grace. He replied while eating, you're talking about someone else. He continued, your personality is way better than mine, and you're the richest man in Korea. Oh Myung-hwan wondered, why did you save this grumpy old man? He replied, how many times do I have to tell you? It was just a coincidence. He laughed and said, it's truly a reason to live long. There are still people worse than me. He said, if I knew you were like this, I wouldn't have saved you. The three of them raised their beers and clinked glasses. The chairman said, I found out there was some deal between the prosecutor and Congressman Lee Ho-sung. He was surprised. Oh, the congressman? What's up with him? The scene shifted to the congressman's office. A man said, tremblingly, I only called the party leader. What kind of lawmaker meets a prosecutor for personal beef? The scene went back to Min-cheon. The chairman said, it wasn't because of you. He laughed. I didn't say anything. The chairman continued, but someone connected these two. It's those foreigners, a major global enterprise. He added, and in the International Council, there's a guy named Park Min-jae acting as an advisor. His nickname is the Book of Darkness. The international sects that used to only operate in Korea have expanded overseas since Park Min-jae joined them. He raised his glass and drank. They don't want to be tied down anymore. The chairman laughed back. They're not easy to play with. They're the masters of Gangnam. He said seriously, I heard your company's intel is pretty good. Please investigate the leadership chain of the international faction for me. His gaze suddenly sharpened. If they touch me, they're going to get wrecked. The chairman laughed and said, where did you learn such crude methods? He laughed. This is how we handle things in my neighborhood. On a road at night, a black car was speeding along. Inside were members of the Dongjin sect, the leader and two subordinates. The leader was asleep in the car. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. He said lazily, we're here? I just fell asleep. As soon as he pulled down his sleep mask, Shin Min-cheon was standing right in front of him. He said, get out. He continued, this is your final stop. Get out. Smoke was pouring from the car, and the two subordinates had already passed out. The phone rang. Hello? Park Min-jae answered, yes, Chairman. Where are you, sir? Shin Min-cheon's voice echoed from the other end. How disappointing. I thought you'd recognize my voice right away. He stammered, you. Shin Min-cheon? He replied, you're holding the chairman? He said, if he has so much as a scratch on him, you won't die a peaceful death. He replied calmly, don't sweat it. I'm not going to kill him. He glanced at him and continued, you're coming to find your precious boss, right? Bring some guys who actually know how to fight. I need a proper warm-up after all this time. He barked angrily, you just wait. I'm going to come over there and crush you bit by bit. He laughed. You say you're a lawyer, but now you're talking like a total thug. At this moment, Park Min-jae was backed by a mob of lackeys. Shin Min-cheon's voice came through the phone. You better get here fast. He smirked, looking at the phone in his hand. Just as planned, he thought, before laughing like a maniac. In the dead of night, 3 cars were parked in front of an abandoned factory outside Seoul. 2 men from the international faction arrived. Number 2, Kim Suk-jin, asked while walking, is it true our big brother was kidnapped? Yes, sir. The big brother's schedule was managed by Director Park. It seems like everything is getting sloppy. I'm sorry. It looks like the intel was leaked by one of our own. Another person added, I can't believe the main force of the organization was gathered just for one kid. Someone replied, are you sure about that? Yes, I'm positive. He's no ordinary guy. Not long ago, he took down every single member of the Dongjin sect. Someone else continued, the Dongjin sect's secret weapon was also taken out by that guy. So is he a junkie too? We don't have any info on that yet. One man said sternly, I'm sure he's a user. Otherwise, this makes no sense. Two people arrived at the building and said, are you sure he's not backed by Gangbuck? Yes, he doesn't live around here. An ordinary person can't handle those drugs. Is he some punk from Kadukai? 3 people from Kadukai were walking in. A line of people from the Shinsengumi arrived. Someone said, our organization joined forces with the Jakuzakisa Shinsengumi to build our power. Kadukai had a fierce war with the Shinsengumi. Kadukai might have sent Shin Min-shion to test them. A man from Kadukai approached Park Min-ji-ai. What has that guy done? Bring them in there. The Hanya people are waiting for us. You called those psychos? Someone spoke up. We can't do this alone. You think this is my first time dealing with junkies? I'm the one who's going to rescue our big brother. Park Min-ji-ai said, wait a moment. Like I told you, Shin Min-shion is no ordinary guy. The man in the brown suit replied, you little shit. What are you going to do if something happens to you? Park Min-ji-ai said, Director Park is smart, but he understands the situation. A group of men shouted as they walked, leave it to the pros. Park Min-ji-ai stood watching them. He suddenly broke into a creepy smile. Park Min-ji-ai and another person climbed over the fence together. Someone asked, are you going to proceed with the plan we discussed? Park Min-ji-ai replied, that's right. A group of people hid in the trees. Park Min-ji-ai said, we move in 30 minutes. Inside a house, a scream rang out. You crazy bastard. Get out of here and leave me alone, you son of a bitch. There was a loud explosion. Everyone run. People scrambled in all directions, looking for a way out of the house. One man gritted his teeth, eyes wide. This isn't my first time dealing with users, but this guy is on a different level. Don't tell me this is that grade A drug I just heard about. As he was lost in thought, someone knocked and entered. He jumped. The person said, sorry we're late. He turned and replied, the Hanya sect? You guys finally made it. If you guys. He broke into a cold sweat, eyes bulging as he gritted his teeth and let out a pain dug. He had been stabbed in the gut by someone with a knife. GUH. Director Park. You. Park Min-ji-ai placed a hand on the shoulder of the man who just stabbed him and said, I told you to join the Hanya faction when they arrived, big brother. Park Min-ji-ai added with a sinister look, they arrived. Not within 30 minutes. You lost your life fighting Shin Min-shion just to save the chairman. Don't worry. The chairman will be rescued by the Hanya people without any issues. Park Min-ji-ai told him, the torture from Shin Min-shion has already left him in a vegetative state. The man looked at Park Min-ji-ai with a face full of rage and said, you bastard. Park Min-ji-ai continued, the chairman and you go way back. You can't survive as a mobster anymore. The international faction will be reborn as a global corporation. The scene shifts to 3 people standing. Park Min-ji-ai steps on him and says, you're second in command under the chairman. He says to Park Min-ji-ai, are you done talking? Shin Min-shion is sitting on the stairs while a crowd of people lie sprawled on the floor. He says, I really like those novels you're narrating. I think you should be a novelist instead of a lawyer or a thug. Park Min-ji-ai says, Shin Min-shion, even if you're on grade A drugs, your body won't hold out for more than 30 minutes. Park Min-ji-ai looks at Shin Min-shion and continues, you're just trying to resist the side effects of the drug. 3 people are walking forward. Park Min-ji-ai says, CEO Hyun. One man is holding a mask. Shin Min-shion thinks, a mask? He takes the mask and puts it on his face. He immediately transforms into a fierce demon. Shin Min-shion thinks to himself, that's not just a mask. The demon lunges straight at Shin Min-shion. It lands a powerful punch right on his face. The demon keeps spinning around. It rushes forward and kicks Shin Min-shion. As soon as its feet touch the ground, he rushes in quickly and engages the demon in a brawl. The two fight each other intensely. Park Min-ji-ai says, the time has come. Park Min-ji-ai continues, Wu Jin. The demon lunges quickly at Shin Min-shion. It uses its power to strike him. But Shin Min-shion uses his hands to block the force. Shin Min-shion gritted his teeth and let out a grunt. He used his strength to shove the demon back. The demon used its force to push him away. It let out a triumphant laugh. He thought to himself, if the drug wears off, my limbs will be pulverized, won't they? Park Min-ji-ai says his body can handle this grade A stuff quite well. That's why he can endure it. But the guys in the Hanya sect are also grade A. Park Min-ji-ai continues, especially Suk-hyun's katana. Shin Min-shion says, don't bring that out. The demon says, are you afraid of seeing blood? I guess you haven't heard the news. I don't like punks who put a knife in my face. Shin Min Shion says, but it'll be different if you use a sword. I don't usually use a sword to fight weaklings. Shin Min Shion picks up a wooden stick. He says, this is how you actually use a sword. Shin Min Shion holds the wooden stick with a blazing blue flame. Listen, you little brat. I am the greatest sword master of the 6 hells of Anhulist. Soc Hyun says contemptuously, what the hell are you talking about, you psycho? Shin Min Shion flashes a savage grin. You don't need to know. Immediately after, Soc Hyun lunges. Stop talking trash and die. His attack is incredibly fast and powerful. Inside, he is gloating. I got him. Sliced clean in 2. But little did he know, that blue flame suddenly erupted even larger. Shin Min Shion says nothing. Still holding the wooden stick, he lunges behind him. To everyone's shock, that's exactly where Wu Jin is standing. He quickly makes a horizontal sweep across his face, forcing him backward. His mask gets knocked sideways. This surprise attack startles him. How can this guy use a small wooden stick to hit a body as strong as this? With a boom, the other guy is sent flying, his hand still enveloped in a red and black aura. He targets Shin Min Shion as his magic power descends. He's no pushover either. His body is agile enough to dodge the strike. Shin Min Shion is so fast that when he moves to counterattack, all we see is a flash of blue light. With just one move, he defeats him. He collapses, and the mask falls off. Then he looks towards CEO Hyun, who has witnessed everything. Seeing how he took down those two, CEO Hyun is naturally terrified. I have no choice but to admit it. This guy is a monster like I've never seen. Although he has acknowledged it. But he still thought he could win and picked up his sword, believing that after using all his energy, Shin Min Shion would reach his limit right about now. He swung his sword, eyes locked intensely on him. He didn't rush in immediately, but lingered. Why don't we go one-on-one and end this directly like real men? Shin Min Shion found it hilarious. Listen to this guy who's been ducking my attacks since the start talk now. Jeez. Soc Hyun tried to provoke him further. What's the matter? You worried? Hearing the challenge, Shin Min Shion's heart filled with confidence. Looks like you're pretty cocky about your close-quarters combat skills. Fine, bring it. At that moment, Soc Hyun's teeth shifted. Got you now, you bastard. He likely gathered a lot of momentum very quickly. He lunged forward with extreme speed, his heart still overflowing with confidence. All he has is a small wooden stick. It's no match for my katana. I can win by exploiting the difference in our weapons to strike him. Shin Min Shion looked at him with pure disdain. Looks like you're trying to follow the low-tier thug playbook. Don't tell me you actually think you're going to win, just because you have a big sword? He gripped the wooden stick so tightly that the veins on his hand bulged. Immediately after, the blue flames erupted, reaching high into the air. The corners of his mouth twitched upward. How about this then? Right after came a screeching sound followed by blood. It was unclear whose blood it was. Then came the blue flames. The surroundings looked chaotic. Sand and stone debris fell, and the ground where he stood cracked. As for CEO Hyun, half of his mask had fallen off. Then both pieces hit the ground. The wooden stick and the blue flames were seen floating. He was looking towards CEO Hyun, while the guy sat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, he called out, "Hey!" His sudden voice made the guy shake uncontrollably, breaking into a cold sweat. He walked up to the guy. The guy was so scared he stammered, "Spare my life." Seeing he wasn't doing what he was told, Shin Min Shion said, "I'm not comfortable talking to you like this, so stand up." After witnessing that display, the guy was terrified he'd be beaten, so he stood up straight immediately. Yes, sir." His voice wasn't harsh, but every word carried a threat. "You're lucky. If we were an Anhulist, you'd have been ripped into tiny pieces by now." His next words were both a warning and a command. "This is the last time I'm giving you a special favor. Dissolve the organization and vanish from Gangnam." He was still trembling. "Why you want Gangnam?" Shin Min Shion didn't answer, but shot back a question. "Who do you think I am? Some mobster?" But before turning away, he pointed at the guy's face and gritted his teeth. "And those eyes and ears of yours. Keep bothering me. And if I ever see you again, things won't end this peacefully." The image of Kim Byung-won appeared. "Take care of the Dongjin sect and Kim Byung-won. I'll give you 1 week. Since you started this mess, you have to settle it. You know what'll happen if you have any strange ideas, right?" Then he vanished, leaving the guy in total shock. The two subordinates were kneeling, and the guy was so scared he'd literally wet his pants. The moonlight that night was beautiful. The moon was perfectly round. Scene shifts to the company. Shin Min Shion reached for a glass of water and said, "Only now do I realize you're the chairman of the biggest conglomerate in Korea. Your office is bigger than my entire house." Chairman Park turned around to look at him. "What are you talking about? You could buy any building in Gangnam if you wanted to." He replied nonchalantly, "What's the point of buying a big house? It just makes cleaning harder." The chairman's face was very gentle. "I think some people like the freedom of cleaning their own homes. Having servants is nice, but if someone lets others do everything for them, they'll die young. He calmly picked up the glass. People need to move to live healthily. Hearing this, the chairman felt targeted. Are you talking about me? You brat. Then he turned fully toward him. So you like moving your body to stay healthy so much that you go around fighting every thug and soul? Being called out like that made him pause. As expected, this old fox knows everything. He didn't argue, but stated his real intention. Actually, that's why I'm here. I need your help with something. This left the chairman a bit stunned. Didn't you say you wanted a peaceful life? What are you trying to investigate? He answered drugs. The chairman asked, drugs? You mean illegal substances? The memory of that day within Sanjiang flashed back. He continued, I'm not sure. Some thugs use these drugs to boost their strength. The chairman took a guess. Like stimulants? Shin Minchion replied, a bit different. They use them to access mana. The chairman found the term unfamiliar and repeated. Mana? Images of the three guys he just met appeared. He explained, it's a source of power that doesn't belong to anyone on Earth. This isn't a normal situation. Understanding everything, he agreed to help. I'll send some new people to look into this. He was a bit skeptical. Can I really trust you? The chairman smiled at his doubt and picked up his glass. Don't trust me. Trust the power of money. The reason I pay my employees so well is because they always bring me results. 2 days later at the cafe, Myung-hwan shouted so loud the server behind him jumped. What the hell are you planning? Shin Min-cheon replied very calmly. Why are you suddenly acting like that? Myung-hwan continued yelling. He threw a stack of documents on the table. Chairman Park sent this to you. This, Hyung, a cartel in Mexico. Are you insane? He picked up the documents. What's a cartel? Seeing he didn't know, Myung-hwan explained it was a drug syndicate in the southern U.S. border region. While reading, he thought, I thought the first lead would be some local mobster. And since that Chinese guy from the Black Death sect had the highest involvement, I didn't expect these people to be involved too. Myung-hwan began to explain. A few years ago, a strange drug started circulating in the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. A map appeared as Myung-hwan spoke. It's actually a powerful stimulant made from a plant root found only in the jungles of the Southern Americas. Shin Min-cheon asked, is that it? No more info. Myung-hwan explained meticulously. The chairman said investigating the rest will take some time. He kept staring at the documents, thinking there still wasn't enough information. He started to speak, then these. Before he could finish, a girl walked up and asked, are you Shin Min-cheon? Without waiting for confirmation, she said, let's talk for a bit. Then she introduced herself. I'm from the NIS. Shin Min-cheon looked at the girl who appeared out of nowhere. What does the NIS want with me? Note, NIS is the National Intelligence Service. The man with her spoke up. How can you speak so informally during our first meeting? But Shin Min-cheon didn't care. He spoke bluntly. If you feel it's unfair, you can speak informally too. The man crossed his arms and started thinking. He knows we're NIS and still acts like this. The girl finally introduced herself and the man. I'm Park Sojang, and this is Manager Lee Jong-sung. Shin Min-cheon looked at the two of them and said playfully, even the National Intelligence Service now? I guess I've become quite the celebrity in your world. Park Sojang confirmed, of course. You're a hot topic. Intrigued, he asked, why are you guys so interested in someone who just wants to live a quiet life? The two looked at the documents on the table. Would someone who wants a quiet life be looking for stuff like this? The next sentence made him get serious. I think we're chasing the same thing. Hearing that, he turned to the person opposite. Myung-hwan said to Dongwen, can we close the shop for today? His face turned very serious. I guess this is going to be a long story. Park Sojang and Lee Jong-sung sat down across from him. He spoke up. This is getting interesting. As expected, the NIS does things a little differently. Lee Jong-sung cut straight to the point. I'll be blunt. Why don't you work with us? Shin Min-cheon calmly picked up his glass and replied, I don't get why you keep hounding an ordinary citizen who just wants to live a quiet life. One of them immediately pushed back. Ordinary citizen? Please, look at what you've done lately. You took down the 4 biggest gangs in Seoul. The Dongjin sect, Cho Sung-in, the international faction, and even Hania. As he recalled the fights, the other person added, that's not exactly something a normal person can pull off. Shin Min-cheon suddenly asked, and you two aren't even surprised to see a guy like me sitting in front of you? Lee Jong-sung rubbed his chin. There's nothing to be surprised about. I've seen someone like you before. Jong-sung clasped his hands, his brow furrowing slightly. In this world, even monsters are starting to crawl out everywhere, and it's getting heavy. Park Sojang, who had been silent, reached a conclusion. Are you at the CIA? Shin Min-cheon was confused by the sudden leap. How did you reach that conclusion? Park Sojang didn't hold back. Lately, only the US and China have A-rank hunters. He asked, puzzled, hunters? She stared at him, saying nothing. He doesn't look like he's faking ignorance. Who exactly is this guy? Lee Jong-sung, sitting next to her, spoke up to de-escalate. There's no point in holding back. We're not going to interrogate you right now. He continued, but we will be keeping a close eye on you from now on. Hearing that, he bit his lip in frustration. You're finally showing your true colors. Huh? Keep this up and you're gonna get hurt. I don't see myself as a public servant anymore. The man's gaze darkened as he looked at him. It's not just you. He began to threaten him. Money launderers, lawyer Oh Myung-hwan, Chairman Park Kyung-bai of the Chiyu Group, and even the staff of your cafe. They'll all run into trouble. Those words pushed Shin Min-cheon to his breaking point. So you got a death wish? Fine. I get it. Now his body radiated pure bloodlust. Park Seo-jang felt the tension and grew worried. But then her face broke into a smile. No joke, he's the real deal. Either way, he has to join us. She continued, we're with the NIS headquarters, known on the outside as a branch of East Asia. Lee Jong-sung repeated her words, on the outside. He folded his hands. Our team is in charge of intelligence regarding hunters. Shin Min-cheon replied, that's what I'm asking. What the hell is a hunter? He then explained, hunter is a term for transhumans in this industry. Shin Min-cheon wondered what that was. It refers to people enhanced by technology. During the Cold War, research was conducted to breed these transhumans. The Soviet Union and the U.S. were the main hubs. Lately, several other countries have been able to produce hunters too. Jong-sung began listing them. The U.S. An illustration appeared of a tall, bald man who looked mostly human. China. This time, it was a man in armor with his long hair tied up in a signature style. After hearing him out, he said, is that why you asked if I was with the CIA? He remained with hands clasped, staring at him. Right. Now I'll ask you again. Are you sure you're not a hunter from the U.S., China, or Russia? Shin Min-cheon immediately dismissed the idea. I told you, I'm not a hunter. This is the first time I've even heard the word. Lee Jong-sung started thinking again, still skeptical. How does he have that kind of power? But the important thing is Korea needs to secure this A-rank hunter. There are only a few A-rankers in the U.S. and China. Park Seo-jang reached in her coat pocket. She pulled out a photo. A few years ago, a new drug started appearing, mainly in South America. This stimulant is used by the Sinaloa cartel. Next was a picture of vials. It's more addictive and has more side effects than normal drugs. That's not the main issue. It's not usually our team's field of interest. But about 5 years ago, someone improved this Sinaloa cartel stimulant and created a new drug called Hyper. The next image was a test tube containing a liquid. And this is the drug those hounds from the Dongjin sect were using. When Hyper appeared, intelligence agencies worldwide went nuts because users gained power nearly on par with a hunter's speed. Her face lost its calm. Intelligence agencies everywhere are looking for the manufacturer's codename, Ghost, but with no luck. Shin Min-cheon asked, but it's already spreading. Wouldn't you rather just catch the maker? Lee Jong-sung explained for her. Only this Ghost can produce the undiluted Hyper solution. The drugs the Dongjin and international factions used were just low-purity knockoffs. Seo-jang added, instead of giving you superhuman strength, it makes the body fall apart fast. Hyper produced by criminal organizations has already started circulating. It's only a matter of time before it hits the general public. We could all imagine the chaos the world would fall into. Seo-jang imagined it too and warned immediately, if we don't stop it, this world will turn into hell. She continued, we have to catch that ghost bastard and stop him from making Hyper. Lee Jong-sung spoke up again. Help us, and your future safety and quiet life will be guaranteed. If I dig deeper into your background, more weird stuff will pop up, identity theft, borrowed names. If it all comes out at once, it'll be impossible for you to live the life you have now. Shin Min-cheon felt he had no choice. Fine, I'll help. You'll settle everything, right? Lee Jong-sung confirmed firmly. I'll give you a perfect identity. You won't be bothered again. He couldn't stay quiet. I don't think I should take these risks just for that. His gaze was somber. You care about Hyper, and eventually you'll find out. You won't get more solid info on this anywhere else but from our research. The corner of his mouth quirked up. He knows exactly what I want. Suddenly he stood up and slammed his hand on the table. All right, let's do it. And let's not talk about dying anymore. The scene shifted to 2 days later at Fukuoka Airport, Japan. Shin Min-cheon and Park Seo-jang were walking together. He stood in front of a white car. A young man turned to look at him and introduced himself cheerfully. Glad to meet you. My name is Kim Dae-gang. He replied with his own name. I'm Shin Min-cheon. After getting in the car, he looked at his phone. The guy asked curiously, I just transferred from the Special Forces. What unit were you in? He replied very casually, I'm unemployed. Kim Dae-gang kept a bright smile on his face, but inside he was cursing. What the hell is with this guy? Next stop was Tianjin, an NIS warehouse. Park Seo-jang was standing with 2 very muscular guys, greeting each other. These are the members for this operation. She introduced them one by one. First was the guy with chestnut hair, Si-hyung, in charge of logistics. Next was the platinum blonde guy, Ki-hyuk, in charge of electronics. He waved and said friendly, I'm Lee Ki-hyuk. Seo-jang turned to the 2. And this is, before she could introduce him. He said it himself, Shin Min-cheon. Immediately, one of them asked, I heard she tracked you down herself. Where did she get your file? Instead of explaining, he refused. Can't tell you. Si-hyung asked again, where did you work before? His answer was deadpan. Unemployed. I own a cafe in Bangcheon-dong. This made Si-hyung's face darken while Ki-hyuk burst out laughing. Seeing Ki-hyuk laugh, the angry Si-hyung turned and glared at him, gritting his teeth, which made Ki-hyuk jump. Si-hyung reached for a bag behind his pants. I heard the manager gave you full control over the operation. Why haven't we heard about our lives being in the hands of someone like you before? Si-hyung turned away, still frowning. Just another wage earner like me. I have no choice but to do what I'm told. Unexpectedly, Si-hyun whipped out a gun, pointed it straight ahead, and barked, you think I'm just gonna let you walk? Bang! Si-hyun actually pulled the trigger. He lowered the gun with a smirk. Surprised? It's a signal flare. Sojang, completely panicked by his stunt, screamed at him, you Si-hyun. Watch your damn attitude. Facing her outburst, he just smiled. You can't just stake your life on someone unverified, right? Unlike her, Shin Min-cheon stood there chewing his food, perfectly chill. Si-hyun couldn't help but be impressed. You didn't even flinch. I'll give you credit for the guts. Shin Min-cheon looked at him while still chewing. Are you kidding me? You call this verifying with this toy? Si-hyun replied. Well, you'll get the rest once the mission starts. But Shin Min-cheon wasn't even slightly fazed by the threat. Just do it right. He felt genuinely enraged by Shin Min-cheon's provocative calm, especially when he added, with a real gun next time. Gritting his teeth, he pointed the gun at him again. You think I won't use live rounds just because he said that? Seeing him double down, Sojang shouted in a panic, Stop it, you Si-hyun. That's an order. But her words didn't reach him. He actually pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Shin Min-cheon's hair and shattered a chunk of the wall behind him. Even though the bullet nearly hit him, he didn't show a single trace of fear. He stayed stone cold. This made Si-hyun curse inwardly. Use a live round, and he didn't even budge? This bastard. Then he gave a forced laugh. Fine, I admit it. We need this nut job for this crazy-ass mission. Before he could finish, Sojang lunged at him and twisted his arm behind his back. She moved fast, slamming him face first into the ground. Then she warned him, if you go rogue during a mission again, that'll be a quick decision. Got it? Now, he finally felt a flicker of real fear. You know me, I didn't mean it like that. Isn't this operation a pretty grim situation for all of us? Sojang closed her eyes. You, after this op, hang up your uniform. You're going to the disciplinary committee. He stayed stubborn. If you even live that long. She let him go and signaled the other three to follow her upstairs, reminding them, meeting time. Shin Min-cheon glanced at him. So his name is Yu Si-hyun. He evaluated him. If he doesn't like something, he'll pounce immediately. Damn, talk about an abuse of power. The projector flickered on. Ki-hyuk stood at the podium and started speaking. He just like those types back in Analyst. The first slide showed Japan. Men covered in tattoos, one holding a sword. Instantly recognizable cultural vibes. Ki-hyuk continued, the first dataset I'm showing is intel on the Shinsengumi, based in the original Kyushu region of Japan. The Kyushu area, including Fukuoka, was dominated by a group called Kodokai. Images appeared as he spoke. Shin Min-cheon, standing in the corner, finally spoke up. However, a new organization called the Shinsengumi replaced Kodokai and has dominated most of Kyushu for the past 3 years. Ki-hyuk closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly. That's because of Hyper. That's still a possibility. Shin Min-cheon added. That's not all. When they hit Kodokai, they used tasers and grenades, but not many. Recently, the Yamaguchi-gumi, Japan's largest organization, collapsed due to internal wars. The Shinsengumi stepped into that vacuum and gained global traction. Rumor has it the Japanese government is involved in this abnormal growth. This high-grade Hyper is the Shinsengumi's main income source. The revenue is allegedly flowing into offshore accounts for a research office and a safe house. Hearing this, Ki-hyuk asked a question. So our opponents now are Yakuza backed by Japanese sages? Sojang finally added, it's not clear yet, but I'd say the odds are high. The screen displayed images and names of Shinsengumi members. The conversation shifted to identifying the target. A third-ranked Shinsengumi, Noguchi Yasu. He's in charge of the Fukuoka area. Does he have info on Ghost? Nothing on Ghost yet. Then why kidnap him? The person with the closest ties to Ghost is the drug supplier for the Shinsengumi. Lee Yong-ho is a third-generation Korean-Japanese. He supplies all the latest high-grade Hyper to the Shinsengumi. The Shinsengumi boss is Obuchi Nato. I haven't found his location since yesterday, but Noguchi Yasu definitely knows. Shin Min-cheon started connecting the dots in his head. Ultimately, Noguchi Yasu is the first link. We have no choice but to start with him. Park Sojang spoke up. We should kidnap him quietly. It'll be hard to negotiate with the Shinsengumi, given how few of us there are. I have an idea. His voice made everyone turn a look. Scene shifts to Noguchi Yasu's secret meeting spot on a main road in Fukuoka. Kim Dae-gang sat in a car, staring at his phone. Si-hyun and Ki-hyuk monitored the GPS. Si-hyun was skeptical. You sure this crazy-ass plan is gonna work? Ki-hyuk smiled. Why not? It's worth a shot. They watched Shin Min-cheon walking toward two guys in sunglasses, carrying a briefcase. Si-hyun couldn't help but comment. He looks like a total normie. Are you sure about him? He's got zero experience in this field. Ki-hyuk stayed calm, a slight smirk on his face. I'm sure Sojang and the manager know what they're doing. This attitude made Si-hyun want to punch him. He balled his fist and muttered, that son of a bitch. On the other side, the guy in sunglasses looked at him and said, what's this? You ever seen this face before? Shin Min-cheon calmly introduced himself. Mr. Noguchi just ordered a special delivery today. He opened the bag to show them. I'm an expert in this particular game. The bald guy gritted his teeth. You better do a good job. If we aren't happy, you're gonna find it real hard to do business in Fu. Before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed past. He had already zipped past him, taking out the long-haired guy and dropping the bald guy in the same motion. The guy could only finish his sentence with a weak quoka. Shin Min-cheon was totally smug. Don't worry. I might not know much else, but I'm damn good at throwing hands. Walking through the door, he spoke into his comms. I'm in. Anything happening? On the other end, the headset crackled. Security cameras successfully hacked. You good to go? As he stood before a door, the voice reminded him. Remember, keep the target safe so the Shinsengumi don't notice. Also, don't cause trouble with the locals, okay? Shin Min-cheon rang the bell and said, I told you not to worry. I might look like a tank, but I'm actually a pretty smart guy. When the door opened, he was met by a massive man in a suit. This guy looked incredibly fierce as he interrogated him. Who the hell are you? Where's Tatsuo? He flashed a perfectly fake business smile. I'm sorry, Tatsuo came down with the flu, so I'm filling in for him. He glanced inside and continued. We can't keep the boss, Mr. Noguchi, waiting. You don't even have to pay for today's service. The man glanced inside as well. Fine, get in. That tatted-up guy was still drying his hair, not even bothering to look back. It's actually nice to have a little variety for once. Suddenly, the man in the suit took a hit so hard he went flying. A situation like that made the tatted guy's eyes widen as he whipped his head around. Without a second's hesitation, Shin Min-cheon lunged at him. He took the hit but still couldn't process it. What the hell is going on? Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the DPRK, General Reconnaissance Bureau. Another curse rang out. Did those North Korean mad dogs actually come here themselves? Noguchi Yasu was kidnapped and taken to the team's base. His hands were bound tightly, and he was hung up in the dark base, lit only by moonlight. He glared at the Reconnaissance Bureau agents, teeth clenched and growling. You know who we are, right? Shin Min-cheon spoke up. The drugs you've been supplying are causing a lot of problems for our community's business. A North Korean flag was pinned to the wall. Yasu definitely wasn't escaping this place. He growled, body hanging as sweat poured down his face. One of the Reconnaissance Bureau's main overseas operations is drug distribution. While our organization's business was booming, I heard reports of internal conflicts in the Bureau. Shin Min-cheon stood there with a towel around his neck to wipe the sweat. He asked, have you ever heard the name Lee Yong-ho? Si-hyun held a gun aimed right at him. Park Sojang sat in front with her legs crossed, listening to the interrogation. Her cold demeanor made Noguchi Yasu break. Even with his hands tied, he kept lying. I don't know. I've never heard that name. If it's about the drugs, only the Oyabun knows the supply plan. Min-cheon followed up, then where's the Oyabun? He refused to answer. Be betraying the organization means death. I don't think you realize the gravity of your situation, he said, making Yasu's face turn pale and wrinkled with fear. You're gonna die today anyway. If you answer me, I'll grant you a quick, painless death. Yasu realized the horror. He grimaced, sweat dripping. These guys aren't even covering their faces. There's no way I'm getting out of here alive. But if I die, just as he hit rock bottom, Park Sojang held up a photo. We're only killing you. Your family will stay alive, she said, terrifying him even more. She glared and continued. Our agents are watching your family in Melbourne. You know exactly who we work for. In her hand, the photo showed Yasu's wife holding their son, both smiling happily. Yasu went silent for a long time. Finally, he looked up. The big boss will be at the Yamaguchi-gumi Kobe funeral home until the day after tomorrow. Just promise me. Promise you won't touch my family. He mumbled, sweat and tears streaming down his cheeks. Having secured the intel, Sojang and Min-cheon left with their subordinates. Si-hyun pointed his gun at Yasu, the barrel still faintly smoking. He growled, I'll keep the promise. Min-cheon looked at Sojang, who had her arms folded. She's still surprised after what just happened? Impersonating the reconnaissance bureau was my idea, but I didn't know she actually had that photo. These people act without a shred of hesitation. It was worth doing, he thought. She turned to Ki-hyuk and ordered, Ki-hyuk, find a Yamaguchi-gumi Kobe funeral home first. Ki-hyuk already had his laptop open. He narrowed his eyes at the screen. Hold on a sec, everyone. Sojang, Daegang, and Si-hyung gathered to check the info. Daegang recognized Yoshinori Watanabe, the one who had passed away. Si-hyung also recognized him as the Oyabun's mentor. Ki-hyuk let out a dry, cold laugh. He asked, you guys know the Yamaguchi-gumi is split into two organizations, right? The Yamaguchi-gumi and the Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi. Two groups of terrifying big shots constantly at each other's throats. He continued, there's a secret war between the successors. The funeral for this fifth-generation Oyabun has created a temporary truce, but obviously, even a tiny spark will trigger a massive riot. That's why everyone is gathered at Yoshinori Watanabe's funeral, along with the organization's muscle and the entire Kobe police force. Given the massive scale and tight security, Ki-hyuk thought it's almost impossible to kidnap the Shinsengami's big boss from a place like this. Si-hyung wondered, why are you explaining it like that? It just makes us look screwed, doesn't it? Ki-hyuk and Sojang were processing the data. Hearing Si-hyung, Min Cheon smirked. Instead of being screwed, we're actually doing great. He played with the words, making him ask what? What do you mean? You're confident the board is well organized, right? This situation is actually an advantage for us. Si-hyung still didn't get it and frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Let's light this place up, he suggested. A scene of a raging sea of flames appeared. When a fire breaks out spectacularly, everyone can't help but watch. Fast forward to Yoshinori Watanabe's funeral. Two organization members arrived to bow. The funeral was held at the house as the sun began to set. The Yamaguchi-gumi and Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi factions faced off, trading insults. These punks have no order. They're everywhere. The other side didn't hold back either. Which one of you was the loser pushed back by the foreclosure team? But the fifth generation was dead and gone, right? If it wasn't for the truce, they'd have been crushed already. The Kobe faction's words instantly provoked the other side. The leader shouted in a rage, what? You traitorous bastard. He screamed, reaching into his suit pocket to pull out a weapon, ready to get physical. He growled, his face contorted and veins bulging in anger. I've had enough. But before he could finish, he let out a GUH and collapsed. A single shot to the gut sent blood splattering. The knife he just pulled out became useless before he could even use it. The leader's fall sent his underlings into a panic. They drew their knives and screamed, traitor! They have guns. The whole crowd charged, ignoring the truce. The truce is over. Don't let a single Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi dog leave alive. The two factions clashed. Knives and machetes swung in a chaotic bloodbath. They grabbed collars and stabbed repeatedly. The scene turned into a savage, messy hellscape. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sniper barrel emitted thick smoke right after firing. That gun was operated by someone sitting in a white van. Si-hyun, in position. He had sniped accurately to cause the commotion. After finishing the task, he spoke through his headset. Copy that. When moving out, after cutting the comms, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. I shouldn't have listened to that bastard. If our tracks are exposed, this is going to be a diplomatic nightmare. Hearing that, Ki-hyuk, sitting inside, just gave a flat laugh. He was also wearing a headset. Did you really think I let you face the Shinsengami alone? Si-hyun stowed the gun and glared at him angrily. Are you laughing right now? Ki-hyuk non-reactively squinted at the code running on his computer. Well, I'm not going to cry. It's time. Now run and don't look back. Hearing that, Si-hyun resigned himself, squinting and gritting his teeth. I'm going to die before I even get married because of some lunatic. Ki-hyuk didn't hesitate to tease him. Well, if it weren't for this mission, getting married wouldn't be that hard, would it? Now it is? Provoked, Si-hyun grabbed his collar and threatened him. Hey! On the other side, the Shinsengami big boss, the actual target, was escaping after the brawl between the two Yamaguchi-gumi factions. An underling led the way, running. Big boss, this way. We have a car waiting at the back door. The two ran for their lives toward where Min Cheon was waiting in disguise. The underling opened the door for him. Both were in such a panic to escape that they didn't realize it was a trap. Min Cheon stood right behind the underling, ready. He unleashed a powerful, high-impact punch. It sent the big guy crashing down instantly. Just as the target was crawling into his seat, Min Cheon was quick as a flash, pinning a syringe to his neck. The moment he plunged the needle into his neck, blue-black veins erupted from his throat and spread across his face. He growled, teeth gnashing, and mumbled, Are you with the Yamaguchi-gumi? Before he could even hear the full answer, the guy was already tripping balls, foaming at the mouth and passing out, only managing to let out a weak ugh. At that moment, Min Cheon reported through his earpiece, target secured. heading back to the safe house. He hauled the target into the white van, and the vehicle immediately sped back to base. While driving, Dae-gang and Min Xion instantly realized something was wrong. Dae-gang was at the wheel, while Min Xion sat in the back, leaning forward. He turned his head to sense the perimeter. Wait, we're being tailed. Dogong panicked, tailed. Since when? Min Xion signaled him. I'll handle them. Just floor it. He scanned the situation for guys armed with rifles and wearing body armor. All four were masked, sitting inside a sturdy-looking black vehicle. He contacted Ki-hyuk through the earpiece. Find us a spot away from prying eyes. Hearing this, Ki-hyuk broke into an anxious sweat. Head straight for 500 meters. There's an unfinished road there. Min Xion confirmed the location and spoke sternly to Dae-gang. You got that? Just keep driving so we can get back to the safe house. We have to shake this tail first. Dae-gang shuddered, white-knuckling the steering wheel. He groaned, Ugh, the moment I heard I was working with you, I knew my luck had run out. He urged Min Xion, hurry up and grab a gun. Min Xion leaned down, rummaging through the gear for a weapon. Finally, he pulled out an assassin's dagger. With a confident smirk, he said, this is exactly what I need. His overconfidence stunned Dae-gang. He screamed, what the hell? And suddenly jerked the wheel. The van screeched as he slammed the brakes, drifting sharply off course before stopping right next to the construction area. The heavy friction sent sand and dust flying everywhere, creating a thick smoke screen. Min Xion stepped out of the van, casually tossing and catching the knife like it was nothing. Hands in his pockets, he strolled forward through the settling dust. Dae-gang sat in the van, still reeling. He gripped his gun full of doubt. Shin Min Xion, you've got some secret plan I don't know about, right? The logistics team is like a secret weapon, right? Right, Shin Min Xion. Dae-gang pleaded internally, terrified as he watched Min Xion face four fully equipped men armed with rifles, completely unarmored and carrying only a knife. One man raised his rifle, finger on the trigger, but suddenly a flash of light streaked past, slicing the top of his rifle in half. The lightning speed left him unable to react. Immediately, Shin Min Xion circled behind him, knife ready in an attack stance. The guy wasn't a total pushover. He dropped his rifle and drew a revolver, spinning around. He opened fire instantly, leaning back to keep Min Xion at bay. Min Xion dodged the bullets, which flew faster than the wind, calculating his moves. Once the primary is busted, he goes for the sidearm, he noted, unimpressed. These guys don't hesitate to kill at all. He realized these guys were on a completely different level than common thugs. Watching this, Dae-gang's teeth rattled with fear, his hand trembling on his gun. They're highly trained, he realized. This isn't the Yakuza. Finally, Dae-gang's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face in disbelief at the earth-shattering scene unfolding. Back at the base, Sojang stood before the monitors. She radioed Dae-gang, status on the target. Dae-gang stammered, still shell-shocked. He's safe. Sojang signaled, laser team, enter the autonomous zone in 10 minutes. No, wait, she cried out. He looked out to see Min Xion standing tall and composed over the bodies of the mercenaries. He wailed in shock, Shin Min Xion, how the hell did you do that? He babbled. I thought he was just a special forces consultant for Japan Ops. He screamed, but he's not even human. In Min Xion's hand was a sphere of immense power. The ground was cracked from the impact. Of the four mercenaries, those not unconscious were cowering before Min Xion's supernatural might. Sojang heard the report and closed her eyes with a sigh. She explained, some local gangs used to have low-grade hyper, but they were wiped out. Shin Min Xion fought them. I don't know how he got that power, but that's a secondary issue now. The only hunter Korea has is Shin Min Xion. He stood there with an overwhelming aura, supernatural power, glowing from his palms. Suddenly, as Shin Min Xion stood there, a live grenade with the pin pulled was dropped right next to him. The grenade glowed in midair, set to blow instantly. Shrapnel and the pin flew everywhere. Sensing the danger, Min Xion glanced back just as the area erupted in a massive explosion, sending black smoke and flames billowing into the air. Hearing the blast, Dae-gang leaned out of the van and yelled, Shin Min Xion. To the side, one mercenary, the one who threw the grenade, stood holding a detonator in one hand and a gun in the other. Behind him, thick black smoke rose like a tidal wave, sweeping through the area. Shin Min Xion suddenly appeared right in front of his face, making the guy jump in sheer terror. He delivered a couple of strikes that knocked the guy out cold, eyes rolling back before he could even make sound. The body fell right in front of the last surviving mercenary. The last guy panicked, fumbling with his gun as he saw his comrade go down. Min Xion lunged at him, hand poised to strike. After taking him down, he mocked, You didn't even think about your partner, did you? The immense pressure made the remaining guy grit his teeth, unable to even turn his head. You son of a bitch. He cursed at him one last time before Min Xion swiftly slipped behind him and delivered a blow to the back of his neck, knocking him out. It was over. The three bodies lay scattered across the construction site, the ground cracked and broken. Min Xion hoisted one of the mercenaries over his shoulder and threw him into the back seat, hands bound and mouth gagged. Daegang stared at the bound man as if he'd been kidnapped. "Why are you taking this guy?" he asked uneasily. Min Xion replied, "I need to find out who's hunting us. I can't keep working if I don't feel comfortable." With everything settled, both got in the van. Daegang was still at the wheel, but he found the previous events hard to believe. "What did you do to them?" Min Xion asked. "What do you mean?" Daegang didn't turn around. He looked at Min Xion through the rearview mirror. "You closed the distance in a heartbeat, didn't you? It looked like you were teleporting or something." Min Xion just gave a cold humph and made an excuse. "I just run fast." Daegang didn't buy it. "What? You?" He repeated, his tone more annoyed. "I said I just run fast." At that point, Daegang figured it was best to stop talking. Once the van arrived at the safe house, the target and the captured mercenary were placed in chairs. Daegang, Sojang, and Min Xion prepared to interrogate them. Both captives were tied up tightly. To prevent any escape attempts, Si-hyun sat on a chair behind them, supervising. The armed mercenary was now awake and fuming, cursing at Min Xion. Min Xion spoke up, the words "son of a bitch" coming out of this bastard. They must be from the 5th Bureau, the Overseas Intelligence Wing of the General Reconnaissance Bureau. Sojang was surprised. That's North Korean slang. She wondered, from North Korea? Why would they try to stop us? Daegang shook his head. No idea, but these guys are trained in military tactics. Min Xion smirked. Why worry? Just ask them. The North Korean soldier growled in anger. You capitalist pigs. You think I'll give up info on the organization that easily? The primary target was still unconscious. The soldier let out a forced, cold laugh but stayed defiant. Torture me all you want. Nothing can break the faith of a revolutionary warrior. But unexpectedly, Min Xion pointed out, "You're not North Korean." He tilted his head back, his face darkening with contempt as he looked down at him. "My ears are pretty sharp. I heard you speaking Japanese in the car when you were chasing me." The soldier remained stubborn. "Don't waste my breath. Just kill." Before he could finish, Min Xion cut him off threateningly. "Shut up, you piece of S." Suddenly, he pressed a finger to the soldier's forehead. Instantly, the man was hit with an agonizing pain that seeped into his very marrow. He screamed in agony, "Aff." Min Xion pulled his finger away and mocked him. "I have a friend named Obara, a former subordinate of mine. Her interrogation techniques are top tier. This is how she does it. Want me to tell you a truth that never changes?" The soldier was still in shock, unable to recover, eyes wide with terror as saliva and tears streamed down his face. Human beings are born to spill everything when they get hit. With that, Min Xion glared, his pupils flashing as his hand erupted with terrifying electric sparks. The two men screamed in agony. "Arg. Please stop." The scene quickly faded to a desperate shade of red. After the physical torture, the soldier's spirit was broken. When asked which unit he belonged to, he answered submissively, "The International Department of the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office." Having squeezed out the info, Min Xion glanced at Sojang. "You heard of them?" Sojang of course knew. It was a special forces unit in Japan. She thought to herself, "I'm certain this was a covert move, but they're tailing us like they know our every plan. These guys are tracking Obuchi NATO, not us." She recalled the internal meeting. Ki-hyuk was talking about Japan. During the meeting, he had mentioned that the Shinsengumi was linked to the government's intelligence research office. Seeing that, she furrowed her brows as a crucial detail suddenly clicked. She crossed her arms and looked up. "Is Obuchi NATO also an asset for the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office?" Caught red-handed, the soldier turned pale and stammered. "Why, yes, sir." "Yes." Minchin pointed a finger at the target's forehead, an electric current surging from his hand into the man. "Should we have a little chat with the Shinsengumi's Oyabun now?" Instantly, an electric shock enveloped the Oyabun, making him scream in agony as his whole body felt like it was burning up. "Arg." Minchin began the interrogation protocol. "Where is Li Yongho?" The man screamed, I don't know." Seeing his stubbornness, Minchin thought, this guy used to be an inside man. He won't spill his guts that easily. The Oyabun kept his mouth shut and gritted his teeth, refusing to talk. Sojang had to glance over at Si-young, who was sitting behind. Seeing her look, he understood immediately. He stood up holding a syringe, just like the one Minchin used to kidnap the target. Without a second's hesitation, he jammed it in. The needle sank into the Oyabun's neck, making him let out a silent scream of indescribable pain. Veins bulged across his face. Si-young didn't show a hint of remorse, leaving even the soldier staring in shock. Minchin asked her, "What if he dies like that?" Sojang simply replied, "We've wasted too much time on him already. We just had a shootout in Kobe's business district. The Japanese police must be itching to find us right now. She turned back to continue the interrogation. Let me ask you again. What about Lee Yong-ho? He played dumb. Who? Who's Lee Yong-ho? He's the one supplying the upgraded hyper to your organization. Where's he? Despite the pressure, he stayed stubborn. I told you I don't know him. Because he wouldn't budge, Si-young jammed another syringe deep into his neck. A grotesque black substance emerged, making the blood vessels pop and his eyes roll back white. So-jang glanced at Ki-hyuk. How much time is left? Ki-hyuk, busy tracking info on his laptop, turned around. Police found us on the street cams. They even dispatched the SAT to support the Kobe police. Estimated arrival, 20 minutes. Si-young wasn't surprised. Since this guy was part of the special unit, he kept a syringe pinned to the Oyabun's neck. He raised another one of the same kind. He plunged it into his neck immediately. A murky dark aura seeped out as veins throbbed violently on his face and throat, causing the man to foam at the mouth. He yelled, "Where's that bastard Lee Yong-ho?" Driven to the absolute limit, the Oyabun finally broke. Arg. Hades. I first met him at Hades. Now I don't know. Where's Hades? So-jang continued to dig for info. Having the first clue, Minchin and Dae-jang stood nearby, listening intently. The Oyabun groaned, Busan. Recognizing the familiar location, So-jang and Dae-jang were startled. After confessing, the Oyabun's head slumped down. Ki-hyuk found it strange. Wait, if it's Hades in Busan. So-jang nodded. Yeah. It was a place managed by a high-profile mafia boss. A central building appeared with Hades and mafia signage, featuring images of beautiful girls and dazzling, luxurious lights. Mikhail Baskov. I didn't think I'd run into him again. Instantly, a semi-naked, muscular Russian man appeared, sipping vodka with a sharp gaze through a hazy mist, accompanied by his henchman. A bald man leaned in close. Mikhail, reporting a small accident with those Japanese guys. He continued, Obuchi Naoda of the Shinsengumi was kidnapped by an unknown person and has gone missing. Mikhail listened while chugging vodka straight from the bottle. After drinking, he spoke coldly. Just the fact that Obuchi Nato was taken from a funeral home has caught the attention of all of Japan. Truly amateurish. This is where the professionals step in. As he spoke, purple flames erupted around him, so hot the liquor in the bottle began to boil and evaporate. The subordinate asked, should we respond? Mikhail's eyes glowed purple. We need to let them know they're messing with someone else's business. Whether a mouse or a bird vanishes, we'll know. His voice was threatening, his aura evaporating into burning flames. He closed the matter for the day. At the scene of Minchin's fight with the 4 Japanese soldiers, the cracks in the ground from his impact were clearly visible. 2 investigators examined the site. The one with the top knot said, messing with the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office's Special Forces. These lunatics have a death wish. The man next to him disagreed. That's not the point right now. He frowned while looking at the cracked earth. If our relationship with the Shinsengumi is exposed, we won't be able to control things later. We need to act, track them down, and wipe every single one of them out. The top knot guy changed the subject. By the way, who are those people over there? I've never seen them. The other man looked over to see a short-haired girl with round glasses, wearing a cardigan and skirt, examining a gun barrel. She held the gun and timidly asked the long-haired, provocatively dressed woman next to her, Sis, do you think this gun was cut by a knife? She held the barrel that Minchin had sliced, but the other girl snapped back, are you stupid? How can a knife cut a gun? It's not a Fing laser. The polite girl got flustered. She used her hand to measure the cut. If so, that must be really hard, right? Suddenly her expression went cold. Her eyes sharpened. She swung her arm in a flash. In an instant, she drew a katana and leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of colorful red, orange, yellow, and pink slashes into the gun parts. The gun components were cleanly sliced and fell to the ground. Seeing the result, she cheered, Sis. Cease. I did it too. The other girl yelled, Shinobu, are you crazy? What do you think your katana is? You're playing a useless game. The terrifying scream made Shinobu shiver with fear as she sheathed her sword. Shastamat, I unsuri, sees, I furgot. While Shinobu was crying, the 2 investigators continued their discussion. Above all, I believe a hunter is involved in this. According to the higher-ups, hunting a hound requires more than that. We need a mad dog to bite and kill that hound. He said, looking toward Shinobu, who was nervously asking, yes, sis, you're not mad, right? He admitted, this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. He continued watching the girl Shinobu called Sis, who had a beautiful, refined face but a scar near her eye. She was scolding her, be careful, you idiot. We need a rogue unit from the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office, the great hunter, Gunma in him. Gunma Shinobu and her sister should be called the Gunma sisters. Those 2 girls are the great hunters he mentioned. In him, the sexy and stylish older sister, had Shinobu admiring her. I wish I was as smart and pretty as sis. At the airport, the sun was setting. Sojang's group had just returned to Korea from Japan. As they exited the gate, Ki-hyuk checked his watch. Si-young spotted an acquaintance and waved excitedly, while Dae-jang was struggling under a mountain of luggage. He grumbled, "Why am I the only one carrying everything?" "Hey, Kim Min-guk," Si-young called out. The man, with a buzz cut, was looking at something. He waved back with a grin. "You disgusting prick, you're still alive?" His massive build made the kid next to him wary. Si-young smiled and gave a thumb up. "I'm gonna outlive you, man." Min-guk just laughed it off. After the banter, Min-guk gave a military salute to Sojang. "Long time no see, manager." She smiled. "How are the others?" He replied, "I left the field. It's over. Let's head to the safe house first." They arrived at what looked like a shopping district, quiet in the late afternoon. Minchin's group followed to the base, passing an aquarium where fish swam around like they had built-in cameras. Sojang stopped in front of a wall and held her thumb in the air as if pressing a button. This confused Minchin. He peered over, wondering what she was doing since the wall looked empty. But her face was dead serious. Immediately, a sound echoed inside a hall where two people were, a dangerous-looking man with glasses and a woman. The man looked up. It was manager Lee Jong-sung. "You did a great job in Japan." He crossed his arms. "Now we just need to start immediately." Scene shifts to after Minchin's group entered. Jong-sung began the briefing. "I'm sure you've heard, but this time we're dealing with the Russian mafia. They're considered a top 3 organization now. The reason is this man." An image of a man appeared on the screen. Jong-sung said, "Dmitry Ivankov, former KGB executive." Minchin clicked his tongue. Unbelievable. An intelligence officer turned mafia boss? This country's really moving up in the world. Dae-jang stood next to him with a blank stare, while Min-guk stood behind them. Jong-sung explained, "That's how this notorious mafia could grow." Minchin found it hard to follow. He continued, "Alexandro Caroline was once in a team led by Ivankov in the 70s. Dae-jang asked, "I thought I'd heard that name before." "He's the silver-tongued Russian president who rules for life." He stood before his national flag, exuding an unpredictable danger. Minchin dug deeper. In Japan, intelligence agents looked after the Yakuza. Is this a state-sponsored crime? Dae-jang immediately turned to him and clicked his tongue. "This rude bastard. Should I tell the manager?" Jong-sung didn't hesitate to explain. Russia is tied to some of the business profits, but their main overseas business is weapons and drugs, specifically in Busan. Busan is the main hub for sending weapons and drugs to Japan and Southeast Asia. A map appeared with arrows originating from a red zone. Korea, or Busan specifically, shipping to Japan, China, Mongolia, and Russia. He added, "And the person in charge here is." The identity of this person made the whole group's faces darken, except for Minchin. Sojang, Dae-jang, and Si-young all saw this person as a formidable force. Mike Edabasco. The image of the Russian man drinking at Hades appeared. The head of the East Asian branch of the mafia. Jong-sung put his hands in his pockets and crossed his legs. He used to be Ivankov's right hand and operated mainly in Europe. He only moved to East Asia 3 years ago. Captain Park's team knows him best. Minchin's group listened intently. Suddenly, Min-guk asked Minchin while scratching his chin, "I heard you're a hunter. Where'd you get that surgical gene? Which combo do you use?" Minchin didn't dare answer, especially when he saw the dark, red-eyed, furious glares from Sojang, Dae-jang, and Si-young. Jong-sung spoke up to clear the tension. He picked up a paper and read, "Oh, and we've obtained some reliable intel from the Japanese side." Sojang asked, "Is it information related to us?" Jong-sung replied, "2 agents from the Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office smuggled themselves into Busan 2 days ago. They're called a rogue unit, Great Hunters. Their identities aren't well known to the outside world. Those 2 are the Ginma sisters, In-him and Shinobu." Sojang rubbed her chin in deep thought. This situation forces us to ensure Lee Yong-ho's safety while facing the most notorious mafia. On top of that, there's a government intelligence unit. While she was worrying, Minchin reassured her. "No need to worry." This snapped Sojang out her thoughts. He decided, "Let's take out every Japanese agent and kick that mafia boss's ass." Back at Hades, the hub was still buzzing, lights pulsing to the beat as usual. A bald subordinate leaned in and reported to Mikhail that suspicious activity had been detected on the network. Mikhail, semi-naked and chilling in the sauna, as always with a bottle of booze, asked calmly, "Is it the NIS?" The subordinate reported gravely, "It seems to be Japan's Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office, sir." He added that it looked serious. Someone had breached their network, and the trail led back to Japan. Their satellites were even tracking the organization's cargo ships. Mikhail went deathly silent. The subordinate added, 2 days ago, I was informed that 2 agents from the CIRO arrived in Busan. It looks like they're gunning for the special cargo hidden among the containers at the pier." Mikhail ordered, "Tell them to clear the dock." "Did I send Sergei's group yet?" The subordinate asked, "What about the Siparos?" Wondering if that was overkill. He was referring to the advanced tech suits, the organization's secret weapons. "It's a pain having only the two of us deal with government suits," Mikhail muttered, ignoring the concern. He warned that if they weren't well prepared, things could get messy. At his feet, a beautiful long-haired brunette lay submissively. The sound of steam made everything look like a hazy blur. The subordinate wondered if it wouldn't be better to move Li Yong-ho. Mikhail reached out and rubbed the head of a dazed young man, lying semi-naked by his chair, looking high as a kite. He said, "No, use this guy as bait." "Will the big boss's guess be okay with that?" he asked. Mikhail replied, "A true partner takes those risks." At his feet, the girl and the boy served him obediently as the steam swirled like a fever dream. Mikhail's eyes suddenly flared with predatory light. The NIS. The Zero. Those flies are about to get a proper lesson. The subordinate fell silent. The sauna was filled with half-naked youths draped in towels, lounging at his feet, connected to Mikhail's throne-like chair and a mysterious machine by electromagnetic tubes. At the Busan Pier, it was dead of night. No one was in sight, except for the artificial lights cutting through the rows of containers. Gunma, Inhim, and Shinobu moved together on their mission to recover the item. They stopped as Inhim took a call. "Inhim, are you crazy?" The voice on the other end screamed, but she just replied coldly, "I'm busy. I don't have time for a chat." She was dressed in her usual skin-tight, sexy tactical gear, and the dazed Shinobu was dressed similarly. The caller continued to fume. "How dare you operate on that peninsula without contacting us? If this goes south, it'll be a diplomatic disaster with Korea." The two girls didn't flinch. If anything, their expressions grew even colder. The man on the line was losing it. "Have you lost your mind? Stop this right now. Or, I'm calling the Director General." Inhim just smirked. "Captain Kuroza, don't worry about kissing up to the director. Just focus on how things are going." He gasped, "What?" Inhim frowned and barked bluntly. "Contacting the director is useless. This op was signed off by the Prime Minister himself. If we fail, this whole regime will be shaken." Kuroza flipped out. "Where's this bullshit coming from? You expect me to believe that?" He jumped so violently his colleagues backed away, so he had to lower his voice before hanging up. "Believe it or not, I'm done here." After hanging up, he gritted his teeth in rage. Since when does the PM get involved in this? Just then, a colleague called out, Captain Kuroza? There's a call from the Prime Minister's residence." Kuroza went speechless, breaking into a cold sweat as the reality of the situation hit him. On the other side, Shinobu stammered timidly, "Sis, you okay? That Kuroza guy. Should I go chop him into pieces?" Inhim cut her off. "Would it make you feel better if I let you do that? You dummy." She checked her phone and put it away. "It's time." Just then, a rubber dinghy approached them from the sea. They watched from atop a shipping container as figures draped in cloaks stepped onto the shore. They were moving cautiously, but suddenly realized they had run into two dangerous strangers, the girls waiting right in front of them. "I don't believe you're from the peninsula. Government office?" One man pulled back his hood to reveal a young guy with curly gray hair. Inhim recognized him immediately. "Li Yang-ho, don't make a scene and just wrap this up quickly," she ordered. Shinobu watched curiously from behind. "I didn't expect to run into you on the peninsula, Ms. Gunma," Li Yang-ho said, his gaze wary and his face pale with dark circles under his eyes. "I thought I'd never see you again." Inhim asked with a grimace, "So you chose the Russian mafia over us?" She smirked. "You think those street thugs are even challenge for us?" Instantly, Shinobu dropped into a defensive stance, hand on her hilt. Her glasses glinted as she got serious. Li Yang-ho laughed mockingly, his face darkening. He pointed a finger toward the sky, signaling one of the cloaked figures. "I could keep bullshitting you, but I'll tell you one truth before you die." The cloaked figure violently threw off its garment. Li Yang-ho's eyes glowed a terrifying red. He pointed dramatically at the armor that had been hidden. "This is the main body. That was just a decoy." "What?" Inhim was stunned. Li Yang-ho replied calmly, "We've been in the business of slaughter for 5 years. What happened in Japan was just a fluke." Facing an armored giant twice their size, Shinobu stood her ground in front of her sister. She stayed poised to draw. Inhim continued to provoke him. "A drug pusher like you dares to betray the Japanese government? You think you're getting away with this?" He shrugged. "This is what we call a hostile response. We're the ones who were betrayed. Your government broke the contract first." He tilted his head back, shielded by the massive armor. "The PM and his cronies are corrupt and wanted a slush fund. They handed products to organizations in China and Southeast Asia without even asking me. That's why the money started raining down like crazy. In the process, my name was even sold out to some intelligence agents. All of them are just profit-hungry politicians." Li Yang-ho declared, "You guys are the ones who caused this." As soon as he finished, Inhim fired a shot toward his group and barked, "Shut it. Am I your mother? Save the whining for when you get home." She complained, annoyed. Shinobu chimed in. Yeah, I don't even understand what you're talking about. Li Yongho frowned, his eyes turning pitch black as he spoke. That's right. After all, only like-minded people can truly communicate with each other. He then commanded the armor to open its palms and began channeling his qigong. He smirked. I guess only force can get through to you now. The armored giant shifted into an attack stance. The two sides clashed. Shinobu unleashed a flurry of rapid, red-hued slashes. No matter how powerful or fast her strikes were, the armor remained unscathed. Not a single scratch. The impact was so intense the air shimmered from the heat of the blows. The armored giant, which had been on the defensive, finally struck back. It threw a heavy punch, sending Shinobu flying. Seeing the direct hit coming, she shifted her sword into a blocking stance and skidded back. Once at a safe distance, Shinobu gripped her katana, steadying her breath and readying herself. She lunged forward, leaping high into the air. With both hands on the hilt, she delivered a full-force strike against the armored foe, but the attack didn't even leave a dent. Instead, the giant began charging energy in its forearm, a cluster of lightning sparks crackling around it. Shinobu was startled. She lowered her center of gravity and sprinted toward him, realizing her blade couldn't pierce him. This guy's a hunter. This is my first time taking on a Russian hunter. Thinking this, Shinobu warily watched her opponent as the electricity intensified and turned purple. If I beat him, her eyes widened with a savage, joyous grin. And Himani will praise me. She taunted him loudly. Oh no, your expensive suit is already broken. Shinobu sneered with a smirk. The energy reached its peak. A small but immensely powerful orb of lightning formed in the giant's hand, crackling with purple sparks. The giant unleashed the attack, two thunder orbs from both hands merging into a purple lightning beam aimed straight at Shinobu. That scratch is just from playing with a kitten, he roared. The massive wave of energy surged toward Shinobu, so fast she could only brace herself in a quick-draw stance. Shinobu gripped the scabbard and the hilt, pulling the blade. With one clean strike, she sliced the purple lightning beam in two, sending it off in different directions. She had successfully neutralized the Russian's attack. She gave a mischievous, triumphant laugh. Taking advantage of the visual cover from the smoke and fire, Shinobu leaped into the air, contorting her body to build momentum for a devastating strike. Her blade was ready. She dove down at godlike speed, tucking her legs for a landing right on his face. Shinobu's eyes glowed a fierce, hungry red. Knowing he couldn't dodge the blow because Shinobu was already poised for a lethal slash, the armored giant could only curse. You insolent brat. Shinobu delivered a powerful red slash that split the armored giant in half. She landed gracefully as the enemy went still in defeat. Dmitri, his cloaked comrades cried out in shock. Shinobu turned back with a smug, wide grin. See that, Ani? Smoke billowed from the shockwave of her strike. She tilted her chin up arrogantly. I thought Russian hunters were something special, but he was just as slow as the rest of them. One of the masked hunters snapped in anger. Dmitri, you idiot. You've tarnished the honor of Russian warriors. Warriors? So you guys aren't just from some criminal organization? In-him wondered, feeling a bit provoked as she rubbed her chin. I thought it was a bit weird for you guys to be wearing hunter gear. In-him mocked with a smirk. Don't tell me your secret government hit squad posing as the mafia. At these words, the Russian hunters didn't budge. Since their faces were covered, their expressions remained a mystery. Then, one of them gripped his cloak tightly. He violently ripped it off and tossed it aside, revealing a body clad in hunter armor just like Dimitri's. He spoke up. I told you, it doesn't matter whether you know or not. Dead men tell no tales. He then quickly shifted into an attack stance, forcing Shinobu to ready her blade to counter whatever move he was about to bust out. She drew her sword with lightning speed, keeping a sharp eye on the Russian and gathering all her strength. Then she lunged toward the Russian, aiming a slash straight at his head. The Russian reacted in time, ducking low with his arms loose, preparing a counterattack. But not letting him have his way, Shinobu stayed hyper-focused, unleashing a barrage of high-quality slashes with extreme speed and power. Her strikes sliced through the air so fast they created friction and steam, but she quickly left herself wide open. Seizing the opening, the Russian leaped up, his hand clenched into a massive fist, raining down purple lightning straight for Shinobu's head. The speed and destructive power, amplified by his armor, immediately made Shinobu feel the heavy pressure of the assault. Even though she managed to block it with her sword just in time, she was clearly struggling. The crushing pressure forced her legs to give way, making her drop to her knees. Not missing his chance, the Russian quickly threw an uppercut. He punched Shinobu square in the gut from below with extraordinary, demonic strength, sending her flying high into the air. The violent blow made her internal organs feel like they were being shredded. Blood sprayed from Shinobu's mouth. Gah! She coughed violently. Despite the painful injury, she managed a safe landing right next to him, watching the formidable Russian as he held his offensive stance. Shinobu glanced at her sister. She saw her stroking her hair with a calculating look and immediately knew what she was planning. She screamed out, trying to stop her. "You don't need to fight them." Inem gave a faint smile. "Can't you see, you dummy?" Her smile faded, replaced by a razor-sharp gaze. "The longer this drags on, the more exhausting it gets. Let's end this in one shot." She gave a signal, making Shinobu nervous but obedient. Undenstot. The two sisters, perfectly in sync, charged forward for a decisive battle. They immediately unleashed pinkish red attacks. They wove in and out, darting back and forth to distract the enemy. Both their eyes flared with light. The sisters moved like they were flying toward the Russian, who shifted into a defensive posture. Shinobu reached him first. She gripped her hilt tight and poured all her might into a strike against the armored man. But this guy was stronger than the last one. He naturally anticipated a headshot and ducked to dodge the blade. Shinobu followed up with another slash, forcing the Russian to crouch even deeper to block, leaving him unable to stand back up. Taking advantage of this, Inhim immediately unleashed a fire attack toward him. In an instant, her face turned sinister and cunning, looking like a literal demon surrounded by a raging sea of fire and embers. Inhim unleashed a massive, scorching wave of fire. The sheer destructive power was terrifying enough to make even that armor fail to protect the person inside. Realizing he'd been played, the Russian was stunned. Sparks? Didn't she only have physical strength? Besides this heat, this isn't normal fire. It was impossible to see his face, but he was definitely reeling from Inhim's terrifying power. In this situation, he had no way out. But then, a familiar voice rang out. "What are you doing, Sergei?" The Russian froze. He looked up to see Mikhail, standing right behind him. He was shirtless, appearing just steps away from the hellish flames. Mikhail had suddenly appeared behind Sergei, just as he was facing certain death. This stunned Inhim. She shouted, "So you're all cut from the same cloth?" While still raining down fireballs with the heat of hell, Mikhail reached out his hand and stared down the savage flames. He intended to block this sea of fire. In a split second, all the flames vanished into thin air. Using his sheer power, Mikhail erased every spark that dared approach him. He gave a triumphant smirk. This extraordinary power left Inhim in shock. She was visibly shaken. Realizing this man reeked of danger, she quickly landed and retreated, leaving Shinobu in front, ready to attack. Inhim, of course, knew exactly who this man was. One of the big 30, Mikhail Baskov. It was as if they had been expecting a high-level figure from East Asia to show up. She wondered, strange. It's like someone leaked my every move. The Gima sisters tried to stay calm. Inhim spoke bluntly. "Mikhail Baskov, just hand over Li Yongho, and we'll overlook everything that happened today." Mikhail asked coldly, "Li Yongho, do you know them?" Li Yongho replied, "The Japanese government invested a massive amount of money to raise their own hunters." He rubbed his chin, reflecting. The experiment was a failure, but two survived. Gima Inhim and Genma Shinobu. They are the results of that experiment. Li Yongho laughed and shrugged. "This is the first time I've seen them in the flesh. They must have spent a lot of the money they made off my hyper on these things." Mikhail glanced at him. Li Yongho continued nonchalantly. "Seems like after all that, the Japanese government doesn't rely on me anymore." Mikhail got annoyed. "Get to the point. They're defective products," Li Yongho said bluntly. Those words sent Inhim and Shinobu into a blind rage. Sergei, standing nearby, told Mikhail that the older sister used a power he'd never seen before. But he reassured him, "Don't worry. It's just some random skills I got as a side effect of the experiment." Those words made Shinobu snap. She told him, "Put it on." Mikhail stood tall, completely unfazed. Shinobu gritted her teeth, scowling in anger. A hunter should wear a suit to show their full potential. "I'm going to cut you and that suit into tiny little pieces." But even before Shinobu could react, Mikhail miraculously teleported next to her. He said, "That's what dead people say." Mikhail's eyes flashed with a blue light, a murderous aura rising along with overwhelming, massive power. In a heartbeat, Mikhail threw a punch straight into Shinobu's gut. The power was so intense it burned the air. It was so fast she couldn't block it, let alone see it coming. Under that terrifying pressure, Shinobu's body was sent flying, creating a massive impact that sent thick black smoke billowing through the entire area. "Shinobu!" Inhim screamed. Meanwhile, Mikhail took a deep breath, his eyes turning a soulless blue as he prepared to handle the remaining sister. Inhim sensed the danger and tried to unleash a fire attack, but was immediately smothered by Mikhail's sheer presence. The suppression caused her intense pain. "Ugh!" In-him groaned. In a momentary opening, Mikhail lunged forward, grabbing In-him by the throat, squeezing hard as he lifted her high into the air. You seem to really like these cheap tricks, don't you? Mikhail glared at her blankly. He hoisted her up, his grip tightening around her neck until she was paralyzed, unable to struggle, her body only shaking with excruciating pain. Fine, I guess I should meet your standards then. As he spoke, the hand crushing In-him's throat suddenly burst into flames. Shinobu, reeling from the shock of being kicked away, forced herself back up. She snatched up her sword and sprinted toward Mikhail's back just as he was about to deliver another blow to In-him. Shinobu swung with everything she had, slicing between the two. Exhausted and eyes glazed over, she desperately fought to sever Mikhail's grip and free her sister. Caught off guard by the attack, Mikhail had to pull his hand away from In-him. He immediately cocked his leg and unleashed a kick at Shinobu. The terrifying power and speed sent her crashing into In-him, forcing the older sister to catch her under the crushing pressure of Mikhail's kick. Having taken a series of lethal hits, Shinobu blacked out instantly and slumped to the ground. In-him knelt down in a panic, shaking her. Shinobu, wake up. Right then, Mikhail loomed over them. G.U.H. In-him hissed, shielding Shinobu's battered body, her eyes wide with terror as she looked up at the hulking, fearsome Russian. Mikhail's eyes flashed brilliantly. He spoke with cold mockery. The Japanese must be in a real hurry. Hurry enough to send these two defective products here to rescue Li Yang-ho. If it's a defective product, he said, raising his hand as flames began to erupt from his palm, then it must be disposed of. His ruthless words made In-him boil with rage, her eyes narrowing as she glared back with pure murderous intent. Just then, a voice called out, Joe, I came here to see a clash of gods, but what's this? Perched atop a container was Min Shion. The appearance of a third party made Mikhail snap his head up. Min Shion stood up and tilted his chin. Go do that shit in your own country. Rewind to one day ago. The NIS security conference room. Jang Song was briefing the team on Mikhail Baskov. After Min Shion finished speaking, three skeptical gazes from So Jang, Dae-gang, and Si Hyung were fixed on him. He remained pensive. Oof. Min Shion then spoke to reassure them. Don't sweat it. Dae-gang asked, confused, what do you mean? Min Shion explained, I can leak info to the Japanese. That should bait Li Yang-ho into moving to Busan along with that big shot mafia boss. Dae-gang was stunned. How are we going to pull that off? He guards classified info like his life depends on it. Min Shion replied calmly, I want the Zero agents and that notorious mafia to tear each other apart. Jang Song crossed his arms, listening intently to every word. We just need to time it right, and snatch Li Yang-ho. The sheer logic of the idea left the whole base shaken. So Jang and Si Hyung were floored, and Dae-gang was no exception. A from the Yongxiong was incredibly impressed. His idea is reckless, but his judgment is cold-blooded. It's impossible for someone with these skills to be a nobody. He grew suspicious. Shin Min Shion. This man must have spent more than a decade on the battlefield. Back to the present. Everything was playing out exactly as Min Shion had predicted. He watched from above as Li Yang-ho's group and Mikhail faced off against the Genma sisters. Suddenly, Sergei leaped 10 feet into the air, coming face-to-face with Min Shion. He growled, I don't know who the hell you are, but you're out of luck. With that, he lunged to land a punch on Min Shion. But Min Shion simply threw a light punch into the air, and an invisible force struck Sergei square in the gut. The stubborn Russian was stunned as he felt the surge of pain. G.U.H. He hissed, groaning from the heavy internal damage. Seeing the Russian like that, Min Shion smirked. His eyes glowed with two distinct colors as he clenched his fist again. Mikhail looked up from below. Although he kept a stone face, his pale eyes betrayed his shock. Li Yang-ho was no different. His eyes nearly popped out of his head after seeing Min Shion strike. Sergei immediately retreated, clinging to a container on the opposite side. Since the guy could still move, Min Shion found it odd. I hit him with just enough force, but he's still standing. Is it that weird armor? Sergei screamed out defiantly. So you really want to die a painful death? He ripped the connection tubes from his helmet, causing steam to hiss from the engines on his shoulders and boots. Red lights flickered on, and then he ignited into massive blue flames. Sergei rocketed into the sky like a space shuttle. Black smoke filled the air as the high-pressure jet thrusters propelled him upward. The new armor mode seemed to grant him terrifying power. Electric sparks shot out like lightning from the back of the suit, forming a web-like structure, wings that allowed him to hover in midair. The entire suit glowed with red alarm lines. Part of Sergei's face was visible, specifically his eyes, full of hate as he stared down at Min Shion. Mikhail watched, his expression unchanged, but he was internally on guard. Without that suit, even I couldn't beat Sergei when he's in this state. It was his ultimate, most powerful form, Siporo Sergei. In Siporo's mode, he soared high into the air and curled his body. He shifted his gaze perpendicular to the ground and instantly rocketed downward, focusing all his power into a landing kick. His target was Min Xion's exact position. His descent speed grew faster and faster. The moment he hit the ground, a massive, supernatural force detonated the container area. It was as savage as a bomb blast. A blinding light engulfed the area, followed by plumes of thick black smoke. However, there was no way Min Xion would be hit by that. He dodged perfectly and stood unharmed. Right behind him, Sergei had stayed on his tail, ignoring the massive explosion he'd just caused. Sensing him behind, Min Xion whipped around, ready to plant a fist right in the Russian's face. Sergei did the same, leaning back to wind up a punch just like Min Xion's, intending to make the other guy eat dirt. Both Min Xion and the Russian threw their punches simultaneously. The resulting shockwave from the collision was so intense that nearby cranes and containers buckled and exploded. Gray smoke rose as if the punch had triggered localized lightning and an earthquake. The overwhelming pressure from the opponent left both of them startled. Sergei proactively pulled his hand back as electric arcs crackled around him, charging him up. The air seemed to swirl toward him as he cocked his leg, ready to deliver a kick. He swung his leg, aiming to take Min Xion's head off, but Min Xion was alert and ducked under the lethal blow. He frowned, observing the enemy. It doesn't act like it looks. It's not just metal. This is the first time I've experienced this since returning to Earth. Sergei didn't stop there. He quickly swung his arm, launching another fist at Min Xion. Ugh! Min Xion managed to block the punch despite the massive shockwave. He grabbed the Russian's arm with both hands, locking him in place. Stunned that he could actually block the strike, the Russian cursed. Do South Koreans actually have the tech to produce hunters? Impossible. It doesn't matter how they put those suits together. There's no way biotech can enhance a body like this. The gene sequences prove it. Furthermore, this punk isn't even wearing a suit. He stared in shock at Min Xion, who was struggling to hold back his punch. Enraged, the Russian ramped up the heat, moving so fast he warped the airflow. He wound up his other fist, spinning to deliver a massive blow. Boom! A series of violent shockwaves rocked the area, wrecking everything in sight. The sheer pressure he forced on a Min Xion during that opening caught him off guard, causing him to lose his balance and stumble back. Sergei pinned him against the side of a shipping container. The impact was brutal, and being pinned meant Min Xion couldn't dodge, though he desperately maintained his guard. In an instant, another explosion ripped through the area thanks to Sergei's bottomless destructive power. As black smoke billowed, Min Xion grimaced. This was a whole different league compared to the junkies he'd faced in Seoul. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sergei closed in before Min Xion could react. He lunged forward, cupping Min Xion's face with his palm, unleashing a massive blast of thermal energy. He intended to incinerate and kill him on the spot. With zero mercy, he poured every ounce of his strength into the flames, making them burn white-hot. The fire spiraled out of control, spreading to other containers and triggering a chain of massive explosions. It was a total catastrophe. The force was so immense that heavy steel containers were tossed around like toys. A shipping container flew toward Mikhail. He casually raised a single hand to stop it. Nearby, in him clutched Shinobu's body, screaming in terror, but Mikhail's eyes glowed a menacing red as he swiped his arm. The massive container instantly halted and settled quietly beside him. Mikhail grumbled, "That brat Sergei. I get that he's hyped to use Siporo's mode after so long, but is he really going to ignore his own health for a thrill?" TSK. In him shot an anxious look at Mikhail. She realized Mikhail Baskov was talking to himself. Does that mean that purple suit didn't even use his full power when he fought me? At that moment, Min Xion took the full brunt of the flames, coughing up blood from his severe injuries. Ugh, he groaned, still clinging to life behind that toxic screen of black smoke. Across the comms, a panicked voice reached Min Xion. What just happened? Was that an explosion? Min Xion grimly wiped the blood from his mouth and lied, "Nah, just a guy's punch." "What do you mean? You're saying he caused that blast with just his hands?" Min Xion slumped down to recover his strength. "I told you, some interesting characters showed up." Min Xion slowly pulled himself up. He walked towards Sergei, who was hunched over after exhausting a massive amount of firepower. "After seeing your tricks, I don't think I'll ever need to watch fireworks again," Min Xion mocked, though his face was dead serious as he gritted his teeth. The Russian retorted, "I'll let you live on purpose. I'm curious about your identity. Even among hunters, few can tank a Siporo's mode attack without armor," he said, standing still. He narrowed his eyes. "It seems the Japanese really screwed up, letting undiluted hyper fall into the hands of someone like you." Sergei smirked. It's going to be a pain cleaning up your shattered remains once this undiluted hyper flows through your system and blows you to bits. He threatened, I'll break every bone in your body to paralyze you. Then I'll choke the life out of you. Facing his ferocity, Min Xion just gave a sarcastic laugh. Oh man, I'm shaking. You're starting to piss me off. Sergei continued to laugh manically. You clearly don't realize the situation you're in. He pointed at Min Xion. You're about to lose your mind to the hyper side effects. By the way, that I only used 50 of my power just now. This revelation left Min Xion stunned. Only 50? Back at base, Sojang, who was monitoring the situation and handling comms, asked worriedly, Shin Min Xion, are you okay? Jang Song and Ki Hyuk watched the monitors anxiously. Min Xion bit his lip, falling into a pensive silence for a moment. Then he spoke. Sorry. Confused, Sojang quickly asked. What do you mean? Min Xion grimaced, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. I don't think I can keep my promise. Sergei taunted, the promise to come back alive? You should have said your final goodbyes already. He brought his hands together, aiming his palms at Min Xion as flames roared, preparing to fire with even greater intensity. Min Xion simply corrected him. I promised to take them alive. Suddenly, his entire body began to glow. But now I have to kill them. He turned, channeling his power until he radiated brilliant, golden energy. Min Xion unleashed a blue-white attack interlaced with golden electric sparks, clashing head-on with Sergei's high-output flames. The heat was like molten lava, evaporating the air around them. The two forces collided, creating a massive upheaval. The roaring flames met Min Xion's descending thunderbolts. The shockwaves intertwined, each trying to crush the other. The sheer force was enough to blow anyone away, and Min Xion struggled to hold the line. He poured everything into his power, ignoring the encroaching pressure as the light blinded everything. Sergei screamed, Where's the guy who said he'd kill me? He continued to fire at maximum capacity toward Min Xion. The assault grew more violent. He screamed, turned to ash and disappeared. His reckless destruction soon triggered several more massive explosions. By now, thick black smoke completely blanketed the Busan port. The scene was pure chaos. Fire erupted everywhere, turning the pier into a wasteland. But then, the atmosphere suddenly turned eerily quiet. Mikhail looked toward the spot where Sergei and Min Xion had been fighting, his face unreadable. I guess it's over, he mused. He turned back to finish off the defective products from Japan. Don't worry, he told him. I'll send you off to join your sister. Hearing this, In-him snapped. She laid her sister down safely and dropped into a defensive stance against the Russian mafia boss. But someone had stepped up right behind him. Sensing the presence, Mikhail didn't turn around, trusting his subordinate. Is that you, Sergei? He asked, his deep voice sounding a warning. Don't interfere. Your suit will overload if you push it any further. He clenched his fist, ready to strike. The person behind him reached out a hand. Suddenly, Mikhail's eyes landed on something that looked like Sergei's head. He frowned. What? Even Mikhail couldn't believe his eyes. Sergei's head had been torn clean off his shoulders and tossed aside like trash. His body went limp. Don't worry, Min Xion said, dusting himself off as he approached the stunned Mikhail. You'll be joining him in a minute. His eyes flashed once more as he shifted back into attack mode. Mikhail leaned down to touch Sergei's severed head. He cradled his friend's head, whispering softly, Sergei fought by my side since we were kids. Min Xion said nothing. Even when I moved to black, he trusted me and followed without hesitation. He was a rare, loyal man. We were the only two who survived when our entire unit was wiped out. He stared at the last remains of his friend. Mikhail's eyes widened in sheer amazement. I never imagined I'd have to let you go on this tiny patch of eastern land. Minchin stood with his hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. You must have a real soft spot for your subordinates. Was he your lover or something? Huh, hee. Mikhail suddenly bared his teeth in a crazed, eerie laugh that killed the mood for Minchin. He frowned. Didn't you say you cherished him? Why the hell are you laughing? He turned his head, his face contorted in a horrifyingly ecstatic grin. I can't help it. Sergei would be happy in hell, too. He furrowed his brows fiercely, his excitement and bloodlust surging violently. Mikhail screamed, because I've finally met an opponent who can actually withstand my power. As he spoke, Mikhail instantly leaped high, channeling an immense force. His eyes flared red, generating a crushing pressure on the spot. His presence caught Minchin off guard for a moment, but he managed to throw a punch upward. However, Mikhail dodged the lightning-fast strike in time and snatched Minchin's arm, pinning him down and focusing his energy. He seized the opening for a counterattack, his fist glowing with intense red and orange power under Mikhail's amplification. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, culminating in a claw-like strike that literally tore through the air. The massive range of the blow forced Minchin to go on high alert and dodge quickly to the side. The shockwave from Mikhail's claw sliced the wall behind him in two. Minchin was surprised but stayed cool, trying to keep up with the movements of a man who refused to leave a single opening. A slash grazed his face, but Minchin managed to evade it just in time. He glared back, moving with extreme caution. He then sprang back into action, a blue flame igniting in his pupils as his expression turned dead serious. Minchin rained down a flurry of small but reinforced punches that warped the air, targeting Mikhail. They came as fast and heavy as a downpour, forcing Mikhail into a defensive stance, though he still took significant damage from the barrage. Minchin took a deep breath, and a radiant aura enveloped him, as if he were absorbing energy. Recharged, he cracked his knuckles. Suddenly, a vacuum or invisible force hurled Mikhail into midair, followed by a relentless storm of punches. Mikhail was stunned, his eyes widening. He can throw me into the air? He braced himself with everything he had. He then flattened his hand into a blade-like shape. Mikhail frowned, squinting one eye to focus his vision. He channeled his energy and swung his arm, dispelling Minchin's continuous attacks. His own glowing sparks began to surge back to life. Mikhail arched his body from above and tore through the air again, aiming at Minchin with a series of reinforced strikes. Unable to block this head-on, Minchin guarded his face to protect his vitals. His radiant aura coalesced around him like a shield. But suddenly blood sprayed. A sharp cut sliced across Minchin's wrist. The heavy bleeding shocked him, and a jolt of sharp pain caused his arm to stiffen. By the time he realized Mikhail had teleported behind him, it was too late. He spun around, his eyes burning redder than fire, as he poured all his strength into a lethal punch. Minchin didn't have time to fully turn. He looked back, desperately trying to counter. Mikhail was a step faster. With his full power, a fiery aura punch sent Minchin flying backward. Even though he had raised his guard, he took a massive hit. Minchin's eyes went white. He was stunned that he'd been wounded despite being on high alert. Furious, Minchin quickly regained his senses to land safely behind a screen of black smoke, minimizing further injury. This is what a man's punch should feel like. Mikhail raised his fist, taunting him heartlessly. But before he could gloat for long, a sudden wave of pain hit him. Mikhail's face contorted into a fierce scowl. Blood sprayed from Mikhail's chest. It was a deep, clean cut. Even he was shocked, wondering what kind of trick Minchin had used to pierce his skin like that. I always pay back what I receive twofold. A dagger appeared in Minchin's palm. He replied coldly, swinging the blade as trails of light followed his eyes, which had turned a different shade green. Mikhail touched his chest and looked at his hand. It was drenched in thick, red blood. He approached Minchin, keeping his hand pressed against the wound in a mysterious, rigid fashion. Mikhail wiped his hand across his face, his eyes widening in a grotesque manner. He slicked back his hair, leaving streaks of blood trailing down his face. Mikhail laughed like a demon. Despite the deep, wide gash, he casually licked the blood off his lips and held out both hands, seemingly preparing a new technique. Sure enough, he let out a roar as a massive, overwhelming surge of hellish red energy enveloped his body. His eyes turned white, radiating eerie white sparks as he clenched his fists like he was performing a summoning ritual. This bizarre behavior left Li Yang-ho in him and Minchin completely floored. A series of terrifying, deafening noises erupted. The massive pressure triggered a violent shockwave. As white smoke drifted through the air, Minchin squinted his eyes open. The moment he opened them, a wave swept across the area. The intense pressure forced Minchin to close one eye and brace himself. Li Yang-ho stood behind, shielding himself in the airwave. He nonchalantly raised an eyebrow and reminded him, "Mikhail Baskov, I told you, the testing for this never ends." Mikhail, now draped in a cloak, remained silent. "Stupid bastard," he muttered. Suddenly, explosions incinerated the cloak covering his body, revealing a suit of armor underneath. "I'll run that test today." Mikhail had equipped a suit far more advanced than the previous one, and his eyes burned with a fiercer red. Minchin was shaken, staring wide-eyed at Mikhail. On the other end of the line, Sojang asked, "Minchin, are you okay?" But he stayed silent. Mikhail spoke up, deliberately leaking info to the Japanese just to pit us against each other. Only the NIS would greenlight a plan like that. Sojang froze in surprise. That voice. Mikhail Baskov. You probably thought this operation was a success. But as you can see, I was thinking the same thing, and it's turning out great. Now I can wipe out the Japanese Zero and your NIS all at once. You pests who keep buzzing around me like insects. Mikhail's voice boomed. He wore the latest prototype armor, unbalanced, but clearly devastating given the continuous explosions it triggered. Minchin immediately leaped high, gripping his dagger as he lunged toward Mikhail. He desperately aimed his blade, his mind racing. That suit is still just a prototype. He isn't used to it yet. I have to win this fast. The more time passes, the more he'll synchronize with that gear. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past Minchin. It triggered an explosion, and he swerved to avoid it. But it turned out to be a trail left by Mikhail moving at godlike speed, using high-voltage lightning thrusters from his boots. Minchin was stunned by this insane speed. He couldn't keep up or even predict where the next bolt would strike as lightning filled the sky. Enveloping their battlefield, Mikhail closed in on him with the speed of a lightning bolt. Wherever his fire landed, it caused a terrifying detonation. Minchin didn't even have time to turn and react. He let out a pained groan, his eyes wide with shock. The lightning struck like a torrential storm, triggering terrifying explosions while buffing Mikhail's attack power and speed. The moment he whipped around, he shredded the boy's body. His claws unleashed bolts that tore through the very air and ripped the sky apart, as even more sparks flew from his armor. And in Mikhail's eyes, too, there was a sadistic glee. Don't die on me yet. We've only just started this test run. Min-Shion reeled from the agony of the gashes. He scrambled to regain consciousness and landed safely right in front of Ginma in him. But that last assault had been too savage. He was severely injured, to say the least. Min-Shion coughed up a spray of blood. He cursed under his breath, propping himself up on one knee and gritting his teeth to catch his breath. Damn it, he thought, blaming himself for being a couch potato for the last 5 years. I never thought I'd be finished off on Earth by a freak like this. With Mikhail's power resonating with the tankiness of his new battle suit, he had become a literal rampaging monster. Mikhail Baskov continued, "The output is peaking. I think I can stretch this for another 10 minutes. He fixed his burning red eyes on Shin Min-Shion. He stared back with eyes full of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he pushed off his knee to force his body upright. I need to ramp up my mana, but Earth's environment is totally different from Alphanist. There's no way to fast-charge mana here. The situation was circling the drain. Their reinforcements would be here any second. He'd have to scrap the plan to rescue Li Yongho. While lost in his thoughts, a woman's voice snapped Shin Min-Shion back to reality. Shin Min-Shion, engaging Mikhail Baskov is a suicide mission. You need to head to the evac point immediately. The voice kept echoing in his mind. Answering her, he replied, I don't have the luxury of doing what I want right now. I'm cutting the feed. See you back at the command center. Park Sojang was freaking out. She grabbed her headset mic and called his name anxiously, Shin Min-Shion, but all she got was dead air. The guy next to her looked just as shook. At the same time at the Busan Pier, the radio lay abandoned on the cold pavement, emitting nothing but a constant stream of static. Shin Min-Shion wiped the blood from his face with his wrist, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. The woman beside him spoke up. Initially, we had 2 missions. Rescue Li Yongho and take out the bastard who caused the mess in Japan. She explained grimly. Shin Min-Shion turned to In-Him and retorted, Neither of you is strong enough. In-Him shot back, Neither of us? Did you just say both of you? She was standing next to her younger sister, Shinobu, who was currently out cold. The image of the 2 girls flickered in the moonlight at the Busan Pier. 3 silhouettes stood amidst a sea of red flames. Shin Min-Shion remained silent. The woman beside him said, I don't care what the higher-ups say. Regardless of what happens to Li Yongho, that I'm putting Mikhail Baskov in the ground. She glared forward, her hand engulfed in a crimson flame. As for Shin Min-Shion, he was ready for war, gripping his sword as his deep blue eyes glowed brighter. He muttered, just don't trip me up. The blue smoke began to clear, revealing Shin Min-Shion on one knee, holding his sword up to his face. Beside him, In-Him stood, dusting off her hands, her back turned to him. Zing! Shin Min-Shion lunged toward Mikhail Baskov at supersonic speed. The blade in his hand was now just inches away from those glowing red eyes. Mikhail instantly shifted his body downward, his eyes flashing like a lit fuse due to his sheer reaction speed. Shin Min-Shion was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as his blue eyes tracked the movement. Mikhail Baskov evaded the strike from Shin Min-Shion, and simultaneously, he threw a lightning-fast counterpunch. His hand only caught the still, empty air. Shin Min-Shion had already slipped behind him. He hurled his sword at him. It nearly grazed the man. Seeing this, Mikhail whispered, more cheap tricks. Mikhail Baskov spoke as he leaped high to dodge the flying blade. Shin Min-Shion looked up at him, gritting his teeth in rage. The sword continued to chase him, and he twisted his body to evade. He landed a good distance away, but the sword, like a blue shooting star, wouldn't stop hunting him. Panicked, he raised his hand to block the blade. He moved so fast that sparks flew as the sword relentlessly tried to pierce him. Interesting technique, he thought. I've never seen a hunter manipulate a sword like this. As expected, I'm the only one elite enough for this guy. Shin Min-cheon spun around, controlling the sword with his hand. Behind Mikhail Baskov's back stood in him. She aimed her palm, which was gathering a fireball, right at him. She whispered Yomwa. A blazing red fire erupted from In Him's hand, engulfing him. But he just turned his head slightly and said, "Still don't get it? You're not in my league." With that, he swiped his hand through the flames, splitting them in half. Then he added, "You're just a pathetic subject." As he spoke calmly, his outer armor suddenly began to crumble. His eyes widened in shock. In Him looked at him with unwavering eyes. She said, "Yomwa's flames burn from the inside out. How's it feel to be roasted alive in that suit?" Mikhail Baskov looked dazed. He raised his hand to check himself. His outer shell was slowly disintegrating. He stared at the two of them, his eyes bulging as a wave of agony coursed through him. The dust cloud was finally settling. Revealed within was In Him standing next to Shin Min-cheon. He was on one knee with his hand on the ground, his blue eyes burning with resentment. Mikhail Baskov looked at him and said coldly, "Forcing me to shed half my suit doesn't change a thing." Shin Min-cheon stared him down. He shouted, "If it's you, it changes everything." Then he lunged forward at supersonic speed. "Protect the guest." Mikhail Baskov barked at his subordinate as a blue lightning-like flash zipped toward him. He was terrified, his eyes wide and mouth open. Following that flash, containers flew everywhere in a cloud of dust. Through the haze, the subordinate was seen being tossed aside. "Ugh!" The hatted subordinate groaned as he collapsed in pain. The white-haired guy next to him panicked and yelled, "Mikhail Baskov, are you okay?" As the dust cleared, it revealed Mikhail Baskov gripping In Him tightly by the throat. He hoisted her body up as she struggled in pain to pry his hand loose. He told her she could have escaped if she had only tried. "Because why?" he said, glancing down at her unconscious sister, Shinobu. A flash of memory surged through In Him's mind. Why am I so stupid? But sis, please don't abandon me. I'll do anything if it means getting stronger, a younger, shy Shinobu said, holding her hands up timidly. Back to reality. A tear silently traced its way down In Him's cheek. She was terrified, or perhaps filled with regret. Mikhail Baskov continued, "As long as they're dead, they have no value at all. Asians always find excuses for their own inefficiency." He tightened his grip on In Him's neck. "That's why you always lose," he remarked. The sky had grown increasingly dark. Li Yong-ho looked over at Mikhail Baskov. He asked with a stern face, "I have to ask you something, Mikhail Baskov. Were you just using me as bait?" Mikhail replied, "What? Are your feelings hurt?" Li Yong-ho gave a thin smile. His eyes were dark, with heavy shadows stretching beneath his eyelids. "Exactly," he whispered. "We've gotten great results because of it," he said, gesturing toward the ground where Shinobu and In Him lay defeated. He continued, "Now we just have to sweep up the Japanese hounds and confirm what their secret weapon is. This peninsula will fall into our hands soon enough." He smirked as he glanced over at Mikhail Baskov. Suddenly, he froze in shock at the sight of Mikhail's face. Mikhail's eyes were bulging, and sweat was pouring down his skin. "These peninsula punks have created an interesting weapon," Mikhail Baskov whispered. His face was grotesquely distorted. His eyes turned pitch black with blood-red pupils. Half of his face had been ruined by the flames. He ground his teeth, muttering Shin Min-cheon. Not far away, Kim Dae-young stood by his blue car. Before him lay the ruined, desolate landscape of the Busan Pier. The sky was dyed an eerie red, filled with drifting dust and smoke. A crackling male voice came through the radio. "Aren't you going to save Min-cheon-hyung?" the voice asked. Kim Dae-young, peering through binoculars, replied, "There's no need." The voice sounded worried, but before the caller could finish, Kim Dae-young cut him off. "He told me I'd die if I went in there." The Busan Pier was now a wasteland of wrecked containers and severely damaged cranes from the fierce battle. Standing on high ground, he observed the scene. There are only 4 hunters down there. The military would have to be deployed to deal with those kinds of people. On the other end of the line, a young man with platinum blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, scowled. "So he's going to stand there and watch him die?" he questioned. Kim Dae-young simply replied, "That guy isn't normal. Just have faith in his strength." He continued to monitor the area below through his binoculars. At the command center, Manager Park silently pulled off her headset. She crossed her arms, her face grim. "We'll be exposed if we keep waiting around like this." Behind her stood the platinum blonde boy and another burly assistant. The boy called out in a panic, "Team leader." She thought for a moment before speaking. "We'll wait 5 more minutes, then head back to the safe house." Back to Kim Dae-young. He was looking at his wristwatch, his face clouded. The watch display was visible. It was 4:24. Flames were still burning in a nearby forest where Kim Dae-young stood next to his blue car. The eerie silence of the woods was broken by a sudden noise. Kim Dae-young flinched and glanced behind him. He drew a handgun. Ah! Shin Min-cheon's voice rang out as he appeared. Put the gun down, it's me, he said, raising a hand. Kim Dae-young yelled. Shin Min-cheon, you bastard. What the hell were you thinking? He asked worriedly. How dare you ignore the retreat order in a situation like that? Answering the interrogation, Shin Min-cheon looked at him and said, someone had to buy time, so I did. If one of us gets caught, we're all screwed. I had to proceed with Plan B. Kim Dae-young stared blankly at Shin Min-cheon. What's Plan B? Shin Min-cheon explained. I failed to rescue Lee Yong-ho, but I can't let it end like this. As he spoke, he stepped forward and took the headset off Kim Dae-young. He put it on and asked, Ki-hyuk, what's the status? At the command center, the blond boy adjusted his headset and said cheerfully, I've locked onto a solid GPS signal. On the other side, Kim Dae-young asked suspiciously, GPS? What GPS? Ki-hyuk explained, I managed to sneak a tracker onto Lee Yong-ho. At the command center, the four of them stared at the computer screen. Park Seo-jang asked, so, Shin Min-cheon, you planned this and kept me in the dark? Shin Min-cheon replied smoothly, wait until I'm back to nag me. It's still not safe out here. Behind him, Kim Dae-young was rubbing his forehead, gritting his teeth in frustration. In a different space and time, Manager Park was reporting the incident to someone. Black isn't just a simple mafia. It took a massive amount of money and advanced tech to create those hunters. That's not a level ordinary criminal gangs can reach. They're definitely linked to the SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. Before her stood Manager Lee Jong-sung, arms crossed. He asked, what's the situation at the scene? She replied, we can't guarantee anything yet. Lee Jong-sung rubbed his chin, deep in thought. This deal is too big to report without concrete evidence. In the room, Kim Dae-young added, Shin Min-cheon tagged Lee Yong-ho with a tracker before leaving. Lee Jong-sung looked at Kim Dae-young, stroking his chin. I think we've avoided the worst-case scenario then. Kim Dae-young said anxiously, we need to send a surveillance team immediately. Lee Yong-ho is moving too fast. He's probably left Busan already. Behind him another guy agreed, hurry up and get it done. Manager Park added quickly, we shouldn't send rookies. The target will be escorted by that hunter. Lee Jong-sung looked at her and nodded. I'll send our best on this mission. A familiar voice echoed in the room. That won't be enough. Shin Min-cheon walked in from a distance, explaining, one of the three guys guarding Lee Yong-ho wears purple gear. He's 10 times stronger than the other two. Kim Dae-young was stunned. He gasped, that sounds lethal. If that's true, he's at least B-rank. He added worriedly, and Mikhail Baskov. Everyone on that ship combined wouldn't be as strong as that bastard. The full body suits they wear are new, unlisted model with an external exoskeleton attached. Lee Jong-sung rubbed his forehead and grumbled, this is driving me crazy. The conversation was interrupted. Got by information from Ki-hyuk. Staring at his screen, he said, we have Lee Yong-ho's location. Manager Lee, standing behind him, asked, where? Ki-hyuk replied, Hanam-dong, Seoul. The sun began to set as twilight fell. Somewhere at Sangjin Industries Company, Limited, a front company established by the National Intelligence Service and IS. In a room that looks like a typical corporate office, a massive screen displays complex data. Two silhouettes are visible, one sitting and one standing. The man standing speaks first. Our opponent this time is Russia's Pride, an elite Tier 1 Special Forces unit. Don't engage recklessly. Keep your distance while tailing them. The man at the computer, looking stressed, says seriously, the target's vehicle has reached its destination. I'm putting the building intel on the main screen now. Park Chun-jong frowns. Gritting his teeth, he orders, show me the most recent footage of the surrounding buildings. The large screen shows Shin Min-cheon near a high-rise, accompanied by a mysterious young man. Park Chun-jong sighs, damn, this is bad. Manager Lee stands right behind him. He looks over and asks, Chief Park, what's the holdup? Park Chun-jong turns to Lee Jong-sung and says gravely, I sent you the file a while ago, but the situation just got worse. We can't find a single viable vantage point for surveillance. Standing beside him with a stoic face, Manager Lee explains, surveillance wouldn't be an issue if we could get into building C3. Park Chun-jong replies, that's the spot, but the owner won't clear us. The image of the mysterious man appears again as Park Chun-jong continues. The building they entered belongs to Kim Young-ho from Daehan Group, but the one we need for surveillance is owned by the granddaughter of the Chael Group chairman, Park John. A deep male voice suddenly breaks in. He spins around, startled, to find Shin Min-cheon. The guy smirks and says cheerfully, I'll handle that. Just get the surveillance team ready. This is the first time I've met this guy, Chairman Park Chun-jong thinks. He eyes him suspiciously and asks, you know the owner of that building? Shin Min-cheon gives a cocky grin and holds up his phone. showing an active call. Chairman Park looks at him, puzzled. Lee Jong-sung, standing by Manager Lee, watches Shin Min-cheon walk away. He whispers, is he really the one who went toe-to-toe with Mikhail Baskov and lived? Lee Yong-seong notes. Yeah, and Chairman Park of Chael Group treats him like a son. He's a man of mystery, but I can vouch for his skills. He's the real deal. Park Chun-jong watches Shin Min-cheon's retreating back with annoyance. Scowling, he mutters, I can deal with a lot, but why is this kid so damn disrespectful to everyone? Lee Jong-sung stares at Park Chun-jong blankly. He's not a kid. He's our age. Park Chun-jong looks at him, veins popping on his forehead. He points a finger, shouting with that face. No way. NIS manager Lee Jong-sung, 40, manager Park Chun-jong, 40, both standing in the sunset. Shin Min-cheon lets out a heavy sigh, making the atmosphere feel even more gloomy. Shin Min-cheon leans against the wall, holding a half-finished cup of coffee. A thought crosses his mind. Nothing beats coffee made by Donggun. Coming back here was worth it just for this drink. He muses to himself. It's fine if a bunch of average hunters show up, but if that bastard Mikhail Baskov is involved, we've got a real problem. Just as he's lost in thought, his phone rings, snapping him back to reality. Hello, he says into the phone. A familiar voice responds. How have you been? Shin Min-cheon gets triggered by the rude tone of the person on the other end. I'm not in a good mood. If you called just to troll me again, you're dead. He snaps into the phone. The voice remains calm. Still as rude as ever, I see. Shin Min-cheon break into a cold sweat. He looks at his phone nervously. On the other end, a mysterious man chuckles and introduces himself. It's me, your reliable shield, Jerome. At the next table, people are dead silent, looking at each other as if they're communicating telepathically. One person lifts their cup and whispers, is that an espresso? The other bites their lip, looking terrified. The door suddenly swings open. Shin Min-cheon walks in with a cold expression, his hair partially covering his eyes. He strolls in nonchalantly, ignoring everyone. On the other side, Jerome gently takes off his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips despite his narrowed eyes. Shin Min-cheon stands frozen, looking utterly bewildered and speechless. Jerome says, why are you looking at your precious subordinate like that? Min-cheon keeps his hands in his pockets and deadpans. Precious my ass. Pick one. Jerome closes his eyes and smirks, sipping his drink. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I wanted to keep up with the latest trends on this planet. I thought I'd stand out too much if I looked like I did back in Alphinist. Shin Min-cheon claps mockingly. He then asks, how long has it been since I left? Jerome replies slowly, it's been about 5 years since the general departed. He sits down, leaning forward with a smirk. How are Aslan and Jerome doing? Jerome reminisces. The emperor has 3 kids now. An image flashes of the emperor playing with 2 boys and a girl. As for Lord Jerome, he's the same as always, perpetually lost in thought. Shin Min-cheon holds his teacup and thanks Aslan. Jerome, I really miss those guys. But suddenly, Jerome drops a bombshell. But I didn't come here alone. There's one more person on the way. Min-cheon's jaw drops, looking completely drained. What? Behind him, Obara speaks up. It's been a while. He stands there stunned, sweat trailing down his cheek. Shin Min-cheon slowly turns his head to look back. Obara stands with one hand on her hip, looking down at him. How long has it been? She asks softly. As they all sit at the table, he asks them, what are you two planning to do here? What about Phantom? One of them replies, I've got a handle, don't worry. They chat by a breezy window, and the vibe starts to mellow out. When did you guys get here? Shin Min-cheon asks. Jerome says, 3 months ago. Then why the hell didn't you call me sooner? Obara chimes in about her journey. I've been living the high life at the hotel. Also, she raises her hand, looking curious. That useless metal from Alphinist is actually worth a fortune here. He glances at her. Not bad. Have you read any books since you got here? Obara looks surprised. What century are you living in? She winks and points to the Wi-Fi icon. We have the internet. Shin Min-cheon's eyes go wide. He sets his cup down. The internet? You actually know how to use a computer? She scoffs proudly. We were the top intel unit in Alphinist. Who do you think manages Phantom? I did some digging. You haven't exactly been keeping a low profile here, have you? Min-cheon grimaces. What are you talking about? Obara keeps hitting him with surprises. You've approached the Dongjin gang, foreign factions, and even made moves in Japan in your own unique way. He's so shocked he starts to stutter. How do you know all that? Jerome finally joins in. That's not the kind of info you find just by Googling, boss. She sits next to him with a giggle. I hacked the NIS database. Their files are actually pretty well organized. After the talk, he laughs and concedes. Right, this is Obara after all. A bit about Obara. When it comes to intelligence and assassination, nobody in Alphinist can hold a candle to her. Even so, he can't believe she adapted to Earth's civilization in just 3 months. Shin Min-cheon picks up his cup and takes a long sip. He set the cup down gently. Interlocking his fingers, he asked with a serious gaze, "Be real with me." Before he could even finish asking about that Caspian person, she interjected, "His name is Park Moo-jong." She closed her eyes and smiled. Since arriving on Earth, we had to come up with aliases. This clumsy guy is Park Moo-jong, and I am Shim Unesio. Shin Min-cheon sat there and started rambling after hearing their new names. "All right, Park Moo-jong, you bastard. My brain is already about to pop a vein. And Obara, what the hell are you doing being Shim Unesio?" Shin Min-cheon's brain was a total mess. "For real, Shim Unesio, what the hell are you doing on Earth?" She replied calmly, "I got bored because the war ended, and I wanted to see you." He spoke up in surprise. 50 years after the war, and you suddenly thought of me? Didn't you get authorized by Jerome? Obara looked at him affectionately with a smile. "Let me rephrase. I came here to kill time." Shin Min-cheon looked at her and said, "Fine. I won't pry anymore," he added mysteriously. "You might find what you're looking for if you follow me." Obara and Espresso both frowned. Listening intently, Shin Min-cheon began to explain. "You can check the research. These guys have a hard time using mana properly compared to back in Alphinist. The mana concentration in the air here is extremely low." He reminisced about the bloody battles. "Exactly. It's hard to store enough mana in your body while fighting. We waste a lot of energy too. What the hell is always going on with this planet?" He stood up, clutching his heart. Blood began to well up, and his complexion turned pale. Obara watched him closely and asked if you think Li Yongho is boosting the strength of those Russian hunters. At that point, she realized something flashing back to her memories. "Then we have to catch Li Yongho first. That's how we'll get intel on Ghost, the one who created Hyper. That's the problem. If a group of guys on Mikhail Baskov's or Sergei's level shows up, just the two of us won't be enough. All three of us have low mana levels." After saying that, she raised a finger as if she had a bright idea. "Here's the solution. You have a subspace warehouse, don't you?" The three of them, along with Oh Myung-hwan, approached a shimmering golden door. It was intricately detailed, radiating a magical, fairy tale glow. Suddenly, Oh Myung-hwan leaned towards Shin Min-cheon. Glancing at the other two, he whispered, "Is that Caspian person called Obara? I heard they came from Alphinist. How is it over there?" Standing nearby, Espresso frowned, thinking, is this skinny guy really the manager of the subspace warehouse? Shin Min-cheon stepped forward and reached out. "Unesio, is this the place?" She replied, "Yeah, that's what I heard from Lord Jerome." He spread his palm against the air. As his hand touched it, a magical barrier appeared, shimmering with mystery. Shin Min-cheon used his power to shatter the matrix. A different dimension opened up before everyone's eyes. Manager O stood there stunned, breaking into a sweat as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The four of them walked toward a wooden chest covered in gold filigree. The air around it was thick with dust. Shin Min-cheon walked up and opened the chest, one hand still in his pocket, looking very composed. He slowly lifted a small, shimmering gold bracelet with a simple design from the chest. Oh Myung-hwan looked into the chest with a disappointed face. "We came all this way just for a bracelet?" Shin Min-cheon said nothing. He tossed the bracelet onto his other wrist. Suddenly, a mysterious blue and gold spiritual energy erupted from the jewelry. Shin Min-cheon gave a satisfied smile. "It's not just a bracelet." Standing nearby with the same bewildered look, Manager O asked, "Then what is it?" Oh Myung-hwan's jaw dropped in disbelief, sweat beads forming on his cheeks. The scene revealed Shin Min-cheon holding a bizarrely shaped short sword in his open palm. A blue and gold light radiated from it, though the surrounding atmosphere felt somewhat ominous. The scene shifted to the Tokyo Central Government Complex, a massive high-rise building. The sky was darkening, and the area around the building was eerily quiet. On a high floor, an elderly man stood with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance. "Why can't I get a hold of them?" he thought. His face was clouded with worry, and his eyes narrowed. It was the Prime Minister. Was the operation a success? Li Yongho, did they rescue that bastard yet? He paced back and forth, hands in his pockets, filled with anxiety. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered immediately, looking hopeful. "What is it?" A mysterious voice came from the other end. "It's been a while, Prime Minister." The Prime Minister pulled the phone away to check the ID, thinking, wait, this isn't in him. He asked aloud, "Who is this?" On the other end was Li Yongho. He was sitting in the dark with his phone, a smirk on his face. "I am disappointed. I've given you so many good deals. I can't believe you forgot my voice." Realizing it was Li Yongho, the Prime Minister barked, "Li Yongho, what happened to him?" His face contorted. He bit his lip as he heard the response. "What do you think happened?" He immediately continued, "I sent you a funny video. Why don't you check it out?" A notification pinged. A video was sent to his phone. With trembling hands, he tapped to watch it. The video showed the residence of Moriyama, the director of the Public Security Intelligence Agency. followed by a massive explosion. Everything was engulfed in fire, smoke, and debris. After seeing the video, the Prime Minister's face twisted and he started stuttering. "Why you? You psycho bastard. How dare you assassinate the director of the intelligence agency?" He screamed. He scoffed arrogantly. "Assassination? It was just an accident. The media will report it as a gas leak." The Prime Minister roared into the phone, "You crazy dog. Did you shove all those drugs you made into your own head? You are now an enemy of Japan." Lee Young-ho replied calmly, "Japan? That's your problem for being so short-sighted." He pointed to his head and continued, "You'll realize it when the time comes. Or should I make a prediction?" He looked mysterious. "The Prime Minister will resign in a few days. If you follow my orders, I might give you the position of the next Prime Minister. If you don't follow my orders, you'll be the one taking the fall for this accident. We aren't just watching the Prime Minister's residence, but Lady Jinare's place as well." He ended with a threat, "So you'd better behave." After finishing, he put on a sinister look and laughed loudly. "Japan doesn't belong to you anymore." Lee Young-ho leaned back on the sofa, looking at his phone with a satisfied expression. Surprisingly, he wasn't alone in the room. Another voice spoke up, "These gnats are really starting to bug me." The man gently set down a coffee cup and said, "Don't sweat it. Gnats don't live long anyway." It was Mikhail. Baskov remained turned toward the window, looking at the night sky. With a cold face, he said, "It's annoying how they keep whining around. I wish I could just kill them all." Lee Young-ho walked over and smirked, reminding him, "This isn't Russia, Mikhail." Lee Young-ho also slowly approached the large window, looking at the bustling city through the glass. "You shouldn't compare this place to Eastern Europe, the Middle East, or Africa where you usually work. It's different here. This place deserves to be treated like a developed city. Right now, we're all weak." Mikhail stood silent, one eye glowing. Lee Young-ho continued, "That guy you met in Busan. He was pretty different, wasn't he?" The guy in Busan he was referring to was clearly Shin Min-cheon. Mikhail Baskov said with a stone-cold face, "The reinforcement process for our boys isn't accelerating." Lee Young-ho added, "Reinforcement drugs aren't exactly easy to mass-produce. The lab is doing its best, so just hold your horses for a bit." An image of an ancient, grand castle flashed through Mikhail's mind. "The guys at the Kremlin have been blowing up my phone. They must be sweating bullets by now," he thought. "What the hell is that ghost guy even doing? I haven't heard a peep from him in months." Mikhail barked. Lee Young-ho stood beside him, eyes wide, staying silent. Suddenly, Lee Young-ho stepped closer and gently placed a hand on Mikhail's shoulder to calm him down. "Mikhail, take it easy." Sensing the touch, Mikhail shot him a sidelong glance. Lee Young-ho leaned into his ear. "Don't you already know how skilled he is? You'll get the good news you're looking for if you just wait." Transition to a large building on a bright morning. "Are you out of your mind?" A loud voice boomed. A group of 4 was approaching Shin Min-cheon. One of them pointed right in his face and yelled, "Why the hell did you bring outsiders here? Do you even know what's right next door to this precinct?" Shin Min-cheon, Espresso, and Obara, all looking beat up, stood with their arms crossed. Min-cheon said calmly, "They aren't outsiders. We're working together from now on. Did you forget who we are? We're NIS." He gave a slight smile. "Trust me and leave it to me. I'll do a better job than you guys anyway." Their boss stepped forward with a stern look. "Are they hunters too?" The other guy complained, "Boss, this is total BS." Min-cheon walked up to the boss and said nonchalantly, "Like I said before, we aren't hunters. We're just strong." The boss looked at Min-cheon skeptically, thinking, based on his performance, there's no doubt Min-cheon is an A-rank hunter. He then glanced at Espresso and Obara. If these 2 are even half as good as him, we should welcome them with open arms. The minimum squad size for those Russian hunters is 4. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "All right, but we'll set strict rules for them if they aren't useful in this operation." The boss continued, "It's hard to get extra support from the higher-ups." Shin Min-cheon asked, "What are you talking about?" "They're the ones who started the mess in Busan." The boss looked at Min-cheon and thought, to be fair, didn't you just fight half of them? He recalled the memory. The guy standing next to Lee Young-ho at the Busan pier. He's a key member of the Vasily Group. Min-cheon was surprised. Vasily Group? The boss went on. "Do you know about the natural gas pipeline business from Russia to South Korea? 3 top Russian companies are leading it. The government and the ruling party are neck-deep in this project." Images of massive gas plants filled his mind. He continued in a low, mysterious voice, "There's intel suggesting the Vasily Group is just a front. In reality, they're a black ops unit for the Russian president. We still don't know who their contact is in this country." Shin Min-cheon rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "With politics tangled up like this, it's hard to stay on track. Just sitting around watching won't help. We need to bug Lee Young-ho's place for our future moves." The boss spoke up, "It's too much of a stretch to move forward without any guarantees." A girl in a pink shirt added, "Our opponent is the Daehan Group, ranked 2nd in the business world." Min-cheon asked loudly, "Since when did the NIS care about that?" The girl retorted, "This is a scandal that could rock the entire NIS to its core." Shin Min-cheon rested his chin in his hand and looked off into the distance. "So you're saying we shouldn't wiretap them?" The boss, listening to the two of them, crossed his arms and reassured them, "Don't worry. Un SEO is full of surprises." The issue was the visual of Mikhail with so many hunters. One of them said, "But there are so many of them." The boss replied, "I don't care about the rest. All we need to do is avoid Mikhail Baskov. He's the only one who might notice Un SEO's infiltration." Images of a drug warehouse came to mind. He continued, "Ki-hyuk found the Black Mafia's stash in Incheon, ambushed the warehouse, and seized all the drugs." The boss looked at everyone and sighed. "Well, would a big shot like Mikhail Baskov really be so easy to move?" Shin Min-cheon spoke up. "Trust me, he's a warrior to the bone. He always moves the moment I show up." Min-cheon recalled the image of the hunters and Mikhail Baskov. The hunters were talking among themselves. "Are you a cop? You're negotiating with the wrong enemy." Another hunter chimed in, "You should have brought an army, not just a lone cop." Then Mikhail Baskov spoke. "He's worse than an army. You guys step back." The hunters turned, lined up, and bowed to General Mikhail. They hurried to ask, "When did you head to Incheon?" Mikhail Baskov had a cold, sharp expression. He gritted his teeth and yelled at Shin Min-cheon, "You can die like a warrior this time." Shin Min-cheon stood calmly with one hand in his pocket. Mikhail Baskov barked, "Stop running away like a little rat." He roared at Shin Min-cheon. Min-cheon stared back, ready to throw down at any moment. At the residence of Daehan Group's vice chairman, Kim Young-ho, a towering apartment complex in the heart of the city. In the hallway, Obara and Gunma in him were already in position, waiting for the signal. While Obara monitored the area, Gunma in him reported via comms. Target 1 identified at Incheon warehouse. Ready to breach. Roger. The two girls moved cautiously. Gunma in him asked Obara, "Aren't you going to pack your gear?" But the blonde girl didn't care. "Don't need it." "What about the wiretapping equipment?" Gunma asked curiously, only to get a cold glance from Obara. "I'll use my own tools." Gunma kept prying, "But I don't see any other equipment." Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Gunma whispered nervously, "Obara, wait." The blonde girl turned around, confused. Gunma said, You can't just go in there totally unprepared." Despite Gunma in him's worrying, Obara said firmly, "Relax. I've got this." Hearing that, Gunma was scared and lost, standing still as sweat rolled down her face. Meanwhile, Obara had already vanished like a ghost. In a room, a man sat on a sofa, holding a cup. Hearing footsteps, he grumbled with annoyance, "Why are you pacing around at this hour?" Two hulking, bald bodyguard explained, "The elevator is moving on its own. I just came to check on the vice chairman's quarters." This only made the man angrier. He gritted his teeth and barked, "Can't you see? It's just me and the Russians here. Just look and get out." The vice chairman of the group shouted. Han was cranky. "Being stuck with these Russians is exhausting enough without you bugging me over trivial crap." Like a phantom, Obara was already standing behind him, thinking, "This is the face I saw in the NIS files." Kim Young-ho, vice chairman of Daehan Group, the man providing sanctuary for Mikhail Baskov. While she was thinking, she heard Kim Young-ho continue, "If it wasn't for the boss, I wouldn't be involved in these Russian brawls at all." Having seen enough, Obara prepared to head upstairs. In her hand, she held a long, slender object emitting a blue glow, preparing to cast some sort of spell. Obara held the object out, as if taking aim, her right eye glowing with the same blue light. With lightning speed, she launched the object. It rode the wind, flying straight into the opposite wall and slowly dissolving bit by bit. Finally, only a few sparks of light remained. Obara muttered to herself, "Let's head upstairs and take a look." As she walked up the stairs, she heard voices. "We should go with General Mikhail. I think I'll die of boredom before I die in battle," someone on the upper floor said. Another replied, "Man, let's just grab a drink together instead of staring out the window. One glass is enough for me." Lee Yong-ho laughed and replied to the bald man. The man continued, "You're good at everything, but you've got terrible taste." Obara listened to everything, thinking exactly what that general said. Watching the group chugging bottles of booze, she could tell for sure these guys were Manny users. Lee Yong-ho stood in the corner with his wine glass, a smirk never leaving his face. Before anyone could notice her presence, Obara began to manifest her power. But suddenly, something happened that left her completely stunned. Somehow, Lee Yong-ho had detected an outsider's presence long ago. A bolt of purple flame lunged rapidly toward her. Faced with the attack, Obara had no choice but to find a quick way to escape, still reeling from the shock of the strike. Lee Yong-ho's eyes tracked the direction where Obara was trying to flee. His entire being radiated a dark, lethally dangerous aura. On another battlefield, Mikhail swung a heavy punch at the person blocking his path. A deafening, ear-piercing sound erupted. The victim couldn't even counter, let alone brace their body, before crashing to the ground. He collapsed in a heap at the edge of the battlefield. Mikhail realized this guy definitely wasn't some drug addict. If he tried to exert this much force using hyper-diluted drugs, his body would have shattered into pieces. Not a single scratch. His wounds from the previous fight at the Busan Pier had completely healed. Mikhail thought of Shin Min-cheon as he spoke. An armored figure came to a halt, standing tall as if waiting to make a move. The combination of the armor and the mask struck fear into anyone who saw it. The wind began to howl as the figure took a combat stance. Shin Min-cheon's eyes widened at the sight. Another explosion tore through the air. The monster began to systematically pressure Shin Min-cheon. He gritted his teeth and fought back, but he was relentlessly pushed backward. In the heat of the moment, a specific memory flashed through his mind. I heard that the U.S. has the most advanced hunter technology. 7 years ago, a U.S. hunter management official was recruited by the MSS, a Chinese intelligence agent who defected to China with classified intel. After obtaining that information, China teamed up with Russia to challenge the United States. China supplied the hunter intel to Russia, leading them to their current state. The NIS said a hunter's level is determined solely by the stage of their genetic procedure. And their suits are built based on levels matching physical abilities. But the output of those suits is usually strictly limited. However, this Mikhail can freely adjust the suit's output, meaning he can also tune his physical capabilities based on the armor's power settings. He's enhanced with hunter tech, making him totally different from the data we have. Seeing Shin Min-cheon struggle to withstand his assault, Mikhail taunted, "What's wrong? Did that shock leave you paralyzed? You think you're the only one with power?" Shin Min-cheon retorted. A week ago, in the subspace warehouse, Shin Min-cheon's group opened a chest placed in the middle of a vast, empty space. "Jerome is hiding something that looks super sketchy," one of the group members said, spotting a jar-like object inside the chest. Obara added, "Lord Jerome said it would shift your body so you can adapt to Earth's conditions. If you encounter someone using mana on Earth, you can absorb their energy and boost your own level. Since Jerome made it, I'm sure it's legit, but..." Before Obara could finish her hesitation, Shin Min-cheon cut her off. "Nobody knows Jerome's bad habits better than I do." With that, he grabbed the jar and poured the contents straight down his throat. Gulp after gulp, he swallowed the solution. The liquid in the jar immediately triggered a reaction within Shin Min-cheon's body. A surging fountain of power erupted, leaving even him amazed. Thanks to that potion, Shin Min-cheon had unlocked level 2 of his abilities. Carrying a massive aura of power, he lunged straight at Mikhail. He roared, "Great Lightning Sword Type 2. Mikhail had now become the prime target. Shin Min-cheon resolutely unleashed his move, Kaida's Ray of Light. The lightning strike created a massive explosion, slamming directly into Mikhail's position. Meanwhile, Obara was inside the residence of Daehan Group, Vice Chairman Kim Young-ho. She was nearly spotted by Lee Yong-ho on the upper floor. Someone asked him, "What's the matter?" Lee Yong-ho, having missed his mark, simply said, "Nothing. I just felt like something was bugging me." The bald man replied, "I think you just haven't recovered from your addiction yet. Watch out, or your body's going to break down." Obara breathed a sigh of relief, having dodged the blow just in time. After returning from the scouting mission, the others asked her how it went. Obara reported what she knew. The first, second, and third floors are all fully bugged with wiretaps. Espresso smirked. "What about those hunters?" As the general said, "Mana seems to flow through their entire bodies," Obara replied. "What rank?" he asked next. "Not enough to make us sweat," Obara answered calmly. Thinking back, she added with a bit of uncertainty, "But that Lee Yong-ho guy, I'm a bit hesitant about him." Espresso looked puzzled. She smirked slightly. "He's making me curious about Mikhail Baskov." At that moment, Shin Min-cheon had just finished his attack. He received an order through his earpiece. "Shin Min-cheon, the tactic was a success. You're clear to head back." Upon receiving the order, he decided to retreat, despite having many questions about Lee Yong-ho's true goal and clues about Ghost. "I'll deal with Mikhail Baskov and the rest of them next time." As Shin Min-cheon left, the power from his technique still glowed brilliantly behind him. Inside the building, a man sat with his arms crossed, lost in deep thought. Shin Min-cheon announced, "The warehouse has been scrubbed clean. Those 2 Russian hunters are going to resign now. Even Mikhail Baskov won't be able to make a move for a while." The man thought to himself, "When I hired Shin Min-cheon back then, I thought Korea had secured an A-rank hunter. I was dead wrong. What about the wiretap?" He asked Obara. She replied, "You shouldn't doubt the skills of the Phantom Unit's commander." At the same time, the man internally confirmed, Shin Min-cheon is definitely an S-rank hunter. Until now, the only country in the world with S ranks was the U.S. Wait a second, sir, someone said. Lee Yong-ho and Kim Young-ho are talking, and the topic sounds weird. The conversation from the bug played. Boss, what the hell happened here? Mikhail Baskov was injured by a Korean hunter. Vice Chairman Kim Young-ho panicked. You mean Mikhail Baskov? Lee Young-ho replied. I think we need to move up the production schedule for Eli Shia. We'll source the prototypes from the Russians. The raw materials are the key part. I'll contact my manager to supply them. Are the elders coming this time too? Kim Young-ho asked. You'll see then. He's just like any other old man. Mikhail Baskov will be the first to arrive there from now on. What the hell are those bastards talking about? The man asked, confused. Boss, elders? Are they planning to start a cult or something? And what the hell is Eli Shia? The man set down the headset. That's not the only problem, Shin Min-cheon replied. For example, those purple dolls that fought at the Busan Pier, as well as Mikhail Baskov, they can double their power instantly. That's a completely different level of technology compared to other tech-based hunters. The Americans will go ballistic if they find out. In terms of numbers, U.S. hunters seem to be behind China and Russia. The only thing balancing the scales is that the U.S. has S-rank hunters. But Lee Young-ho is trying to tip that balance. Russia can rapidly upgrade their status because they have the strongest hunters, the man said. So if the Americans get wind of this, they'll deploy their hunters immediately. In the worst-case scenario, the Research Institute's location could be compromised, leading to a preemptive strike. The man concluded, our only move is to find Lee Young-ho's lab first. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the room. Everyone panicked, shouting, what happened? The surveillance monitor operator nervously reported, Boss, it looks like we have company. Unannounced guests? The boss asked back. They're from the U.S. On the monitor, a woman's face appeared. Seeing her, Shin Min-cheon asked, do you recognize her? Katherine Johnson. The girl on the screen had short blonde hair and a stern expression. Behind her was Ethan Matt. Both were with the CIA. Ethan Matt, a burly man with a fierce face, said to Katherine, they aren't opening up. Should I just kick the door down? Shin Min-cheon spoke to the man. I know the CIA, but what's SAC? The boss replied, that's the CIA's Special Activities Center. To be more precise, it's the headquarters for their hunters. So those bastards are all hunters, Shin Min-cheon stated as a fact. The man further explained that the SAC runs an organization called the Infantry Team under their management. It is a hunter unit, the strongest hunter unit in the world to date. Outside, a hand toyed with a flower in the planter. Katherine Johnson stood, waiting calmly, but Ethan Matt had lost his patience. I don't buy that these Korean punks aren't in there. Beside them was a teenager who looked very young, squatting down and playing with the plants. Ethan Matt, a member of the SAC hunter unit and an A-rank hunter, continued his harsh words. They ditched their old ally and moved on to do business with the Russians, didn't they? We focused too much on other regions and let Korea slide. Katherine Johnson, an SAC operator, stayed silent. While Ethan kept grumbling, they couldn't even catch a single one of Go's subordinates. The kid was still playing with a dandelion. Ethan finally snapped, idiots. He then asked the teenager, don't you think so, leader? It turned out the kid was Joseph Guy from the 2nd Infantry Team, an S-rank hunter leader in the base. The man told his subordinate, show them to the first-floor conference room first. Stall for time until I get there. Shin Min-cheon couldn't help but wonder. What do they know coming here? The CIA's intel network is on a whole different level. They wouldn't come all the way from Okinawa without some solid leads. The three guests had entered the hallway. The man continued, and there's one thing that's totally off. The kid in the baseball cap had been eerily calm since entering. Facing each other in the room, the kids still toyed with a yellow flower. Katherine opened first. We haven't checked the intel on Korea because we were too busy elsewhere. She asked the boss, did you guys really join forces with the Russians? The man dismissed it. Your joke has gone too far. Korea is still a strong ally of the U.S. They'll look like I'm joking? Then how did you train 2 hunters when your country has zero tech for that? The man was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. He thought, I'm curious too. Where the hell did those 2 come from? Looking at the serious woman in front of him, he could only give a forced laugh. I just happened to strike gold on the street. If it were you, wouldn't you pick it up? He told himself he really wanted to say that to her. Shin Min-cheon stepped into de-escalata. You don't have to pressure him like that. We're not like those hunters. Are you making excuses? Katherine asked. Shin Min-cheon explained, it's not an excuse. I'm just telling the truth. The short-haired woman frowned deeply. If you're not a hunter, then what are you? An unemployed guy. Hearing the answer, Katherine was baffled. What? Shin Min-cheon just gave a soft laugh. Ethan replied irritably. Ah, funny monkey. After a moment, Katherine Johnson interrogated him further. The NIS should have reported to us the moment the Vasily group intervened. Shin Min-cheon and Ethan Matt locked eyes, glares like bullets. What do you mean? Are you saying we should treat the Vasily group like a terrorist organization? The Russian gas pipeline project is the result of years of hard work by our government. Manager Lee Jong-sung, I'm warning you. Stop playing dumb, Katherine said angrily. The Vasily Group is a front for the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR. Li Yongxiong Vashtund. Catherine added, just like Sangjin Industries is a front for the NIS. Manager Li frowned in silence. Turns out these guys knew everything from start. Shin Min-cheon suddenly chimed in. You guys are really noisy, he said, raising his voice. If you didn't want us linking up with the Russians for the pipeline project, why didn't you provide us with gas or oil? If you had, we might have reconsidered. Catherine Johnson laughed coldly and took off her glasses. I guess you don't understand what mercy is, do you? But I recall you haven't been merciful to us either. Shin Min-cheon refused to back down. We saved your devastated city, and this is how you repay us? Not only dealing with Russians, but secretly training hunters too. Catherine's dark eyes with red pupils were fully revealed behind her glasses. Do you know why only the three of us came here? Ethan Matt said provocatively. Because with just us three, your NIS could be wiped off the map easily. He laughed contemptuously. I guess my friend here can talk to you guys now. Shin Min-cheon replied without a hint of fear. Naturally, with his own body. Both he and his teammate beside him were full of confidence. In the underground training center of Sangjin Industries, Shin Min-cheon's group watched the two standing in the empty room. Just Ethan Matt and Espresso. Ethan provoked his opponent. Why aren't you wearing protective gear? Espresso stayed cool and fired back. You should wear it, Ethan. They say hunters get half roasted if they don't wear the suit. Did the Russians help you develop your suit? Ethan Matt smirked. Let's see if gene editing tech suits us. With that, he lunged at Espresso. Seeing the attack coming, Espresso glared at him. Two fists collided and sparks began to fly. But very quickly, Espresso realized his hand was bleeding. Seeing his opponent's expression, Ethan laughed excitedly. Huh, but Espresso said. For hunters, physical strength isn't everything, is it? But there's no way all hunters are in the same class. Ethan replied immediately. Then he launched another attacking move. That's why the Russians and Chinese can't compare, no matter how hard they try. He struck with a smug look. As he completed the move, his mouth was still curled into an arrogant grin. Through the smoke, Espresso blocked the strike. He stood firm, refusing to fall. Ethan didn't lose interest. Is that it? You Russian-backed punks, if you want to make money, you should do better than that. Go make a half-assed suit. Suddenly, a chime echoed from the upper floor and a red light flashed. Shin Min-cheon looked toward the source. Manager Lee Jongsung asked, What is it, Ki-hyuk? Hold on a second. The guy named Ki-hyuk replied quickly. Wait a second. The man named Ki-hyuk quickly replied. That suit. That emblem too, he shouted. The tremors grew stronger and stronger. Everything in the room seemed to be shaking violently. Talk to me, Ki-hyuk. Manager Lee shouted, getting increasingly impatient. What a total clusterfuck, Ethan Matt muttered, feeling annoyed. Is this country still at war, or something? His face bulged with veins, looking absolutely monstrous. Espresso managed to dodge one of his strikes. But Ethan himself took a direct hit from Espresso. The blow sent him reeling backward. Damn it, he glared at his opponent in frustration. You're strong. You weren't going all out earlier, were you? Ethan asked. Let's end this. Is there only one of you? Espresso replied. I told you, the three of us are enough to wipe out all you monkeys here. Ethan Matt remained incredibly cocky. Then why bother using a diversion for this? A third party had crashed the party. It turned out the tremor earlier was caused by another hunter. The newcomer stepped into the hallway and entered the base. He looked down the long corridor, his armor completely concealing his identity. Another loud bang echoed. The hunter, that was suddenly struck by a blow out of nowhere. A vortex of wind and light pierced through the palm of his hand. It tore right through his chest. He collapsed instantly. Melting Point, another hunter, placed a hand on the head of the one who had just been struck. Looks like the bottom-tier trash are back to American imperialism. Huh, the man said. Catherine Johnson, the hunter known as Melting Point, stood at one end of the hallway. Don't get it twisted, she said. She confidently identified the newcomer, the Snow Leopard Squadron from Unit 1. Your leader. The man named Kwong replied. Oh, really? Then how are you going to explain this? Why did you two attack the NIS guys as soon as you got here? None of your business, monkey, Ethan Matt said rudely. I need to know, Kwong said. You'll be a corpse if you keep being this stubborn, she threatened. Catherine asked coolly, is it really safe for you to talk like that when China is gearing up for an all-out war with the U.S.? Crazy bastards, Ethan Matt added. It won't happen, because no one will know what went down today, Kwong said, gesturing for her goons to attack. At the other end of the hallway, Ethan Matt charged forward. He quickly clashed with one of them, that same provocative smirk plastered on his face, as usual. As one was kicked away, another lunged at him. While Ethan was busy dealing with one, another took the opportunity to strike. A punch landed squarely on Ethan's face. His face suddenly contorted with bulging veins. His body began to transform, becoming more muscular, his eyes gleaming with a manic grin. Huh, Ethan clenched his hand into a fist. A split second later, completely unfazed by the hit, he lunged at his opponent. Ethan delivered a blow to the guy's face, returning the favor from earlier. The H-Golem hunter, the one called Kwong, said to Ethan. Quite the big fish, having 2 hunters like that, she continued. Yeah. Ethan didn't give a damn. How long are you guys going to keep padding your numbers? It's kind of weird that you're still wearing a hunter suit from 15 years ago. He continued his favorite hobby of trolling others. Kwong replied, You got a knack for keeping things orderly, don't you? Then she reached out, preparing to flip a switch. I've heard that a lot, but the guys who told me that are all dead and buried, Matt. Suddenly, Catherine screamed in panic. Ethan! Matt also sensed something was wrong. Getting strong is the best thing about this piece of trash. Ethan Matt spun around, preparing to strike. The sneak attacker grabbed his arm. Gross, terrifying veins bulged where he was grabbed. The sheer hardness of Ethan's muscles caused the fingers of the person squeezing his arm to contort and deform. You crazy monkey, no matter how hard you try, you won't even leave a scratch on this PRG, Ethan said, but before he could finish, the other guy's fingers pierced right through his muscles. TSK, what a pain, Ethan hissed through gritted teeth. You can't defend 2 spots at once, Kwong said to Ethan Matt. Is that all you've managed to do in 15 years? She shot back at Ethan Matt's provocation. You've been tamed by peace. Just as expected of imperialist scumbags. It rots if you touch it, doesn't it? The sound of rushing wind whipped past. Ethan Matt leaped into the air. And yet, the guy still wouldn't let go of his arm. Ethan flexed his muscles, causing sharp, spike-like protrusions to burst from his arm, knocking the attacker back. The move he used is called H-Golem, Cactus Shield. After taking care of the guy, Ethan stood his ground firmly. I'd like to get a closer look at the toys I'm playing with, he added. What's the difference between these monkeys and their leader anyway? Both he and Catherine looked toward Kwong, whose bulky armor completely hid her figure. Why does an American cult want to protect the U.S.? She mocked. What the hell are you talking about, you psycho? You guys are the ones who started this war from the jump, Ethan Matt snapped. Whatever happens to the NIS is none of our business. We just want you to know who your real masters are. Especially all you brain-dead monkeys, Ethan's voice echoed. The one called Kwong finally made her move. Seeing her hold a small tool, Ethan Matt scoffed, huh? You shitting me? Go use those chopsticks to eat some rice. You monkey, he jeered. The opponent said nothing, merely raising the device to her face as a strange high-pitched sound rang out. Following, there was a much louder, booming noise. Steam began to hiss from Kwong's armor. Her massive suit made the others look tiny by comparison. Now you can keep talking trash about these chopsticks, she said. Both Catherine and Ethan looked hesitant. Why so quiet? I guess you're paralyzed by fear, she gloated. Could you step aside, please? Suddenly, another voice broke through. Kwong was stunned by the surprise attack. No matter how hard she tried to block, she couldn't stop the force until her armor began to buckle and deform under the pressure. The head of the suit was ripped clean off, flying into the air as Catherine and Ethan Matt watched in shock. A small, youthful hand, that immature, yet powerful, caught the severed helmet. The young boy, Joseph Guy, spoke to the decapitated suit. You can't just block the way, you know. How's it going? Once they wake up, can we start the interrogation? In a pitch-black space, voices suddenly echoed. A man who had been unconscious slowly regained awareness, struggling to open his eyes. Oh, you're awake? Let's get started then, Obara said with a smirk. What is this? Where's Captain Kwong? The man panicked. Who are you? How are you doing this without using hyper? No answer came. Obara simply manifested a glowing rope. Get that disgusting thing off me. The man screamed in terror. Catherine Johnson explained, I hope you don't misunderstand. The purpose of our visit to the NIS remains unchanged. I know you want to ask about the Chinese side. After the interrogation, you can fry him or boil him for all I care, Shin Mincheon replied nonchalantly. Catherine said sternly, we need hard proof that the Koreans conspired with the Russians. If we let the NIS slide without any evidence, we aren't just going to stand here and listen to empty words. You hear that, gorilla? There's a whole line of them. Ethan Matt chimed in. A scream rang out as blood splattered across the area. What are you doing to my body? The man asked. Obara, standing opposite him, threatened, these neural tentacles can snip every single nerve in your body. One of the alphanist nobles showing their face to the public every day now. Interesting, she smiled at him. She looked even more amused seeing him in pain. How hard do you think it was to develop such an obscure method? Alphanist? Where the hell is that? The man groaned in pain. Obara didn't care. I'm going to ask you a few things, so just be a good boy and answer. If you don't like this conversation, we can always spice it up a bit more, Obara threatened. The pain was so intense the man was a mess of tears and snot, eventually screaming, I'll talk. Please, just make it stop. I beg you. Obara just clicked her tongue. You engaged, even though you knew your opponents were from the USSAC unit. You didn't even retreat, knowing it could lead to war with America. Why? Obara asked. Why did you come up with such a brain-dead plan? The man replied, exactly. Because we intended to start a war. Catherine and Matt, standing outside the room, were floored by those words. Don't you think China would be at a huge disadvantage? We're just bait to keep the U.S. off guard, he replied. The real war is going to happen in Russia. So whose side will Russia take? Korea or Japan? Obara continued to probe. Neither. They're aiming for Europe and Mexico. The man confessed everything he knew. But the answer didn't seem to satisfy Obara. That's weird. No matter how I look at it, you don't even seem to realize the power gap between you and the U.S. hunters. She squeezed his head threateningly. The man didn't dare hesitate. They said they could win with the power of the elixir. Obara applied more pressure, causing him agonizing pain. She leaned into his ear and whispered, the elixir? Doesn't Li Yongho have that? Is it possible the Sangjin industrial complex has been compromised? Manager Li worried. Did that Li Yongho guy also tip you off that NIS agents were here? Obara gripped the prisoner's chin. Li Yongho had no idea about this place. Tracking the U.S. SAC's every move was our top priority. We've been tracking them via satellite since they moved to Ozan Air Base. Hearing this, Manager Li realized, so they discovered Sangjin while they were hunting the 2nd SAC unit. As for Obara, who was conducting the interrogation, she mused, this guy says Li Yongho knows nothing about this place, but we can't trust him 100. Cross-checking is vital in this spy game. Now for the final question, Obara said. Regarding your use of that elixir earlier. Before Obara could finish her sentence, that the man coughed up blood and died instantly. This even caught Obara off guard. The guy was covered in blood, showing no signs of life. Ethan Matt barked angrily. You weren't supposed to kill him. We had to investigate to the very end. Unesio didn't do it, Shin Min-shion replied. It's a side effect of the elixir. Obara had identified the issue. We're not going to conspire with the Russians. On the contrary, we need to keep a close eye on them, Shin Min-shion stated. They're plotting something big here in Korea. Kim Young-ho, the vice chairman of Daehan Group, is also involved in this. So the political and business worlds are in on it too? Catherine asked. Min-shion confirmed exactly. That's why we need your help. What do you want? Catherine asked. The research institute Kim Young-ho is secretly running. From what we can tell, he's the mastermind behind their plan, Shin Min-shion explained. You're asking us to locate that lab? Catherine followed. Our kids got stuck while tracking Kim Young-ho's offshore money flow. With only the NIS's resources, it's a pretty tough nut to crack. And what do we get in return? Catherine Johnson asked Shin Min-shion. We'll leave the lab to you, Shin Min-shion said without hesitation. All we want is to shut down those bastards' plans. Humph. Catherine seemed to consider it. Manager Lee Jong-sung, you just had your ass saved. Congrats. Catherine Johnson seemed much more cooperative. As they left, Ethan Matt asked, are we really just leaving like this? Where the hell did they get those hunters from? Catherine replied, I don't know where Shin Min-shion came from, but they won't escape our intel network unless they leave this planet. Our top priority is that research institute, she said, the lab that created the thing called the elixir. We have to find it first. What the hell are you doing? On this end, Manager Lee was chewing out Shin Min-shion. He didn't hold back. Why did you just hand over the lab info to them like that? We have to give them what they want if we want them to work for us, Shin Min-shion argued his point. Even if they locate the lab, the SAC team will be the first ones there. Besides, we don't even know what the hell this elixir is yet. Don't sweat it. I'm actually wondering if Mikhail Baskov will just kick them out, Shin Min-shion said. What? Manager Lee asked, confused. Didn't you hear what they said during the fight with the Chinese earlier? Every member of that squad is an A-rank hunter or higher. Moreover, those guys don't even need to wear hunter suits, Manager Lee questioned. That's why you shouldn't worry. As I suspected, the elixir is far more dangerous than they think, Shin Min-shion stated firmly. In another location, someone spoke up, Boss, I've lost contact with the Chinese team. They were all disposable trash anyway. Now, open your eyes, my dear Mikhail, Li Yongho said, resting his chin on his hand. Inside a containment tank, Mikhail Baskov appeared to be in a deep sleep. Li Yongho called him, my archangel. After stepping outside, Unesio walked over to Mujong and Min-shion and said, I guess Li Yongho is planning something even bigger. He really is an interesting guy. He's not an onion, but every time I try to peel back a layer, something new keeps popping up. Min-shion cautiously evaluated this mysterious individual. I'm pretty curious about who those guys really are, he continued, before making his deduction. Li Yongho seems to be a superior, but based on their conversation, there are guys even higher up than him. He suddenly felt suspicious. Could that ghost guy become the new leader of their cult? Hearing this, Unesio spoke up with a serious tone. Regardless of their identity, we can't ignore their influence. These guys have a reach so wide that even powerful nations like Japan and Russia are hunting them. While they were discussing, the computer screen suddenly flickered back to life. Ah, it's restored. Kikuki exclaimed hippily. The others standing around stopped talking and fixed their eyes on the screen in front of them. Standing nearby, In-him instinctively leaned closer to the monitor, searching for information. What about the Russian hunters? She asked. No movement at all, Ki-hyuk replied while scanning the data, but he found nothing new. That's weird. They lost contact with Kwang, so I'm pretty sure there'd be some kind of move. Shin Min-cheon was slightly startled hearing this, but he hid his expression, keeping his cool. A while later, at the top of a high-rise corporate building, Unesio stood in a room, fingering a sphere in front of her. No need to hide, she said. I don't see any trace of hunters here. As she spoke, she walked deeper inside, letting the glowing sphere float on its own in midair. On the other side, after hearing Unesio's report, Jong Song wondered, where did those bastards go? Maybe Liang Ho's lab. That's the most suspicious spot. Min Cheon agreed, then turned to Ki-hyuk. Any news on Kim Young-ho? Yes, Ki-hyuk replied formally before reporting. Operations Team 1 is monitoring him closely, but nothing special yet. Jong Song found this very hard to believe. He asked again to be sure. Not even a trace? Ki-hyuk shook his head vigorously, confirming to Jong Song that there truly was no new information. At that moment, Min Cheon suddenly turned to leave. I'm heading out for a bit, he announced, walking straight toward the door. Jong Song grew suspicious. Tell me what you're thinking, or I'm cutting off all support. Min Cheon flinched. After the director laid down that ultimatum, it wasn't clear which of the two demands was making him nervous. After that brief flinch, Min Cheon stopped and turned back to Jong Song, saying blankly, What am I doing? I'm going to get coffee. Jong Song froze, speechless at the lame excuse. Min Cheon continued, Well, nothing else we can do, right? He then suggested, Just leave the lab to the SAC and get some rest. Ki-hyuk and In-him's eyes lit up at the idea. They excitedly added, Give me an espresso. Only Jong Song was still a bit hesitant, thinking it over. But eventually, he turned and placed his order with Min Cheon, 1 vanilla latte, extra 5 pumps of syrup. Min Cheon held out his hand and said one word, card. Seeing this, Jong Song yelled in frustration. I thought you were buying. I offered to help you catch Ghost at any cost. What more do you want? Min Cheon countered, and the director could only grumble. You are the absolute worst. Min Cheon didn't care and replied nonchalantly, That's just how I roll. At the U.S. Air Base in Ozen, from atop a decommissioned plane in a hangar, a voice suddenly said, We've got the personal data on those Korean hunters. It turned out Joseph's team was using this spot to dig for intel. The person sitting inside a sphere with blue technical effects added. But it's weird. There's zero data on Park Mujong or Shim Unesio. Standing outside, Matt found it hard to believe and growled a warning. You shitting me? I'll clock you if you don't start taking this seriously. But the person inside insisted it was accurate. I can't even believe it myself. It's like they never existed. He continued his search while the others decided to move on. What about that Shin Min Cheon guy? The person inside replied skeptically. There's some info on him, but he's even weirder. There's a 20-year gap in Shin Min Cheon's records since he left the orphanage. And his official records were only reset 5 years ago. The person inside said, opening Min Cheon's file to take another look. Catherine finally spoke up. He took over a dead person's profile, so he didn't even need to change his face. The other guy didn't reply, but continued to point out shady details on the virtual screen inside the sphere. A long string of about 10 digits appeared. The person inside looked at it and called out, This is Shin Min Cheon's bank account number, recently verified. Matt looked at the golden digits and questioned aggressively, You sure about this? This kind of guy is an NIS hunter. But whether he believed it or not, the facts were there. He thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it, what the hell is this guy? After providing the info on the team, the man continued his report. Next is the case of Vice Chairman Kim Young-ho's offshore funds. A digital globe appeared inside. The guy spun it to the target location. He's spreading money everywhere. Half of it is right here. Mexico, the Sinaloa cartel. Looking at the display, Catherine deduced. Daehan Group is the second largest conglomerate in Korea. They're a global corporation, even well known in the States. The heir to that place is skimming funds and investing in a Mexican drug cartel. The CIA is going to be pretty skeptical about this. She analyzed further. The Sinaloa cartel runs a front company called WAP in their country. WAP ships a lot of goods to Korea. So who's receiving them? At Catherine's question, the guy in the sphere typed away rapidly. After a moment, he replied, a biotech company called Gene SEO Pharmaceuticals. Additionally, he found out that a shipment from Mexico to that pharmaceutical company is arriving at Incheon Airport at 3 a.m. tomorrow, and notified the other two. Catherine turned to her side and ordered, Mark, go check those goods. That's Lee Yong-ho's lab. She then emphasized, I think Lee Yong-ho is going to be the key player here. Mark was surprised and asked, what about the NIS? We'll share this information with them, Catherine decided. But of course, she didn't plan on handing over the data immediately. Instead, she notified them once everything was wrapped up. At 3 a.m. the next morning, a lone guard stood at the rendezvous point waiting for the shipment. Suddenly, jagged, lightning-like patterns appeared on his gloves. In the quiet air, a sharp sound rang out. Mark had moved. With just one hand, he crushed the guard's mask, grabbed his head, and hoisted his entire body into the air. Mark then ordered his subordinate, check that Russian hunter. This is definitely the place. He stepped forward, spotting a white WAP truck parked at the base of a high-rise, the company they were looking for. Simultaneously, his comms chimed. I just found where the funds are flowing, besides the Sinaloa cartel. It's going into 5 European companies, all secretly owned by the Vasily Group. Mark gasped, covering his mouth in shock. The voice on the other end continued. Those European companies frequently ship goods to Gene SEO Pharmaceuticals. The developments funded by that laundered money have been moved here. Call the NIS. Tell them we found the lab, Mark said. Hearing this, the man inside the sphere noted, it's almost dawn. He turned to ask, is this okay, Catherine? She stood there, reflecting carefully for a moment in silence. Finally, she replied, this is a solo overseas operation. No mistakes allowed. Then she ordered Hack Golem. I authorize you to use that suit. Mark immediately donned the suit of the hunter he just took down and approached another guard. Roger, he grunted. The guard, suspecting nothing, asked, you're here alone? Mark didn't answer, but walked straight up to him. The guard snapped, you American bastard, you sure about coming here solo? Without a word, Mark unleashed a cold, powerful strike. The impact didn't just send the guy flying. The shockwave shattered the row of trees behind him. The other Russian hunters, sensing the commotion, were instantly alerted. After clocking the guy, Mark smirked. I've been 100% sure since the start. Everything's set, boss. I've uploaded all the data from the last trial, so this time is a guaranteed success. Today's the final run for this lab, right? Another man asked. But boss, why hasn't he woken up? Mikhail, the first to receive the finished elixir, was curled up in fluid with red wings behind him, unconscious. Don't tell me it's another failure, boss. I don't think we need to worry about his awakening, a voice said. Mikhail suddenly made a sound. A suit that powerful. It's not normal, the Russian soldiers muttered. Ethan Matt watched them with a savage, thrilled grin, clenching his fists in a combat stance. The Russian soldiers lunged at him, but he didn't flinch. Mark grabbed his left elbow with his left hand and raised his right palm forward. One attacker dove from above. Another lunge from the side, and a third charged head-on. Sharp metal spikes erupted in clusters from his right arm, impaling the 3 Russian soldiers and leaving them dangling in midair as his armor exploded with the momentum. Mark leaned back slightly as they hit the ground. One of them whispered, that's H-Golem from Unit 2, while the metal rods still blocked their path. Mark sneered with a manic laugh. Just the 2 of you? I am disappointed. I was hoping for a bigger crowd. The 2 Russian soldiers whispered to each other. We had to face Unit 2 eventually. One stepped forward and yelled at Mark, I'll make you regret sticking your nose in and trusting only hunter ranks. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the nearby wall. Before he could finish, a terrifying explosion sent both of them flying back. The blast echoed through the mountains and up to the blue sky. Kayak! One of them screamed, watching his comrade get blasted away. He turned back to the ruined wall. A figure emerged from the debris, completely naked with a ferocious face. The sheer power made the soldier tremble, raising his hands in a weak defense. CA Captain, he stammered, but he didn't even get to finish his greeting. He couldn't withstand the pressure and literally crumbled into dust in the evening light. Smoke and fire engulfed the high-rise enemy base. The man called the captain stood tall, his face unidentifiable and slick with fluid. Mark faced him, still confident. So you're the captain? I guess you're the head of the East Asia Mafia, Mikhail Baskov. Did you wipe out your own goons just to make a grand entrance? A gust of wind whipped past as Mark remarked, how embarrassing. He lunged, shouting, you're going down as soon as you show up. He threw a punch, but Mikhail was slow to react. Suddenly, Mark froze, a stiff smile on his face. Thousands of questions raced through his mind as his punch hit Mikhail like it was hitting liquid, absorbed and neutralized, doing 0 damage. Mikhail looked at the point of impact. Mark realized, I can't even feel the hit. Mark concluded, it's like punching the surface of the water. He grimaced. Still in his stance, he grabbed his right elbow with his left hand and fired the metal wires again. Let's see you block this, he yelled. As the wires tore through the man, holes appeared and closed instantly. Mark gritted his teeth as a huge gap opened where his hand touched Mikhail. He was stunned but kept cursing, you're definitely a piece of work. The attack didn't stop, but suddenly the holes in the man's body contracted. They clamped down on Mark's hand. He couldn't react in time. What? Mark stared, speechless. His hands were buried deep inside Mikhail's body. Mikhail smirked as thick veins pulsed where they touched. Mark tried to pull away but couldn't. A strange suction noise filled the air. Mark's face contorted, his eyes rolling back. This bastard. He's draining all my power. So this is what their lab was cooking up. Guess I have to use my ace in the hole, Mark growled. He glanced up at the boulders that had appeared overhead. A massive crash followed as the rocks collapsed, creating a violent tremor and a cloud of dust. Kai hovered in the air, with glowing blue hand-shaped wings behind him, one hand in his pocket. He looked down through the haze at the site where he had dropped the massive stones. Kai touched down, and the blue wings receded. He stood over Mark, who had lost his armor and was kneeling on one leg. Leader. Mark gritted his teeth in anger. I can handle this. Kai narrowed his eyes. Mark, you know how much it costs to train an A-rank hunter, right? You know that, and yet you still use that infinite method. Kai turned and smiled at Mark, tucking his ring and pinky fingers. I think I can already hear Catherine nagging you. In front of them was a wreckage of cracked stone and concrete. Mark stood with a hand on his hip, while Kai took a defensive stance with his blue orifice raised. The sound from the debris put them on guard as black liquid oozed out. Before their eyes, Mikhail's body began to reform. Mark laughed with excitement, getting back into a fighting stance. The more I see him, the more I like him. But Kai shut him down. Mark, you're done here. Go back. Mark yelled what? Kai mocked him. Look at your suit. Mark snapped back, retreating in front of the enemy. I never learned how to do that. Kai explained, I already talked to Catherine. He recalled her stern face at the base. Who said Unit 2 would retreat in front of the enemy? He relayed to the present. There is no failure for the United States. Not now. Not ever, Kai said calmly, his eyes flashing blue. Meanwhile, in the Research Institute's basement, Lee Young-ho stood beside Kim Young-ho and reported respectfully, Boss, the data transfer is a success. The only issue now is Mikhail Baskov himself. Young-ho reflected and added, he's exceeded every projection. Communication is also looking good in this state. Young-ho held his phone and explained, the elixir is stabilizing. His photonic form is waiting for us. He put the phone away and turned to Young-ho. Once we successfully extract him, we're heading straight to Mexico. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. Where do you think you're going? It was Min Xion and Mujong. Min Xion stepped forward. You guys even got your passports ready? Mujong followed close behind. They squared off, a direct confrontation between Min Xion and Young-ho inside. Outside, the battle between Mikhail and Kai was about to ignite. Inside the factory, the two sides walked toward each other, tension thick in the air. On one side were Lee Young-ho and Kim Young-ho. On the other, Min Xion and Mujong. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lee Young-ho? Min Xion said with a confident face. I think the atmosphere here has changed since we last met. Young-ho replied sarcastically, I didn't realize Korea was crawling with so many little rats. Hearing that, Min Xion didn't back down. Watch it, a rat's bite can be fatal. Besides, I got plenty of cats. I don't think that's going to happen, Young-ho asserted. Min Xion brought up the Russian hunters. But I don't think those Russian cats of yours are up to the task, are they? Young-ho remarked. Impressive, but I'd say it's more like a certain hunter who was struggling back at the Busan Pier. Inside the factory, the two sides stood at opposite ends, casually trading barbs. Min Xion calmly noted, I just wasn't warmed up yet. Thinking back, I don't even know your name, Young-ho realized. Min Xion didn't hesitate. I am Xin Min Xin, and the big rat next to me is Park Mujong. The two stared down the other pair. Before anyone noticed, Young-ho had moved toward a specimen tank. He mocked them. Aren't you giving up your info a bit too easily? His hand reached out to touch the glass, his eyes never leaving the two. Then his hand pressed against the tank. Inside, a specimen was bubbling in the fluid. Min Xion watched his every move intently. He didn't flinch, glaring as he stated, I don't give a damn, because I'm killing you today. Following his words, Young-ho applied heavy pressure to the glass, causing large cracks to spiderweb across the surface. He repeated, kill me? The glass shattered, spraying everywhere along with the pitch-black experimental chemicals the moment he spoke. Then he reached up and grabbed his own shirt as a fire erupted around him. The heat incinerated his clothes, revealing a body covered in bizarre patterns. Pitch-black smoke swirled around him, and his eyes rolled back, white as the flames died down. His eyes flashed with light as the black smoke receded behind him. Young-ho stood with his arms spread wide in a dominant pose, staring at Min Xion. His pupils contracted, and he gave a confident smirk. You're the one who's going to die, Shin Min Xion. Both sides entered combat mode. Purple-black mana sparks radiated from Young-ho, filling the air as he arrogantly held his arms out to welcome them. Park Mujong took a fighting stance and assessed the situation. I've never felt this kind of mana before. Not even an alphinist. Yang-ho laughed with wild excitement. I've been dying to see what you could do since that clash at the Busan Pier, you evolve hunter. He continued to release waves of mana. Then his smile vanished into a hint of regret. If I had more time, I would have dissected you from head to toe. As he spoke, he brought his hands together in front of his chest, palms facing each other. A dense orb of black energy formed between them. But unfortunately, I'm on a tight schedule. Forgive me if I get a little rough. Park Mujong gritted his teeth and shouted, "This is the first time I've met a guy with that mindset since coming to Earth." Without wasting another second, Mujong lunged forward to deliver a punch with a battle cry. "Let's go." But Yang-ho quickly dodged. Yang-ho slid backward with his hands out, palms still facing each other. His eyes glowed pink, and white smoke escaped his mouth. Behind him, a tangled web of purple energy and mana spheres hovered. Then, he manifested a thick, purple metallic shield. Violent impacts echoed as the barrier slowly shattered, sending smoke and debris flying everywhere. Park Mujong had somehow leaped over the barrier, aiming a fist at Yang-ho. Yang-ho quickly spotted the opening above him and looked up at Mujong as he retreated. A storm of direct, rapid-fire punches from Park Mujong greeted him, forcing Yang-ho to cross his arms in defense. Under the fierce assault and smoke, he lost his footing but quickly created a layer of metal beneath his back to stabilize. Then Yang-ho reacted instantly, manipulating the dense purple-black mana spheres. A sudden noise nearby caught Min Chion's attention. He scanned the area and found the sound coming from the specimen tanks. The glass tanks shattered and pitch-black energy surged out. This energy flowed toward Yang-ho, who welcomed it with open arms. Mujong watched as the alchemist, Li Yang-ho, controlled the energy flow while looking down at him. Then he smirked and dove down. A great catastrophe. A massive explosion followed, spraying dense purple-black liquid everywhere from within the purple smoke. After the move hit, Park Mujong realized in shock, this is... Suddenly, he noticed a glowing red mana surge within the purple smoke. Park Mujong leaped away from the smoke, warning Min Chion, "Leader, don't touch that smoke." Min Chion quickly radiated golden mana to shield himself. Mujong realized that such a series of skills could only be performed by drawing a magic circle in Alphinist. That tattoo seems to function just like a magic circle. Mujong asked in wonder, "Is there any other mortal who can use this kind of magic?" Min Chion replied, "I've never seen this kind of power before either. Li Yang-ho is something else. If that smoke fills this whole basement, we're toast." "Let's get out of here first," Min Chion realized. The purple-black smoke surrounded them. Park Mujong, standing inside Min Chion's protective energy, scratched his head. "Wait, what about Li Yang-ho?" Min Chion replied helplessly, "He bailed a long time ago." "Are you slow?" Min Unikyong was shocked. "Huh? When?" He casually answered his question. "About 3 minutes ago." Park Mujong looked incredibly annoyed. "What? That was even before we got here." Park Mujong turned to Min Chion. "TCH, I'm going to meet the Americans. I probably need to join forces with them to catch Mikhail Baskov." Having said his piece, Mujong prepared to leave while Min Chion watched him go. He looked around and fell deep into thought. Min Chion recalled the image of Yang-ho holding Kim Young-ho while carrying a stack of documents. He thought he manifested a weapon with all his power, but then stopped and ran for it. He even took Kim Young-ho with him. He noticed Yang-ho had coughed up blood with those purple eyes. He had thought it was just a personal defense. Finally, he concluded, this guy is even more of a headache than Mikhail Baskov. Outside, after the brutal battle, a naked Mikhail Baskov lay spread-eagled on the ground, his body partially damaged. The ground around him was cracked and shrouded in dust. Kai stood calmly above him, one hand in his pocket, controlling mana hands in the air. Mark asked excitedly, "Is it over, leader?" He then looked down at Mikhail Baskov. "I wish my suit was okay, so I could have finished it myself." Suddenly, orders came in. "Unter Ashgolem, unter melting point." Catherine was briefing them from a base. She continued, "As the captain of Unit 2, I'm ordering both of you to call in all members of the squad immediately." The sudden order caught Mark by surprise. He instinctively looked at Mikhail Baskov. "The whole squad? Isn't this fight over?" Something unexpected happened, making Mark yell, "What the?" He stared intently. He crouched down, intending to touch Mikhail Baskov, but the body crumbled. Mark realized it's just a shell. Kai explained calmly, "As for this Mikhail Baskov, I think it's safe to say he's currently in the larval stage." Mark stood up and asked for clarification. "Let me get this straight. You're saying he molted and just flew away?" Kai looked at Mark and continued. "You said Kim Young-ho's offshore funds moved to Mexico, right? I'll decide our next destination. Let's see how Li Yang-ho and Mexico end up," Kai said dangerously with a spark of excitement. Following a fire and a massive explosion with thick smoke, Min Xion and Mu Zhang managed to escape, only to be met by Shim Unesio who had just landed. Did something happen here? What was that energy source from the lab? She asked. Min Xion put his hand to his chin, deep in thought. They're using a type of mana I've never seen before. That mana was definitely created by cultists. Unesio returned to her normal state as she listened. Min Xion recalled Yang Ho touching the containment tank and added, and it seems that extracted mana might have been artificially synthesized for a third party. Unesio realized. So that means Li Yang Ho has a container for that mana. She then followed up, what about the elixir? He remained silent. Unesio then concluded and advised, better if we keep this information to ourselves. Min Xion quickly agreed. I'm down. This is something the folks at the NIS wouldn't understand anyway. Suddenly, behind the three of them, Catherine, Sorang, and Taerang appeared. Sorang called out, Shin Min Xion. They looked around warily. Taerang wondered, did that bastard Li Yangho set off a bomb here? They quickly gathered together. Taerang continued, and you actually managed to survive a place like this? He said, referring to Min Xion. Min Xion shot back. If that prickly Yangho could survive, why couldn't I? Taerang grumbled, I'm seriously speechless with you. Kai and Mark appeared out of nowhere. Kai was sitting on Mark's shoulders, resting a hand on Mark's head, while Mark clutched his painful arm. Catherine called to them, Mark, leader, with concern. Sorang glanced over at them to check in. Looks like he needs medical attention. Do you want me to take him to the hospital? Mark replied, grumpily, our entire bodies are top secret. And you want me to see a regular doctor? You got nothing better to do than talk out of your ass, monkey girl? While Kai was still perched on his shoulders, touching his bald head. Sorang, seeing her kindness thrown back in her face, snapped back. Oh, you're right. You talk trash every time you open your mouth. So treating you would be a total waste of time. Hearing this, Taerang looked a bit worried as he watched them bicker. Mark lost his cool at the insult, gritting his teeth and screaming, this crazy bitch. Immediately after, Kai tapped his bald head. Knock it off, Mark. I can't sit comfortably because of you. Zhou was fuming. Taerang glanced at her expression warily. Min Xion couldn't help but ask, how's manager Li Zhongsong? Taerang glanced at him and replied, he was summoned, so he's back at HQ. Min Xion noted, I bet things are a total mess over there. Taerang held his head and complained, I don't even want to talk about it. It's a complete clusterfuck. Even now, I'm still trying to stop our info from leaking out. They then looked up at the ruined, burning building in front of them. Taerang raised his hand nonchalantly. But now that the lab's blown up like this, I can't hide it anymore. Catherine spoke up, drawing everyone's eyes to her. Let's make a deal. Min Xion asked, confused, a deal? She explained, I got a call from the NSA, National Security Agency. Before this lab blew up, a massive chunk of data was sent to Mexico. Catherine then made her request. I want you to be our support to catch Li Yangho in Mexico. At her words, Mark and Kai also fixed their gazes on her. Catherine said firmly, this lab was only their second priority. Mexico is Li Yangho's real base. She argued, now that Li Yangho is gearing up to fight us, I'm going to do everything I can for this operation. She crossed her arms and laid out the rough plan. We'll handle him. You guys just cut off their escape route on their ships and prevent collateral damage to civilians. Min Xion asked probingly, and if we refuse? Hearing this, Catherine was a bit surprised and confused. What? Min Xion questioned, in this operation, do you really intend to share info with us the whole time? You guys stabbed us in the back from the start, and now you want us to ally with you? The five of them stared at each other. Mark, feeling the logic failing, angrily cut in, seems like that yellow monkey has no skills other than that dirty mouth. If you guys hadn't let Li Yangho slip, we wouldn't even need to go to Mexico. Mu Zhang couldn't take it anymore and stepped up, cursing, you crazy bastard. He stood in front of Mark and challenged him. If Li Yangho had teamed up with Mikhail Baskov, you'd be in a coffin by now. The two glared at each other in rage. Mark said dismissively, is that so? Kai had moved off Mark's shoulders at some point and was floating nearby. Then let's split this operation into two paths. Kai, hovering with his hand wings, continued, the first person to catch Li Yangho gets him. What do you guys think? Winner takes all. He spoke calmly, hands still in his pockets. Min Xion found it interesting. He pointed at them with one hand, the other casually in his pocket. I'm in, but I guarantee if you stab us in the back one more time, you'll be next after Li Yangho. Catherine turned to Kai. Leader? But he calmly stuffed his other hand in his pocket and looked at her with a light smile. I'm sitting this one out, Catherine. Catherine asked in shock, what? He smiled and advised her, don't push yourself too hard, Catherine. You want to age prematurely? Then he turned to leave. Just consider the 3 NIS hunters as my replacements. Catherine panicked, wait, this is too sudden. He ignored her calls and flew away. Leader Kai gritted his teeth, lost in thought. I'm afraid that the Mikhail Baskov in my mind is far too dangerous. In a ruined city in the Middle East. Is Iraq back? A voice asked. A muscular woman holding a beer can said, I didn't hear that you were wrong, right? She is Unit 2 member Priscilla Venia. In Santa Monica, USA, at a vacation villa, a blond man wearing glasses sat on a chair with his feet up on the phone. This is the first time we've received a full squad summons from 9 out of 11, he said. This is Unit 2 member Tun Sanhangen. In Shanghai, China, a bloody Chinese hunter was groaning in pain. The person behind him glanced at him and said, I'm still not used to using chopsticks. Why are you calling me back? He hung up the phone and wondered, what is Kai even up to? On the ground around him were the bloody corpses of Chinese hunters. In Moscow, Russia, at a palace, a nervous guard thought, a full squad summons? Why does a massive mission like this pop up right after I joined? He is Unit 2 member Rick Blaze. At Catherine and Unesio's location, they stood before a heavily guarded aircraft. Catherine explained the mission. The Vanguard team's goal is to locate, wiretap, and monitor Lee's lab. We can build a specific strategy based on that. She glanced at Unesio and explained further. If a fight breaks out, our team moves first. But the deeper you step into enemy territory, the easier it is to get caught. Facing the serious words, Unesio looked at her hands and mused. You mean I should protect my own skin? I hope so too. Earlier, at the base, a piercing scream echoed. Mexico, you think that's a place I'll just send you to immediately if you ask? Do you think we're Americans? Why do you guys just ruin everything because you want to? Manager Lee Jongsung was furious at Min Xion and Mu Zhang's request. They just plugged their ears with their fingers and looked at him blankly. Jongsung continued to grumble. You don't care if our country collapses, do you? Have you ever thought about hyper? Will it be buried by the international community? Of course not. Faced with this fierce opposition, Unesio spoke up. Just let me go with the Vanguard team. All eyes turned to her. Jongsung suddenly calmed down and asked, Do you have a passport? Unesio winked playfully, holding up her passport between two fingers. Everything's already set under Phantom's leadership. Elsewhere, Mark received some news. Mark, you're not permitted to join this operation until your new suit is sent. This made him freeze. Back to reality. Catherine and Min Xion looked at the situation. Min Xion remarked, I guess we're actually pretty organized. Then the rest of Unit 2 arrived. Priscilla Venia waved with a big smile. Long time no see, Catherine. With everyone present, Catherine began the assignments. Vanguard team, Shimun Seo, Catherine, Ryan, Priscilla, and Rick. The 5 of them stood aside. She continued, second wave team, Shin Min Xion, Park Mujong, and Mark. The 3 of them stood to the side, though Mark and Mujong still glared at each other. The 5 Vanguard members stood together. Someone was missing. Catherine asked, what about Tono? Rick replied, he went ahead already, don't worry about him. Then he added, it must have been tough for you to convince a retired guy to join this operation. Catherine replied formally, the SAC never officially processed his retirement. He decided that on his own. He must be confusing the SAC with McDonald's. Finally, she concluded, what a troublemaker. They talked as they walked. Rick just chuckled behind her. The plane took off. Inside the cabin, everyone took their seats. Unesio sat by the window, looking out excitedly. Conquering the sky, a luxury only a great mage or a dragon knight could afford. Suddenly, someone asked her, are you a Korean hunter? Making her turn toward the voice. Priscilla was leaning against a seat, looking down at her. I don't mean to bother you. She leaned in and asked, but what's your rank? Her question made Rick, sitting in front, turn his head to listen. Priscilla remarked, I bet you're at least S rank if you've learned some skills from China or Russia, right? Unesio didn't know how to answer and stayed silent. Catherine stood up from behind to bail Unesio out. She's A rank in research and infiltration. Priscilla asked in surprise, A rank? So she's the same rank as Tono? Rick turned all the way around to hear the conversation. Catherine explained, they have different areas of expertise. Further back, Tono sat silently, sleeping with his hat covering half his face. Unesio looked at Priscilla curiously. What's your power? Priscilla stood up straight, one hand on her hip, and the other mimicking a gun pointed at Unesio. She smiled proudly. I'm very good with guns. Unesio was a bit taken aback. Guns? Are guns actually useful in a fight between hunters? Priscilla explained by giving an example. Isn't there someone like that in Asia too? Someone told me there was a warrior so good with a sword he could cut through a steel plate. I'm just like that. She continued confidently, I can shoot really well. Unesio wondered, but don't hunters always keep their powers a secret? Priscilla lowered her hand and explained, it's just an unwritten rule among hunters. I don't care much about that. She added as if it were a matter of fact. I can still win even if they know my abilities. If you have so much time to gossip, why don't you spend it digging up more on Li Yongho? Ryan Spencer complained, clearly annoyed by the noise. Priscilla turned around to defend herself. Aren't I just building team chemistry for a flawless strategy? Ryan grimaced. He kept his headphones on and stared at the digital display in front of him without replying. Priscilla continued. Besides, why are you sweating us? Why don't you go play with your own teammates? Ryan took off his headphones, glanced at Priscilla's group, and questioned, chemistry? Ryan pressed further. If you care so much about teamwork, why'd you do that to Rick back in Russia? Priscilla smiled widely and rubbed Rick's head. That was just a test to see if he was staying sharp on duty. You don't get to be a Unit 2 member if you can't handle a couple of Russian hunters, Priscilla added. Rick flashed back to the moment he stood terrified between two Russian soldiers. She turned to Rick and asked, right, Rick? Rick awkwardly gripped the armrest, looked up, and replied, why yes, ma'am. But deep down he was shaking. He thought back to that moment. It sucked being thrown into a fight without his suit. Priscilla continued, it's all good since you survived, right? Priscilla stood up and gave Unesio some advice. If you want to live longer, you'd better steer clear of her. She'll toss the weak links without a second thought. No merci. Then Ryan stood up to leave. I gotta hit the head. As everyone watched him go, Priscilla didn't miss the chance to mock him. Don't tell me you're gonna pee your pants after acting all tough. After hearing the exchange, Unesio glanced down at Catherine, who was already seated. Is Unit 2 always like this? She asked. Catherine replied, just let them be. It might look messy, but they trust each other more than anyone when things go south, Catherine added. Priscilla smiled as she watched Ryan walk away. Ryan was floored when he opened the restroom door. The inside was covered in splattered blood. Everyone quickly gathered at the scene. Doesn't look like someone just spilled ketchup while making a sandwich in the bathroom. Huh? I'm positive we've been boarded, Tono said as he stepped forward. Catherine called out, Tono. And let me remind you, she told him, this is a military aircraft. It's just us and the U.S. Air Force here. Unit 2's operations are top secret, so the only people in the military who know about this are high-level execs. She then posed a question to Tono. Are you saying there's a traitor among us? Ryan spoke up to analyze the situation. Looking at this, Lee Yeon-ho has been flexing his influence in both Korea and Japan, politically and commercially. Finally, Ryan got to the heart of the matter. What exactly is he gunning for? He asked seriously. Tono thought about it and spoke up, his eyes flashing. How do you take out the world's best hunter unit in one fell swoop? The other four looked at Tono with suspicion. A plane crash, he answered bluntly. Their plane was currently hurtling through the sky. Rick ran over frantically calling for Catherine, drawing everyone's attention. Catherine quickly asked, Rick, what's the status on emergency parachutes? Rick stammered back, we don't have any. We don't even have life vests, let alone parachutes, he added, leaving Catherine stunned and wide-eyed. Hearing this, Tono stroked his beard and deduced, they were there when we took off. I was the first one on the plane, and I checked everything. In other words, he then reached a conclusion. The culprit is still on this plane. Tono gritted his teeth. He glared with determination. I have to stop this crash. Seeing Tono's rage, Unesio couldn't help but doubt her initial impression. I thought you were some cold-blooded veteran. Priscilla, standing next to her, noticed and explained about that. She recalled the past and continued his daughter and wife were on a plane that went down during the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Catherine picked up her tablet. She assigned everyone to different sections of the plane. Tono and Priscilla to the engine room, Ryan to the control room, and Rick to the cabin. Then she gave a serious command. On behalf of the Unit 2 captain, I'm not stopping anyone from taking out any passenger who isn't a team member immediately. Catherine turned to leave and called out, Unesio with me. Unesio instinctively followed but asked, where are we going? Catherine explained, there are only two ways to bring down a plane like this. Internal sabotage or taking control from the tower. As she spoke, she walked quickly toward the cockpit, with Unesio right behind her. Catherine used a laser to cut through the door. She swung the door open, startling the pilot and co-pilot. WH, what are you two doing? They yelled. Catherine and Unesio looked inside. Unesio voiced her thought, I guess it's already too late. Catherine touched her earpiece and checked in with the others. Ryan, how's it looking? Ryan replied instantly from the other end. 5 people on a manifest have been cleared. Next, Rick reported, only 2 guards here, both on the list. Then Catherine called Tono. He quickly reported, yeah, cleared too. Tono and Priscilla watched the people in the section they were checking. Catherine processed the info. So that's 13 people total, including the pilot and co-pilot, and 19 including us. Looking at the photos of everyone on board, she continued, there are 21 people on this bird. According to the list, 3 are missing. Catherine adjusted her glasses and stared at the tablet. She grimaced and cursed when she realized the truth. Damn it, all 3 of them are engineers. Which means if this plane has a mechanical failure now, none of US can fix it, Catherine added, thinking about the plane currently in flight. Unesio reached back and remarked, sorry, but there's even worse news. Catherine put her hands on her hips to listen. There are 6 hunters here, yet no one noticed when these 3 were killed. There's only one possibility. She reached a conclusion. It's definitely a hunter's doing. The 2 looked in the same direction, sharing the same thought. Catherine spoke into her earpiece. First, gather everyone in the hangar. From now on, anyone acting on their own is an intruder. The co-pilot suddenly spoke up. Wait, we can't just leave the cockpit. On Tono's end, someone else protested. We need at least 2 people in the engine room too. Finally, Catherine gave a new order. Fine. Ryan, stay in the cockpit. Priscilla, you monitor the engine room. The guy in the engine room spoke up again, sounding offended. Are you suspecting us? Priscilla threatened them with a less-than-friendly smile. You want to survive the suspicion or die right now? Her warning shut him up instantly. Everyone gathered in one spot. Rick asked naively, is the crisis over now? Tono told him, there are 4 hunters in this hangar. The 4 of them looked at the groups in the other sections. The 2 sides seemed like opposing camps. Tono added, no matter how he acts, he'll always strike first. Catherine crossed her arms and speculated. What if everything was preset? Like a time bomb? Tono took off his hat and complained, I just want to find it. Don't be so picky. Then Tono pulled a cloth out of his vest pocket. He tied it tightly over his eyes. Unesio, seeing this for the first time, had a huge question mark over her head. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the center of the cloth on Tono's forehead, the eye of the giant. He faced the group opposite him and manifested something as Catherine, Unesio, and Rick watched. The eye of the giant drained the color from the surroundings as Tono scanned the area. He finally stopped when he saw only a single box with color. Tono said, there's a time bomb right there at 2 o'clock, currently counting down. He described the remaining time as only 3 seconds as he stared at the box. Catherine, Tono jid. She had already taken off her glasses, revealing her eyes. The bomb shattered and blew apart under the force of her power. Catherine confirmed, disarmed. Tono remained silent. Seeing Tono's silence, Catherine prompted, hey. Tono then continued, the structure and method of this bomb. It's called the bird eater. Hearing this, Unesio approached, confused. What the heck is a bird eater? Rick, on the other side, explained to her with a look of disbelief. Interpol's most wanted man. He continued, he's an aerial terrorist active in North America and Arab countries. It's been 21 years since he started working solo and surfaced, but still, nobody knows his identity. It's been 21 years? She wondered. Rick explained seriously, yeah. He's one of the masterminds behind the 9/11 attacks. He's the arch-nemesis of our task force. Hearing this, Tono angrily corrected him. Arch-nemesis? You call him our arch-nemesis? His body trembled. If we really thought of him as America's arch-nemesis, we wouldn't have been sitting around twiddling our thumbs for 21 years. Rick whispered, he's also Mr. Turner's enemy for the reason I mentioned. Mr. Turner retired early because he wanted to catch the bird eater with his own hands. An image appeared of Tono standing by lonely graves. Tono touched the eye on his forehead. There's no way that bastard set only 1 bomb. Next, beams of light continuously flashed towards several other bomb boxes. To the shock of those around him, he yelled, disarm those bombs right now. More boxes were discovered. The other passengers on the plane watched in terror. One stammered, is that a bomb? Another asked, is this transport plane the bird eater's target? Tono saw something that left him stunned, gritting his teeth. A blinding light flashed above the crowd. The object flew down into the middle of the group. It then flew straight into Tono's eye before anyone could react. Turner caught it but screamed in agony. Catherine yelled in a panic, hey. She winced. A scream rang out in my eyes. Everything in front of her became a blur. Then came another voice. That was a neural flashbang. It detonates automatically when an opponent gets within close range. It paralyzes all senses, including sight. Don't worry too much. A shadowy figure of a man continued. Your senses will return within 5 minutes. Around him, the people from before had all collapsed. He appeared as a blurry black silhouette since no one could see clearly. He held something in his hand. Catherine thought, I can't tell who's speaking, let alone where he's standing. Rick and Unesio knelt to support Tono. Rick asked, sir, are you okay? Catherine stayed in a defensive stance. The man continued, except for that old man. Since it was originally designed to deal with Cyclops, he added, his senses are about to go haywire. Catherine was filled with rage. He continued, it's been a while, hasn't it, Hunter Cyclops? I owe you one from back in Azerbaijan. Rick was still holding on to Tono. The man mocked him, just thinking about you makes my head spin. I didn't know that ACT would be the reason you got disillusioned with the U.S. intelligence service and retired, he recalled. Catherine asked him angrily, Bird Eater, what do you plan to do with this transport plane? He laughed savagely. Then he said, I have one request. Land this plane on the U.S. mainland. I'm going to give those tired American bastards another nightmare. He was referring to explosions. Catherine negotiated, if this transport plane goes down, you'll die too. Is that request worth your own life? He quickly shot back. I survived the 9/11 attacks and have survived hundreds of aerial massacres since. I'm not an aviation terrorist for nothing. He had a smirk on his face. Unesio finally stood up. I bet there are no more hunters left on board. Catherine confirmed. There are only 4 advanced hunters left in this hangar now. She instinctively looked toward Unesio. Unesio stepped forward toward him and asserted, I guarantee if you try anything, you're dead. The man remained mocking. Oh, I'm so scared. Hearing that from someone who can't see a thing. She narrowed her eyes. You know nothing about my power. She then spread her 8 fingers, creating 8 sharp weapon shards, provoking him. Try me, and I'll kill you. The hunter stopped laughing and watched her. He thought, that's long-range sniping ability. People like her are the worst for me right now. Catherine alone is enough of a headache. Damn it, he argued. There are plenty of innocent American soldiers here. You gonna kill them too? She raised her hand, preparing to throw the sharp blades, and said resolutely, I don't give a damn about these Americans, you idiot. He considered his options. I need to keep track of the numbers. I can't guarantee my own safety if I recklessly blow this place up and kill all the soldiers with him. Finally, he backed down. How about this? If you guys promise me that the U.S. intelligence service stops hunting me, I'll disappear quietly, he proposed. Seizing the moment, Catherine quickly accepted. As the leader of Unit 2, I promise you. Rick yelled from behind, Catherine. She cut him off. The man continued with another demand. One more thing. You must eliminate Hunter Cyclops immediately. Catherine asked, confused, what? He explained that senile old man would throw the whole SAC under the bus just to catch me. It's been 21 years since my first move. I just want to retire and live in peace for the rest of my days. Rick still held Tono. The man continued, but I think my retirement plans will be ruined if this old man stays alive. If you can't give me an answer, then we all die here. Besides, after all this time, the old man isn't even part of the CIA anymore, right? He stood among the crowd and declared, this is the chance to save hundreds of people here by killing that one man. Catherine interrupted him. Fine. Rick was appalled. What? Have you lost your mind, Catherine? She quickly replied to Rick, we can't gamble with everyone's lives here. No. Rick shouted. DL, this is bullshit. Are you really going to fall for a terrorist trap like that? He still didn't let go of Tono. Catherine screamed, move, Rick. Her eyes narrowed as she prepared to act. Seeing this, Rick frantically lunged forward to block her, screaming, Catherine. She stayed resolute. If you don't want to die. After the struggle, blood splattered everywhere. Rick was impaled by something from behind before he could react. A surge of power pierced straight through Rick's chest from behind, leaving him in total shock, eyes wide. The massive power ripped through him, causing blood to spray out. It erupted outward. It's even leaking out to the exterior. He was completely stunned. Ugh, Catherine. Blood continued to pour out. He slowly collapsed as the fabric in his hand slipped away, leaving the cloth in his hand lying in separate places. Catherine could only watch as he slowly went down. Park Moo-young flashed a sleazy, provocative smirk. You managed to control that evil energy, Catherine. At this point, we don't even need the bombs anymore, do we? Right then, the aircraft cabin exploded. He continued, a bit sad I couldn't make this bird crash on the U.S. mainland, but suddenly, he shouted, this is still enough of a consolation prize, wiping out every member of Unit 2, including Hunter Cyclops. With this catch, I think I could aim for the top dog spot. Maybe I should put off my retirement for a bit. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light startled him. Arrows streaked toward him. He let out a grunt, shielding his face with his arm. It was Obara, standing there with a look of pure disgust. She walked over to Catherine. Catherine said, I figured the first person to take advantage of the chaos to get off this plane would be the culprit. Obara kept her eyes forward, telling Park Moo-young, even if our senses were frozen, we can still feel the wind direction. Park Moo-young, now wounded and bleeding from the mouth, laughed. Haha, seems like you're intentionally destroying this plane. You're going to sacrifice your own Unit 2 members just to catch the perp? Catherine dismissed his thought. Members? I don't know what you're talking about. She turned her head toward the fallen Rick. Don't you agree, Rick? He slowly sat up as the deep hole in his chest began to heal bit by bit. Once the wound was fully closed, he opened his eyes. Hell yeah, Catherine. Catherine looked at Park Moo-young, her voice dripping with provocation. I don't want you comparing Unit 2 members to a third-rate hack like you. Obara smiled as well. Park Moo-young lowered his head, still full of contempt. TCH, even if you're A-rank hunters, you're dead meat if the plane crashes. It'll be just like 9/11. Suddenly, a voice that didn't belong to the other 3 rang out. Nobody's dying here. Tono Sanhanjin stepped forward. Except for you. The man slumped to the ground. I thought my neural bullet was perfect for this old geezer. What kind of ability does this guy have that I don't know about? He clutched his wrist, screaming in pain, Ga. Help. Obara, as if reading his mind, replied, that's not an ability. It's sheer grit. Even on the verge of death, he didn't waver. His lips curled into a sneer. Hey, Hunter Cyclops. Did you know? Your wife and daughter didn't actually die in that plane crash years ago. Those 2 were dead long before the plane hit the ground. I needed to set an example for the other passengers. Your wife got on her knees and begged me to spare her daughter's life. Even in death, there's that image of a mother holding her girl tight to protect her. But it didn't work. Hearing those words, Tono Sanhanjin gritted his teeth. No one could truly understand the agony of losing a wife and daughter. But despite that suffering, Park Mu-young continued to mock him. That day was like a straight-up comedy. Wish you could have seen it, huh? Then he poked at the pain again. Oh, your wife's ring looked pretty expensive, so I kept it as a souvenir. Sanhanjin gripped the knife in his hand tightly. Hearing what he said, was that a wedding ring? He reached into his shirt as if he were actually pulling out a ring. Let me give it back to you. In reality, there was no ring. What he wanted to pull out was a bomb, but he never expected the sharp arrows to pierce him first. And then his entire hand was severed, blood gushing out. He grabbed his wrist, screaming in agony. Now, Sanhanjin's blade was stained with blood. I think my vision's gotten better. I can see your face now, bird eater. Then he knelt beside him, pressing the blade to his neck, ignoring his stabs, gritting his teeth in fury. Of course, it was a real comedy. Then came a gut-wrenching, throat-tearing scream. After dealing with Park Mu-young, Rick checked on his teammate. You okay, Rick? Yeah, I'm good. Ha! Rick answered quickly. Catherine's mind flashed back. It would have been hard to hit Rick with a laser if he hadn't grabbed my shirt to guide me. It would have also been tough to bait the bird eater. She looked at him as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He had become a teammate she could actually rely on. Reading Catherine's thoughts, Obara spoke up. We can't afford to celebrate yet, Catherine. At this rate, we'll be on the same train to the afterlife as the bird eater. We're in the middle of the mountains, Obara said. Right then, the plane was billowing thick black smoke. Obara and Catherine looked toward the cockpit. The three of them, Obara, Catherine, and Rick, headed to the cockpit together. Catherine asked, What's the status, Ryan? That's what I want to ask. What happened in the hangar? Ryan turned his head slightly toward the three of them. I think there was a chain reaction explosion because of what happened back there. As you can see, these two are out cold, though it's not life-threatening. The pilot and co-pilot, one blonde, one black-haired, were unconscious. The situation was critical. Catherine shouted, Check the crew in the hangar. See if anyone can fly this thing. Ryan, gripping the controls, snapped. No time to ask. Rick, sounding worried and doubting his skills, asked, Ryan, have you ever flown a plane before? That question made Ryan glance over, gritting his teeth. I joined the Air Force, didn't I? Catherine leaned forward, very close to Ryan, her brow furrowed in extreme urgency. Why didn't you tell me sooner, you idiot? Ryan didn't seem worried like he was before or like the other three. Hold on tight if you don't want to die. This is what I learned from the manuals. And then, the plane dove straight toward the sea. As the plane hurtled toward the ocean, trailing thick smoke, two fishermen on a nearby boat were panicking. One pointed at the plane, mouth wide open, speechless. The two of them just stood there, eyes bulging. Ryan let out a massive yell, a scream so loud it nearly tore his throat. Oh, damn it. Then the plane slammed into the water. Because of the plane's massive weight, water splashed incredibly high. The two men on the boat watched in shock, their expressions frozen. Then in some physically impossible way, the plane stayed afloat on the water. It was totally anti-science. Ryan and Rick sat on the roof of the plane, panting. Ryan let out a long sigh of relief. Then he remarked, Felt like I just walked through death's door. After he stood up, Catherine, standing behind him, spoke up. This migration process is going to be rough. We've had so many accidents on our way to Mexico. Rick maintained his calm demeanor. Well, we made it to Mexico anyway. Rick noted. Priscilla walked over, carrying Tono Sanhanjin. See, you're useful sometimes. Tono Sanhanjin, with her arm around his neck, whispered, Can you lean down a bit? Suddenly, a voice addressed Tono Sanhanjin, making him instinctively look up. Hey, what are you planning to do? Catherine continued. The bird eater is dead. You're free to choose your own future now. Priscilla glanced down at him. I bet you're dying to know who put in this request. Let's finish this Mexico trip, and then you can retire. Good job. You're still useful, old man. Then everyone looked forward. Only Ryan remained with his head down, hat on, sitting. Catherine, standing at the front, declared boldly to the other five, All right. The day Li Yongho sees our faces. Let's make it his judgment day. None of Unit 2 suspects me. It's because I'm the one who created the bird eater. That was the thought racing through one of the 6 people. Ryan, or to be more precise, the elder. Ryan Spencer just replied, Why'd you call me back? I haven't even mastered using chopsticks yet. While taking down another guy. After hanging up, he wondered what Kai was up to. Suddenly, a figure in black with a hood obscuring their face appeared behind Ryan. Being a trained hunter, Ryan sensed it immediately. He gasped and spun around instantly to see who was there. A moment later, something happened. Still no one in Unit 2 suspects a thing. Good thing I invented the bird eater, thought the person wearing Ryan's face. He reached up and pulled his hood down, covering the upper half of his face. He spoke about the plane crash plan. Why couldn't you aim for the leader spot? It turns out the one who killed Ryan and shapeshifted to infiltrate Unit 2 was actually Elder Slaughter. Unesio suddenly spoke up. Wait a second. She voiced her doubts about what just went down. Even if we handled that guy, the Bird Eater was only a B-rank hunter. No matter how well prepared he was, that job was definitely done by an A-rank. But he acted alone? Isn't that sketchy as hell? Unesio questioned, feeling the logic didn't add up. Catherine then replied, actually, I was planning to recheck the crew one more time. As she spoke, Unesio cut in, it wasn't the crew. That left Catherine a bit stunned. After a brief silence, Catherine warned Unesio as if telling her not to push it. Shin Unesio, I admit you helped a lot here, but I hope you have a damn good reason for what you're saying. She continued to analyze. The Bird Eater's combat ability was C-rank at best, excluding his bombing skills. I knew he wanted us all to go down together, but I was certain he'd survive and make it back. One person gasped in fear. So you mean there's a traitor among us? But why didn't they join the Bird Eater in the attack? Catherine turned to Unesio. That would have been more dangerous for us. Unesio replied, maybe they're gunning for something bigger, to earn our trust so they can stick with us in the future. Moreover, if they track American movements, it means we're completely in the palm of their hand. To finish us, they just need to close their fist, and we're toast in an instant. After the analysis, Unesio turned to the person looking like Ryan and asked pointedly, don't you agree? The other person knew he was being targeted and warned, you're crossing the line, Unesio. Unesio just smirked. Well, suspicion is my job back home. Priscilla, supporting Tono nearby, listened silently before asking bluntly, so who do you think is the most suspicious? Unesio didn't hesitate to expose him. The one who gained the team's trust the most from this incident. The first person to spot the anomaly and report it. Unesio almost completely outed the fake Ryan. Hearing that, he knew she was referring to him. He could only play the disappointed part. There are few things I learned from working in the Far East for a long time. As he spoke, he reached for his hat. Taking off the hat, he continued, kill the hounds once the hunt is over. After the rabbit is caught, the hounds are useless and become the next targets. He tried to persuade everyone by playing on their emotions and morals. Fake Ryan looked straight at Unesio. I'd gamble my life to save this team. I don't need your thanks, but I won't stand here as a suspect. He then turned to Catherine for sympathy. That's why I said you should have handled everything yourself from the start, Catherine. Right then, Unesio pulled out something that looked like a teal pen. Looking at it, she gave an excited smile. Fake Ryan was surprised, but before he could ask, she explained. Unesio held up the object. It's a bugging device. Remember the situation? The scene flashed back to when each team member was receiving their assigned task. The guy realized he couldn't hide it anymore and let out a tired sigh. He gave a half smirk. That Korean chick's analysis of the Americans was perfect. I didn't think you Korean hunters would be this interesting. Seeing his attitude, the other 5 realized he was indeed an imposter. Catherine spoke up, he's not Ryan. Who the hell are you? Tono asked warily. The man didn't hesitate to reveal his identity. I am Elder Slaughter. The remaining members were stunned. They all instinctively moved into combat stances. Even Tono, who was struggling and leaning on Priscilla, stood tall and drew a dagger. Unesio looked at the imposter and quickly remembered the elderly Yang Ho had mentioned. Priscilla pointed her gun straight at Slaughter. What did you do to Ryan? Slaughter found her reaction amusing, grinning ear to ear. What did I do? He then replied nonchalantly. I think he's in some Shanghai guy's stomach by now. Priscilla's eyes widened with pure hatred. Unable to hold back, she pulled the trigger. Slaughter saw it coming, kicked off the ground, and leaped backward into the air. Easily dodging the bullet, Slaughter stopped smiling and threatened coldly. You just sent yourselves to the gates of hell. As he finished, something flashed near his temple. He turned to see the bullet heading for him again. Slaughter realized the trajectory had changed. It wasn't a straight line anymore. When he jumped, the bullet that had missed also banked upward. But luckily for Slaughter, he was quick enough to dodge the incoming bullet again. It grazed his head, only taking a few hairs from the back of his neck. Then Slaughter vanished into thin air. Priscilla, frustrated and angry, cursed, damn it, no damage at all. I'm going after that bastard. But Catherine quickly stopped her. Enough, Priscilla. She was devastated by Catherine's words, feeling she was being cold. You want me to just let Ryan's killer walk away like that? Catherine replied calmly, we just finished a battle. Everyone is exhausted, and our gear hasn't even been delivered yet. She clarified the gravity of the situation. We can't predict what other traps are left. They knew we were coming. We need to regroup first. Meanwhile, in another location, Min Xion, Mu Zhong, Mark, and Dong Song were together in a building. Dong Song spoke up. On the surface, it's an operation to wipe out a major drug smuggling ring into the States. With Catherine's help, you'll join as U.S. agents. Mark smirked with interest. Mu Zhong replied with satisfaction. Perfect. Min Xion, making sure things went as planned, challenged, if it's delayed by even one day, I'm going in myself. Slaughter. So, basically your mission was a fail? Slaughter's face darkened, his eyes tense. He looked toward the source of the voice and replied cautiously, but those bastards won't be able to move right away after this incident. In the meantime, Master Li Yongho will have enough. His voice trailed off as he felt overpowered. The voice was clearly angry. I told you to stall them. The voice was full of rage, calling him a failure. Slaughter lowered his head, looking somber as he endured the scolding. The person then gave Slaughter an order. Fine. From now on, you help Li Yongho finish the elixir. Slaughter asked in surprise, you want me to assist him? His face was twisted in annoyance, clearly reluctant. He gritted his teeth, letting out a sharp tsh. Meanwhile, in Baja, Mexico, California Sur, Sinaloa Juarez Cartel Villa, a massive estate surrounded by trees. The architecture was somewhat classic, with heavy iron gates. On top of a clock tower, 3 girls stood. One of them asked, why do we need another week? The view from the tower showed all the houses in the area. Another voice answered firmly, Li Yongho is definitely in there. Catherine, standing on the high bell tower, spoke her mind in a serious tone. Infiltrating the enemy's den without preparation is suicide. Cartels are the law in northern Mexico. Law enforcement means nothing here. She picked up binoculars to observe from afar. Breaking into their den isn't just an operation anymore. Priscilla listened grimly to Catherine's analysis. Unesio also picked up her binoculars. Catherine stated firmly with gravity, it's a war. Unesio, looking through her binoculars, spoke slowly. Wait, some new people just broke in over there. She said seriously, check it, Rick. At the SAC Operations Center, Rick's voice came through. One of them is in the facial recognition system. Rick sat with his arms and legs crossed, staring at the projector screen. He continued in a serious tone. They're from the Los Zetas cartel. James stood behind him, listening intently. James looked at the documents in front of him. A hit squad from the Gulf Cartel, rivals of the Sinaloa cartel. Every member of that squad, including their leader Guzman, were former members of the Mexican Special Forces, GAFE, James said, looking at an enlarged photo of the leader. 4 years ago, Guzman led his men away from the Gulf Cartel to join Sinaloa. Since then, the Gulf Cartel had gone into a massive downward spiral. As James spoke, he recalled the image of that gang, the leader and 2 terrifying henchmen standing before a backdrop of towering smoke and flames. They were notorious for their brutality. Unesio bowed her head slightly and said to Priscilla, I'll be right back. A noise in the distance caught Priscilla's attention, making her turn to look. In the villa's courtyard stood 2 men, Guzman and his subordinate. His subordinate, a bald black man, asked, Boss, is it true that 12 elders are attending this meeting? Guzman glanced at him and replied, Yeah, they said they'd be here tomorrow. The subordinate looked pleased. Finally, we get to see the face of the infamous Slaughter. They both headed inside the villa. Guzman replied casually, that's probably not his real face. But anyway, you won't just be seeing the 12 elders. You'll also get a look at those Maquitalia guys. The bald man was surprised. What? Slaughter brought his crew all the way to Mexico? James answered nonchalantly. Yeah. The bald subordinate couldn't help but curse. Damn, finally getting to see those red-skinned Colombians. Guzman shot him a warning look. Watch your mouth. Say that in front of them, and you'll lose your head. The bald man looked annoyed, clearly wanting to protest. But there's no way we should bow down to those red-skinned rebels, he grumbled. Guzman replied, I get where you're coming from. Guzman continued, just like us, they aren't part of their old gang anymore, but they aren't the same rebels they used to be either. The bald man cut in. Anyway, I think this meeting is going to be on a different level. 2 elders present, he added. Even those red-skinned bastards are here. Guzman replied calmly. Word is the high-ups are already moving on their plan. The bald man asked in shock, Are you for real? Guzman replied, The street punks in the city have already been ordered to mobilize. He imagined a scene of fire spreading everywhere. Soon enough, the border town of Calexico will be a sea of flames. After he said that, James, Rick, Priscilla, and Catherine were struck with alarm and worry. Those bastards are trying to destroy Calexico directly. Calexico is a border city, so close it's practically considered one city with Mexico, if not for the wall. Someone added, actually, if you dig a small tunnel in Mexico, you could pop up right in the suburbs of Calexico. Sinaloa's dope is distributed to the states through those tunnels. I think they're sending soldiers through now instead of drugs. Unesio thought to herself, Li Yongho might vaguely sense my stealth in the dark. If I go any deeper, I'll have to burn a lot of mana. She reported back to Catherine, I'm back. Sneaking in like this is getting riskier by the second. What's the move, Catherine? Catherine replied seriously. Let's hit them with a preemptive strike before Li Yongho and Slaughter team up. Let's go. Unesio sprinted at top speed, leaping into the air. Where's that Slaughter guy? Through the earpiece, Catherine answered, Most of the NSA's South American wiretap networks are being processed. We'll have results soon. Un SEO stayed silent, sounding skeptical. Catherine asked, you doubting the NSA's skills? Those guys operate on a whole different level than us. Un SEO's pace slowed slightly. Catherine continued on the other end. If they wanted to, they could pull the president's phone logs and emails in a heartbeat. Right then, Rick spoke up, got word from the NSA. They pinged a phone signal from the Maquitalia's second-in-command, contacting his family. Rick stared at the GPS data the NSA sent over. Lately, they've stopped passing through Central Sonora. He sounded surprised. Huh. But what are they up to? The DEA and the ATF are also planning to bust Slaughter now. Helicopters were seen flying through the sky. On a chopper, a soldier reported, Captain, we've got a radio call from the SAC. They say it's urgent. James was surprised. Soc. He connected the radio and answered. This is Captain James from the DEA. Catherine made her demand sternly. I'm Catherine Johnson from the CIA. We're requesting you abort your operation and RTB immediately. James replied coldly. Since when does the CIA give orders to the DEA? Catherine's voice dropped. It's not an order, it's advice. You're going to get killed. The atmosphere on the chopper was incredibly tense. James replied, we know this is a high-stakes play. None of us are going in blind. James continued, I don't have time for your nonsense. Just stay out of the way. He grabbed his weapon, eyes full of resolve. I'll let you know if I get anything good while interrogating those Maquitalia punks. I'm out. A helicopter was still en route. How much longer? Another voice asked. ETA to target is 10 minutes. Gear up. We strike the moment we hit the ground. The soldiers immediately checked their equipment. The radio crackled again. James asked suspiciously, now what? A middle-aged man with glasses spoke up. This is the director. The SAC has requested a temporary halt to this operation. James replied with irritation. Those crazy SAC dogs? We're ignoring that, right? The director looked stressed. It seems this order came from the top. James replied arrogantly. I'll take full responsibility. You'll be thanking me when this is over, director. The director was confused. What do you mean? James said. The identity of the Maquitalia boss is still unconfirmed, and Slaughter is there too. The director said dismissively. Now I see why the SAC is so pathetic. They're just cowards. He looked cold. We've been chasing Maquitalia for a long time. You really think I'm going to pass this up? The chopper began its descent. James replied, we'll trust only you, director, and proceed with the plan. The director said firmly, of course. Don't miss this shot. Choppers and vehicles began converging on the location. A mysterious figure, completely cloaked, asked, Master, those two flies have teamed up. He held a blade that glowed with blood-red lines, radiating bloodlust. As the choppers landed, a voice came over the comms. Eagle 1 and 2 land. Eagle 3 provide top cover. The door slid open, and a blonde soldier stepped out. Both sides faced off on a deserted road. The blonde soldier looked at the group opposite him, confused. What the hell are these bastards up to now? He thought to himself, they brought swords to a gunfight? The opposing team consisted of 3 people, 2 masked and 1 completely cloaked. The cloaked leader spoke, get ready, everyone. One masked man said, that long ride was boring me to death. This is better. He followed up, should we take them out? The cloaked leader replied, no. Better to turn them into appetizers before we start. He stared down the opposing team. The sound of rhythmic footsteps came from the chopper teams. Eagle 1, in position. Squad 2, weapons up. Eagle 2, in position. The blonde soldier said sternly. Come on out, Slaughter. Resistance is futile. Gun in hand, he added, drop your weapons and surrender. Slaughter's team ran forward. As they closed in on his team 5, he warned, halt. We will open fire if you come any closer. The cloaked man gave a sinister smile and ripped off his cloak. You arrogant American pricks. How dare you speak my master's name? He tossed the cloak aside, revealing a ripped, muscular physique and a heavy blade. Sweat rolled down the blonde soldier's face. You laughing at me? He raised his gun and took aim, a cocky smile on his face. I don't care how many people buy and sell dope. I didn't think they'd be high enough to try this. He settled into a precise firing stance and added, we can't take them alive under these circumstances. Switch to plan C. He gave the order with a serious face. Open fire. Muzzle flashes lit up as bullets streaked toward the target. The massive, muscular man, radiating a murderous aura, quickly deflected every single shot. 2 trails of white smoke escaped his mouth. He looked ferocious and completely unharmed, leaving the blonde soldier in shock. What the hell is this? He ordered his 2 squads, Eagle 1 and 2, full spread. Both teams unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. The muscular black man held a heavy blade. He deflected every bullet with movements that were both agile and powerful. Resting the blade on his shoulder, he looked at his subordinates and then charged. A gruesome, blood-soaked scene unfolded, filled with screams. He stood there, radiating a terrifying, murderous intent. He flashed a triumphant smirk. This is just the beginning of the long-awaited bloodbath ceremony. On the aircraft, a soldier gripped the controls. Captain. He pressed the trigger, launching a missile directly at the muscular black man. The man braced himself with one hand, accumulating his mana. He threw a direct punch toward the soldier near the helicopter. The soldier panicked instantly. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, fire filling the sky. The blonde soldier stared in total disbelief, eyes wide. The man shot back, "Don't look at me like that." Soon enough, the people from the border city of Calexico will be joining them, he said. He then glared at an approaching helicopter. Far from the burning explosion, another chopper was closing in. The muscular black man looked at the sea of fire and signaled his subordinates to halt. Everyone fall back. Someone else is coming. His subordinate replied, "I'm almost done on this side. I'll handle it." The muscular man warned him, "Those punks aren't the same breed. They're hunters." Meanwhile, a voice came over the helicopter comms. "I'll take the one with the machete. You guys can handle the rest, right?" Catherine, Rick, and Priscilla were sitting together on the helicopter. Catherine crossed her arms and said, "Don't go easy on them. Wipe them out instantly. Those Maya bastards aren't human." She added with a hint of nostalgia, "It's been a while since I've suited up in hunter gear. Feels weird." Rick reported to James, "Half of the DEA task force members are Kia." James looked out. "They've spilled American blood." James's eyes burned with rage. "That means family or friends. A debt of blood must be paid in blood." Catherine gritted her teeth. "Beasts should be treated like beasts. Unit 2, gear up for combat." The muscular black man raised his heavy blade. He prepared for battle as Priscilla raised her handguns. She wore a slight smirk, looking completely defiant. He raised his blade to his mouth, licking the blood off the edge. His eyes turned red, and he held out his blade as a whirlwind surrounded him. Priscilla gripped her guns, ready for the fight. With a murderous look, he said, "This ain't the first time I've carved up American hunters." He lunged at Priscilla with maximum speed. She raised her handguns and opened fire. He leaned to the side, dodging two of her shots. His eyes widened in surprise. He used his blade to block the two bullets as they curved back toward him. He was confused, thinking, did the bullets ricochet? Priscilla laughed. "What's wrong? First time seeing something like this?" Two trails of white smoke escaped his mouth as he spoke ferociously. "The American prick who dared to leave a disrespectful scar on my master is you." He went into a frenzy, swinging his blade at Priscilla. She drew her daggers and entered a combat stance. Both clashed at high speeds, blade meeting dagger with a loud clang. Priscilla spoke up. "You think you can win easily by closing in on a sharpshooter? Your combat skills are trash." She dodged his moves as she spoke. Gripping her enhanced gun, she added, "What happens when we maximize the potential of gene tech and hunter suits?" The muscular man lunged. She raised her gun, and the bullet collided with his blade. The powerful bullet pressed hard against him. He gloated, "This machete has the power of the gods. Those empty shells won't do a damn thing." The powerful bullet surged forward, creating a sharp, large halo of light that slammed into the blade he was so proud of. The volley of bullets struck rapidly, causing cracks to form on the great blade. Priscilla smiled with absolute confidence and said, "Nothing is impossible with this." The machete shattered into pieces in midair. Slaughter's subordinate screamed, his face contorted, "My machete." He flinched as Priscilla's bullets looped back to target him. He froze, holding his broken sword. "They probably thought I only had that machete," he thought, standing still as the bullets flew toward him. Suddenly, his eyes glowed intensely. A massive amount of mana enveloped him, swirling around like an eggshell. Priscilla watched his actions in surprise, guns still raised. When the mana dissipated, her bullets had vanished with it, leaving him unscathed. She landed on the ground and lowered her hands. She realized it was a counter skill that triggers against targets entering its range. "I thought this was just a short-range fight since he used a machete," she thought, narrowing her eyes. The man stared at Priscilla while still holding the broken hilt. She assessed him. "So he's a melee hunter? Is he like Mac?" He raised the broken machete and judged her firmly. "Not enough to even scratch my master. You even broke my machete blessed with divine power," he complained angrily. He glared at her with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "I'll send your bitch-ass head to God and beg for forgiveness." Sunset faded into the night. Someone stepped forward and said, "Hunter Cyclops. I've heard the rumors about him." He massaged his shoulder, his face hidden by a hood that reached his neck, leaving only eyes and nose exposed. He whispered, "A legendary hunter ranked alongside the infinites, with a special ability to track and investigate using his eyes. He judged Cyclops, no combat data. 60 years old. Nice being called a legend, but you're just a non-combat type." Cyclops looked back sternly without a word. The man pointed his knife at him and smirked. I'm unlucky though. Killing someone like you gives me zero street cred, old man. With that, he lunged with his knife. Seeing this, Cyclops glared and activated the eye of the giant. He frowned as his eyes transformed. The man swung his blade to build momentum and said confidently, I'll give you an early retirement. Go to hell, old man. He lunged forward. Through his eyes, Cyclops saw the man as a flat, pitch-black silhouette covered in interconnected glowing circular points. He calmly slid past him and swung his knife, piercing those glowing circular points. The man kept his running momentum, blade in hand. When he stopped, he gritted his teeth and glanced back. Did he follow my movement? Cyclops stood still and lowered his knife. Suddenly, multiple blue mana gashes appeared all over his body. The man screamed in pain as blood sprayed everywhere. Cyclops handled his blade with expert precision, glancing back at him in a defensive stance. You could say Cyclops' fighting style targets the very weaknesses an opponent tries hardest to hide. Those flaws are all in the enemy's head, but Cyclops' eyes see right through them. Before the man died, Cyclops shot him a look and explained, the reason there's no combat data on me is because I always kill anyone who tries to fight me. At Rick's landing zone, he lay motionless on the grass. The remaining henchmen glanced at the defeated Rick and sneered. You sent a kid out here who doesn't even have a hunter suit? Talk about American hypocrisy. He mocked, holding his blade with the tip pointed backward. But when he looked again, Rick had vanished from the pool of blood. Then Rick's voice rang out. They said my hunter suit is still in development. Startled, the man looked around. Rick appeared out of nowhere, snapping his fingers in the shape of a gun, sending droplets of blood flying. The man gritted his teeth. He spun toward the voice but got a drop right in his eye. This little brat. He cursed internally. His eyes flared with a surge of fury. As he turned and raised his blade, he saw the boy clutching his own wounded arm. He warned, I don't know who you're with, but you better stay down. This isn't the Maquitalia way to kill a kid. Rick ignored him, looking up with a reminder. My blood is a little unique. Rick continued, if it enters someone's body, it turns into a virus. The man rubbed his eye and asked what? Suddenly, a sharp pain made his eyes bulge. His face began to swell behind his mask. Rick explained, it's like dominant cells attacking and killing the cells inside you. And just like when you have the flu, your body temperature spikes to fight the virus. Rick paused as the man screamed in agony, his blade long since dropped to the ground. Rick added, since my blood cells multiply exponentially, your body temperature will keep rising with them. Your body's going to collapse because it can't handle that kind of heat. As he spoke, the man coughed up blood and fell. Ignoring him, Rick held his injured arm and looked around. I guess I don't need to worry about the old man, he thought. Rick decided, just like Priscilla and Catherine, that the only thing he needed to do was his job. He stayed calm, still clutching his pained arm. Under the fading sunset, Priscilla watched the henchman holding his broken machete hilt. He had just backed away from her attack, half kneeling, still gripping the hilt tight. Priscilla gave a mocking smile. I'd love to mess with you some more, but I've got a more important date with a guy named Slaughter. She leaped into the air. Hovering midair, she looked down at where he stood. He looked up, face darkening as he analyzed the situation. Even if I use the Sky Dragon to open up space, it won't be enough. I know that's a defensive skill, so why is she approaching? He wondered. Then, he leaped up as well. He was enveloped in mana energy. To Priscilla, this giant sphere looked many times larger than her. This is the dance of death. His eyes peered out from his sphere as he judged her. I'll carve you into 100 pieces, then toss your head back to the States. His eyes were bloodshot and determined. Priscilla wasn't backing down. Her orange eyes glowed as she uttered the command, Infinite Sonic Law. As she spoke, the gun in her hand began to glow. She stared him down. In the twilight, her gun shone even brighter, transforming into a massive cannon fixed to her arm with a stabilizing grip. She smirked at him. Full weaponry. With a sinister smile, she said, let's see if I can count this one too. She aimed a cannon at him. A massive burst of energy fired, the recoil pushing her back as a deafening explosion rang out. Inside the sphere, he watched in horror as the energy beam closed in. He thrust his hands forward to cast the countermove, screaming. A massive collision occurred, creating a huge explosion with fire and smoke everywhere. Elsewhere, Catherine stood with her arms crossed alongside James, whom she had just saved, having witnessed the whole battle. She assessed the situation. Looks like the small fry had been sorted out. James looked down in surprise. She glanced down and asked, you guys okay? He quickly replied, yeah, I owe you one. She told James, that's why I told you to abort earlier. As he sat on the ground, Catherine paused and added, we'll take care of the wounded here. Suddenly, he gave her a savage grin, screaming internally, gotcha. But Catherine spoke up, that trick won't work on me twice, making James look at her in shock. Suddenly, a burst of mana shattered his arm. He clutched his arm in pain, dropping to his knees. How did you know? Catherine adjusted her gloves, her glasses already off. I figured it out. He didn't understand. What? She looked at him. I'm the leader of Unit 2. Just a few days ago, I pushed my precious team to the brink of death. After that plane crash, I made a choice. She paused. From now on, if I have even a single doubt, I'll start by blowing off your right hand man. He stood up, his mask falling to reveal his true face. He glared at Catherine. So you're just another crazy bitch, huh? His disguise cracked further, revealing his true form. She stared him down, mana flaring from her eyes as she yelled, I'm never letting you slip away again. Elder Slaughter. Beams of mana targeted him. He clutched his body, screaming you. He leaped away to dodge her attack. His eyes glowed as he hovered above her, condensing a sphere of energy in both hands, glaring at Catherine. She leaned back as he split the sphere into two. With the energy burst in each hand, he yelled through his stitched mouth and reached out. Catherine quickly jumped to dodge. His hands slammed into the ground where she had been standing, the impact shattering the earth. Catherine stopped midair and turned back. Her eyes were deep red. Slaughter glared back at her. Catherine's eyes widened, her red pupils flashing as a massive amount of energy was released. Slaughter turned and crossed his arms in an X block to tank her hit. He screamed, but remained unharmed after the attack. His eyes glowed purple as he gathered a different energy sphere in his hand. He lightly tossed the sphere toward Catherine. She quickly raised her arms to shield herself and moved back. Unable to dodge in time, she took the hit, crying out in pain as she closed one eye. He laughed savagely, mocking her. Just because it's the same attack doesn't mean it carries the same damage. He swung his hand again, sending another sphere toward her. Catherine backed up and looked up at him. His attack slammed into something as it finished. He realized something was wrong. Wait. Rick had appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Catherine to block the hit. He gritted his teeth and glared at the enemy. Slaughter mocked him, you brat. You have no power other than recovery. Let's see if you can still heal after being sliced into 100 pieces. He raised his hand for the next strike, when suddenly, a surge of energy from behind stopped him. He glanced back. It was Priscilla, aiming her gun at him. Didn't you say you were mine? She mocked, glaring at him. Slaughter leaned to the side, dodging the bullets. He then stomped the ground with all his might and leaped high into the air. Looking down at Unit 2, he gritted his teeth and asked, Diego, how are you holding up? Priscilla glanced at him, holstered her gun, and said, ask him yourself. You'll be joining him soon enough anyway. Slaughter scowled as he looked down at them. Damn it, I'm in a tight spot, he thought. Suddenly, Cyclops closed in from behind, bringing his dagger hilt close to Slaughter's head. He glared and said, thinking about running? I can see everything. To Slaughter's surprise, a mana-enhanced blade slashed down. He was struck, blood spraying everywhere. Finally, he landed on the ground in a half-kneeling position, braced by one hand, surrounded by Unit 2. His hands were already drenched in blood. His legs were wounded too, blood slowly seeping out. Slaughter glared at them in a fit of rage. Then, a surge of energy radiated from behind him. He slammed his hands down, and the ground shook with dark purple energy. Hands began to rise from the earth. One-eyed creatures crawled out from underground, summoned by the mana. They stood up like a legion under Slaughter's command. He pointed toward them, narrowing his eyes. This is the Legion of Slaughter. It's the power I saved up during the full-scale war with the U.S. I've got more than enough to wipe you all out. He confidently declared war. The one-eyed horde immediately lunged at Unit 2. Priscilla acted first, aiming for the head of one and firing a mana shot through its skull, snapping its head back. But it felt nothing and continued to charge with a guttural scream. They swung their fists at her, while Priscilla backed up, entering a combat stance. Don't these guys feel pain? She wondered. Then she remembered. They look just like those Chinese hunters I saw back in Korea. Numbers won't even matter if we just keep pushing, she said, gritting her teeth and raising her gun. Suddenly, something streaked over her head so fast she couldn't react in time. Blood sprayed into the air, followed by screams from the Legion. The weapon flew back to the person who threw it, Diego. His eyes were hollow, blood oozing from his eyes and mouth. A wounded Priscilla backed away, realizing burying these drones isn't enough. We need to bury the master with them. Meanwhile, Rick struggled to retreat from their assault, grimacing as he yelled, this power. It's like a whole mob jacked up on hyper. Cyclops and Catherine stood back to back. One gripped a knife tight, while the other unleashed constant energy beams from her eyes to thin out the army. Rick's voice continued. Even if we take them down, this never ends. Cyclops asked worriedly, you okay, Catherine? Catherine grimaced at the horde. Don't talk to me. I'm about to throw up. Back to Priscilla. She picked up her gun from the ground, thinking, ugh, I used infinite mode too early. Catherine saw the situation was going south. She shouted an order, Unit 2, fall back and regroup the line. Another voice rang out. Fall back. The voice mocked with a smirk, hands condensing energy in front of his chest. Catherine turned toward the voice, gritting her teeth. He thrust his hands forward, and purple metallic spikes shot up instantly, impaling Catherine. She let out a scream of agony, unable to dodge the sudden strike. Li Yong-ho kept his arm extended, a sleazy smile on his face. Turning her back is suicide. Standing behind him were Maxwell and Guzman. After the purple metal dissolved, Catherine began to bleed out. Priscilla looked at her in panic and screamed, "Catherine!" She then fired her handguns repeatedly at the group. The group stood still, watching the bullets fly toward them. Maxwell turned to Yong-ho. He mocked them. They look more like a circus act than CIA, right, boss? Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the tip of a gun. A shield went up, blocking Priscilla's barrage. The bullets flattened against it. The smoking shells dropped to the ground. Guzman said warily, "There's got to be something more to them than these cheap tricks." He grimaced and warned, "Don't drop your guard, Maxwell." Yong-ho smiled triumphantly. "That old geezer over there should be useful for finding Mikai." Guzman glanced at him. "So, kill everyone except the old man, right?" Guzman concluded smoothly. He cracked his knuckles, preparing for battle. He looked at them, frowning. God's punishment for the heretics. He chopped his hand down. Priscilla gripped her small knife, entering a defensive stance. Guzman scanned the surroundings. He clenched his fists, mana surging through his muscles. He threw a punch right at Priscilla's face. She used her gun to parry and backed away. "Oh ho, so you're used to close-quarters combat?" "I see," he said, ready for more. As the one-eyed mummies lunged, Guzman gave a sleazy laugh. "But I bet there's way too many for you to handle alone." Their arms reached for her. Priscilla glared in anger, gripping her knife and gritting her teeth. He continued, "I don't think you've got any backup coming. Let's see how many bullets you have left." She shot one in the head, blood spraying, but it didn't even flinch. She shot another in the head, then another. Priscilla was stunned because they were completely unfazed, surrounded by the living dead. Her face went pale with terror as she backed up with her gun and knife. She saw Guzman touching his face, looking at her triumphantly while the mummies lunged with open mouths. Guzman gave a sleazy laugh, hand on his chin. "Checkmate." Slaughter raised his hand and told Yong-ho, "You can go now, Li Yong-ho. These people need my hand through their hearts to satisfy my grudge." Meanwhile, more zombies continued to crawl out of the ground. Li Yong-ho looked at his fingernails and said with contempt, "I don't think that's something a guy in a crisis should say." He stepped past Slaughter. Slaughter, confused, asked, "Why would you say that after seeing the power of the dead?" Then, his voice turned sharp with anger at being looked down upon. "Don't get in my way." On Cyclops' side, his eyes flashed gold as he gritted his teeth. "I have the giant." As the zombies surrounded him, Yong-ho commented, "Man, he can read minds. I don't know how deep he goes, but that's a pretty annoying skill." As more zombies closed in, Cyclops couldn't fight back, watching them swarm him. Yong-ho mused, "Still, it's useless against those who don't think, isn't it?" Turning to Rick, he faced Yong-ho head-on. The villain remarked, "What can you do alone in this situation? Why not just give up?" Rick wiped his face, staring at him with pure resentment. Yong-ho mocked him. "Your body is quite interesting, so I'll let you live." He raised his hand toward Rick. "Of course, you'll have to cooperate with my research as a condition after this." He continued to mock the boy. My research can be a bit intense." Yong-ho spoke nonchalantly. Rick clutched his elbow, head down, trembling with eyes swollen shut, yet still holding his combat stance. Seeing that the boy wouldn't surrender, he sighed in disappointment. "TCH, even if I cut off all your limbs, it won't affect your life anyway." Yong-ho concluded with a perverted, savage laugh. Placing both hands in front of his chest, he condensed a mass of dark purple metal. "We should proceed that way, shouldn't we? Black metal alchemy." Yong-ho threw his hands out, and a wall of black metal shot up. He laughed like a maniac. The black metal spikes lunged at Rick. He held up his arms in a defensive posture and closed his eyes, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, a powerful surge of blue mana struck, shattering the black metal mass before it could reach Rick. The energy was so intense that everyone nearby had to shield their faces. The zombies froze. Rick recognized that familiar power, and a look of pure joy spread across his face. A figure stepped out from the bushes, blue mana still crackling like electricity across his body. The mummies lunged at Shin Min-cheon, but his body was a fortress of mana. He took a single step forward and shouted with pure contempt, "Back off, you punks." As his foot hit the ground, a massive wave of energy exploded outward. A violent blast followed, shattering the undead and blowing them back. Min-cheon stood there with one hand still in his pocket, his face twisted in annoyance. The zombies lay huddled and broken amidst the flames. Slaughter's face went pale with terror at the sheer magnitude of the energy before him. Witnessing this, his eyes bulged in fear. My undead, he thought. He was floored. All that from just one stomp? Guzman swung a fist at him out of nowhere, yelling, I heard the leader of Unit 2 is some guy named Kai. Is that you? But he didn't even get the chance to finish his swing. A familiar voice rang out along with a punch that slammed into his face. Who the hell told you that you could laugh at my leader's name? Guzman's face contorted under the impact. Mark, now in his combat suit, pulled his fist back and glared at Guzman. Did you get shot in the head, you brown monkey? Seeing him, Rick shouted at Mark, making Mark turn around. Rick quickly briefed him on the situation. Catherine was in critical condition. As Rick held her, Mark remarked, I almost didn't recognize you. You grown up, kid. Rick looked worriedly at the grimacing Catherine in his arms. If we don't get her back to safe house soon. Mark looked at her and shouted in concern. Seeing the state she was in made Mark even more furious. He growled, give me 10 minutes. Gritting his teeth, he promised, I'll wipe these bastards out in 10 minutes. Maxwell let out a shout. As Maxwell prepared to fire his gun, Tono suddenly lunged out and punched him away, gun and all. Tono growled, 10 minutes is too long. We'll finish them in 5. The three of them quickly regrouped, with Min Xion in the lead, followed by Mark and Tono. On the other side, Li Yongho mused, so that toxic relationship that started in Busan has followed us all the way to Mexico? Min Xion stated his name, Shin Min Xion. Yongho stared at him. Who the hell are you? Min Xion shoved his hands in his pockets. What are you yapping about? He then gave a lazy smirk. You know me. I'm just an unemployed loser. Slaughter screamed in a rage, you bastard. My elite army. Veins popped out all over his face. Min Xion gave a mock-innocent smile. Oh, did I do something to your boys? My bad. I've had trouble controlling my strength lately. This left Slaughter speechless, his rage turning into visible fear as he backed away. Slaughter stammered, you're not a hunter. There's no way I wouldn't know an A rank or higher. He pointed a trembling finger at Min Xion. Then, he suddenly pivoted to a manic glee. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. What matters is all 3 of you have A rank power. The 3 looked at him sternly. Slaughter laughed excitedly, struck by an idea. If I kill you all and turn you into my puppets, my invincible legion will finally be complete. Unable to listen to any more of his nonsense, Min Xion closed the distance in an instant. He buried a punch into Slaughter's gut, doubling him over in pain. Appearing behind him, Min Xion muttered, shut up. Slaughter gasped in agony. Min Xion stuck a finger in his ear and closed his eyes. You talk too much. You think this is your bedroom or something? Slaughter collapsed, clutching his stomach. As Slaughter lay on the ground, Yongho stood frozen, thinking, I can't move. Min Xion stared at him from behind. He spoke softly, Li Yongho, I've got a bone to pick with you. Let's take this somewhere else. Yongho, looking for a fight, snapped back, you think I'm going to listen to a word you say? He mocked. What? You going to take your allies hostage here and fight at full strength to get an edge? He glared at Min Xion. Min Xion mocked him right back. Out of everyone here, there's only one guy I'd look the other way for if you killed him. He glanced at Tono, who was busy yawning. That guy is tough as an ox. You couldn't kill him with your power alone if you tried, he said nonchalantly. Min Xion finally answered Yongho's question. In that case, I guess I don't have to hold back. He smiled as energy radiated from his entire body. A circle of energy formed beneath their feet. Yongho struggled to stay upright, backing away in shock, while Min Xion calmly watched him with his hands in his pockets. A flash of light erupted, and they both vanished, teleporting away. The others left on the battlefield, Tono with his arms crossed, Mark with his hands on his hips, and the collapsed Slaughter. Watch them go. Mark marveled. No matter how many times I see that, I never get used to it. Tono explained, it's an ultimate move that consumes magic stones. No range limit, no restrictions. Slaughter stood up in a rage, raising his hand under Tono's gaze. He screamed and cursed, that psycho bastard. He glared at Mark and Tono. You two, get over here. If you don't want to die, bring that piece of crap to me right now. He barked in frustration. Mark cracked his knuckles. Ryan Spencer, we're only 1 rank apart, he said to a confused Slaughter. That prick was the same age as me, but he always acted like a senior just because he started earlier. Mark continued his rant. He was the biggest pain in the ass to get along with. I honestly thought I'd have no regrets if he died. Mark recalled their moments together, and Ryan smiled. His energy surged into his hands. But the guy was a good senior. Always brought me good food, that son of a bitch. Mark roared in anger at Slaughter. The zombies rose in even greater numbers from both sides, closing in on them. The looser they are, the easier they are to push, Tono warned him as Mark charged. A single punch from Mark instantly flattened a zombie's face. Diego was sent flying by Mark's strike, along with a crowd of zombies. One lunged at Mark from the side, but he swung his arm before it could reach him. The zombie's mask peeled away, revealing it was Slaughter. He was smirking. He landed a heavy blow on Mark's back, sending him down with a cry. Slaughter laughed mockingly. If I use Mirage and the Legion together, it becomes a pit of ants that no one escapes. Tono watched from the side and commented, combining those skills, huh? Decent strategy. Mark spun around and buried a punch into Slaughter's gut, his face contorted with rage. Suddenly, another mask formed. The thing Mark hit was just a zombie. It let out a pathetic wheeze. Slaughter gradually materialized behind Mark with a grin. Mark caught a glimpse of him too late. Slaughter struck Mark's waist, making him wince. Gritting his teeth, Mark shouted when flies are buzzing around. But you just have to blow them all away at once. Mark thrust his hands forward, and metallic spikes erupted, impaling every zombie in the area. It looked like a fertile field of cacti. One of the figures grimaced as its outer mask faded away. Mark recognized him. There you are. Slaughter was hovering in the air. Mark built up momentum and leaped, throwing a punch. But a surge of energy enveloped Slaughter, swallowing and cutting Mark's arm. Dance of death. Priscilla, watching from the side, thought in surprise, that's the same technique Diego used. Mark landed back on the ground, thinking, if I hadn't turned into a golem, I would have been sliced to ribbons. Once he landed, Slaughter's energy circle vanished. Slaughter summoned more zombies to his side. I can use up to 70 of my Legion's power. I hide within the Legion to defend and attack simultaneously with unavoidable strikes. He looked smugly at the undead Diego nearby. That's why I only took Diego as my apprentice. Slaughter laughed maniacally. I'm salivating here. If I turn you and all of Unit 2 into my puppets, I'll be invincible. He raved about his delusions. Tono, standing behind with arms crossed, warned Mark that Legion's capacity isn't infinite. Mark listened from the front as Tono continued his deduction. Take a good look at the ones the leader attacked. They're lying dead on the ground. They can't come back once they've been turned to ash. Maxwell snapped at Tono. Shut up, you gorilla. Don't act like you know anything about an incomplete technique. Tono ignored him, pouting as he replied, fine, just go fight like you always do. Mark focused energy into his hands, gritting his teeth. I'm ending this with one shot. Infinite mode. Intense heat radiated from him as his arms began to glow. Absolute territory. Slaughter touched his face, staring blankly as his undead Legion looked on in confusion. Then he mocked. I thought you called this infinite mode? Turns out it's just a scam. Suddenly, a wave of light swept under his feet. The zombies collapsed one by one, melting into puddles. Slaughter couldn't process what was happening. He looked around, thinking, was my Legion's power boosted? Veins of rage popped out on his face. Then even he gasped for air, clutching his mouth. HGH. Mark stood watching as Slaughter found himself unable to speak. This damn brat. Slaughter cursed internally. He reached out to strike, but hesitated. I don't know what this kid's trick is, but the closer I get, the louder the alarm bells in my head are ringing. He began to back away slowly. Fall back first, then I'll send the Legion in one by one to test him, he thought, confused by his own reaction. Wait, what have I been trying to do this whole time? Fluid began leaking from his mouth and eyes. Tono crossed his arms, thinking seriously. Basically, Mark is a defense specialist, so even his absolute territory isn't for attacking. Tono finally reached a conclusion. Absolute territory destroys everything surrounding Mark within a specific range. He recalled Mark activating the skill in the center of a massive energy circle. Even the oxygen is gone. He continued, if oxygen levels drop below 15, cognitive and motor skills plummet. Tono visualized the brain's shutdown. A human can survive 3 days without food or water, he concluded, but it takes less than 3 minutes to become a cold corpse without oxygen. Slaughter clutched his throat, tears and saliva streaming down before he collapsed alongside his Legion. Somewhere else, under a starlit sky, Li Yongho looked at Min Xion. Seems like your vibe is totally different from the last time we met. Min Xion held his sword, resting the blade behind his shoulder. He smirked at him. Li Yongho condensed an energy sphere, metallic shards gathering in his hand. In his other hand, a black weapon materialized. He conjured a bronze metallic shield in one hand and a spear in the other, staring down Min Xion. Min Xion took a combat stance and remarked, yeah, this is how you should show up. Now it's time for me to break everything you've got, piece by piece. Yongho leveled his spear at him with murderous eyes. Let me see those half-assed techniques of yours, you dog. He screamed, charging in a rage. Yongho stepped back and pointed a spear, firing off bolts of energy at the boy. Min Xion casually tilted his head to dodge them. Unscathed, he stood tall with his sword on his shoulder and one hand in his pocket. He covered his mouth and let out a bored yawn, while dozens of spears materialized above him, surrounding every exit. When he opened his eyes after yawning, the spears were still there. Insulted by the disrespect, Yongho scowled and thrust his hand forward. He clenched his fist and the spears rained down on Min Xion's position, erupting in a powerful purple light. You're using techniques that require dark mana now? Min Xion warned. Higher stakes mean higher risks. His energy shield blocked the spears in midair. The spears began to shatter around him. He planted the tip of his sword in the ground as light radiated outward, scorching the area. Only the guys at Angels use this ultimate move. Not bad, kid, he commented. He watched the spear fragments fall near his hand. At first, it was about using your own life force, but now it's been swapped to drain the life force of others. A flash of light erupted from his spot. Yang Ho hid behind a shield, watching Min Xion wind up a punch. Min Xion moved in a flash, punching the shield into a million pieces. Yang Ho was blown back, gasping for air. Min Xion's hand glowed with gathered energy, as if he'd achieved his goal. Yang Ho laughed like a maniac as he retreated, the shards of his shield freezing in midair. He manipulated the shards to turn back and attack Min Xion. The boy just glanced at them, keeping his fist steady. He swiped his hand, sending them crashing to the ground. I thought I'd never run into another dark mana user, he said. Then his eyes flashed. Because I killed them all myself, he explained. Yang Ho gave a lopsided grin. You think that was the only weapon I had? He clutched his injured arm and pointed to his head arrogantly. The real weapon is right here. Min Xion listened calmly. After meeting you at the lab, I thought you were a mountain I'd have to climb one day, Yang Ho said pompously. He laced his fingers together to stretch, smirking. If you think I'm running away, you're dead wrong, kid. He continued to ramble. Actually, I've been waiting for you. Min Xion listened intently as the villain finished his sentence. He flashed a sleazy smile and grabbed his own shirt. He ripped it open violently, revealing strange patterns on his body while wearing a twisted smirk. So I can test out my new powers, Yang Ho concluded. He stared at the boy as Min Xion charged toward him. To Yang Ho's shock, Min Xion grabbed him by the head. He only had time for a quick glance. He was then hurled into the air by Min Xion, caught completely off guard. Sword in hand, Min Xion leaped up, delivering a series of rapid strikes and kicks that sent him higher and higher. A final blow to the face sent him reeling, screaming in agony as his face contorted. His heart began to pump mana rapidly. It emitted a brilliant golden glow. Then, energy surged from Yang Ho's body down to his arms. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in a fighting stance. Min Xion turned back to face him. So that's your power, huh? Now I want to get back to you tenfold. He yelled, glaring at Min Xion. His eyes flashed purple as his glowing fists lunged at the boy, but Min Xion dodged effortlessly. The boy glanced back at the shockwave of the attack, passing behind him. A massive surge of energy wiped out everything in its path, surprising Min Xion slightly. Yang Ho let out a perverted, triumphant laugh. Just as I expected. It's wild. He pulled his fist back. His feet turned black and sprouted claws as he screamed. Then his hands also grew claws and blackened. Whoa, he marveled. The transformation spread to his face as he let out a roar. Yang Ho stared at his body in awe. This power, he explained, I've injected hyper into countless subjects and extracted it as dark mana until now. He looked proudly at his clawed hands. But I've never felt this kind of power before. Dark mana elixirs are nothing to me now. He added with disdain. As long as I can find the source of infinite power. Min Xion frowned at him. He lunged at the boy with his clawed hands. Min Xion watched him approach as the claws slashed down. Even from a distance, the energy was enough to reach him. Min Xion retreated, using his sword to block. He held the blade diagonally, tip pointed to the ground, his eyes changing color, one blue, one gold. Next, he delivered a clean slash. The blade pierced straight through him. He stood behind his opponent, while Li Yang Ho continued to provoke him like a madman. Come on, more. Let me feel that power of yours. Yang Ho barquet. Min Xion frowned, unimpressed. He spun around to face the boy, laughing hysterically. I can see it now. Every move you make, I'm going to catch you step by step. He began gathering mana in his hands. I've cooked up a magic technique I haven't even field tested yet. He recalled his past. Even after gathering over 1,000 hyper-addicted mana junkies, it wasn't enough to pull this off. Yang Ho remembered his failures and raised his hands, screaming, but not anymore. With his hair standing on end, he yelled, Black Metal Alchemy. A glowing red energy sphere with an eye inside formed. He hovered midair alongside the boy. Ominous star fragment. From above, Yang Ho looked down at Min Xion. The power you gave me. The divine law of dark mana. He roared. Even God has granted me strength. Min Xion watched his move. Yang Ho swung his hand down, and the sphere overhead plummeted. I'll take back 10 times my power and bury you, you bastard. The sphere crashed down as he screamed. Red energy surged through the air. Above the gloomy sky, a figure smiled happily. And now, I'll reach a new level of power. As he spoke, Blue circuits flickered on his face. So, this is power rivaling gods. Min Xion stood his ground, planting his sword into the earth as a halo of light radiated around him. He stared ahead at the distant mountains and the barren land under the dark sky. He reached out, trying to take hold of it. With a look of focused rage, Min Xion unleashed his power. Glowing swords of light materialized and hovered around him. Level 3, unlock. He stared straight ahead. He growled, Great Lightning Blade, Type 3. As he spoke, the swords turned into blazing pillars of light, radiating intensely as dozens more appeared. Under his command from the ground, the flames raced toward the sky. Relampago Devinet, Fugitive Lightning. Li Yongho looked at him with a mocking smile. Useless. Your power is nothing but a mana battery. You prick. The red sphere cast a brilliant, haunting glow against the dark sky. The red sphere and the flaming blades of light collided. The two forces clashed, creating a surge of power beyond anyone's imagination. The energy grew more intense by the second. Li Yongho stood in a corner of the sky, watching the two powers duel. He began to look surprised. Seeing the two lights merging, he was struck with awe. Li Yongho tried to use his power to shatter the light blades around him, but his strength was insufficient. The energy from the blades surged forward and pierced him, while Min Xion just stood there. With one hand in his pocket, Min Xion watched him suffer. He said sternly, You should know your place before you start talking about God. He struggled to hold himself together under the torture, letting out a cry of pure agony. Min Xion kept his eyes fixed on him from below. He approached Li Yongho, who was now sprawled on the ground, panicking. How? How? Min Xion stared at him. My life force theory sounds better, doesn't it? But your dark mana quality is even trashier than the last time I saw it. My power and dark mana don't mix well. When two life forces clash like that, the balance gets totally wrecked, kid. Yongho gaped at him, stunned. Wait, shouldn't you be explaining? Did you mean your head is the primary weapon? He gritted his teeth in anger. Min Xion, what the hell are you? You want me to use my power to answer your questions? Well, before that. Min Xion walked up to Li Yongho, rested his chin on his hand with a smirk, and provoked him. I should probably fix you first, right? A cold laugh rang out in the night, followed by a surge of power. Li Yongho endured the force, screaming in pain. Tono stood there silently watching. After a while, she looked over at the two of them talking. Muyang stood near Min Xion and asked in shock, Leader, what did you do to turn Li Yongho into? This? He replied with a cheerful smile. Oh, I might have gone a bit overboard with the strength. Behind them, Unesio called out, Leader. He turned to look at her. Unesio approached them, looking furious. You know that if Li Yongho dies, you have to start everything from scratch, right? She sighed. So why did you turn him into a total wreck like this? Unesio closed her eyes in frustration. This isn't the first time I've had to clean up the mess you've made. They both looked at Li Yongho, who was tied up tightly. He's not dead. I was in a rush, but I got him bound, she told him. Just leave him for a few days, and he'll wake up. He smiled happily. All right, good job. Muyang said to Min Xion, Catherine Johnson is on the line. Min Xion adjusted his earpiece. A voice came through. What happened to Li Yongho? He replied coldly, I've got him tied up. What's the situation on your end? Johnson was being bandaged by someone. She rubbed her wrist and told him, everyone is safe, thanks to you. Then send a transport plane here immediately. Li Yongho is going to be interrogated in Korea. After he finished, they all looked down at the tied-up man. Johnson, on the other end, looked around the room. But we have plenty of good facilities right here. Min Xion looked up at the sparkling starlit sky. I can't leave Korea empty. Just because we caught Li Yongho doesn't mean it's over. As you know, their organization is bigger than we thought. We have no idea when those freaks will show up again. The masterminds are still hiding in the shadows. I see. Then we'll send our hunters there. But the interrogation happening in the States sounds fair, right? He replied cheerfully. Doesn't the person who caught Li Yongho get to call the shots? Just get the transport plane ready. If you refuse to cooperate, our partnership is over. On the other end, Johnson was fuming. The person treating her wound broke into a cold sweat just looking at her face. She forced herself to accept, closing her eyes as she replied, fine. I guess I have to follow the person holding the gun this time. I'll head to Korea as soon as I finish up here. I'm bringing my team along too. Min Xion smiled at Johnson's words and raised his hand to end the call. Do whatever you want. He replied happily and hung up. He wore a devious grin, thinking, I'll make sure to use you until I catch that ghost guy. Time to pack up and go home. Muyang went with him, hoisting Li Yongho onto his shoulder. All three walked away in high spirits. The sky was clear with white clouds as the plane soared through the air. Unesio stood before the coffee machine, deep in thought. Someone called her name, Unesio. She jumped slightly. Min Xion walked over chat. Isn't it about time you told us your story? Hearing this, she froze. I knew you'd notice, leader, but I need to get my thoughts in order first. The two stood just a few steps apart. He stood there pensive for a moment, then moved closer. Can you tell me about that draft photo? Min Xion looked at her. On SEO's hand, holding the coffee cup, stiffened. There's no way someone who controls phantoms like you would track Muyang without a very specific reason. He thought seriously about it. Could my return to Earth have affected Angeliest? Maybe. Or maybe something else is going on there. Outside the plane window, the sky was cool and clear today. SEO took a sip of her coffee. I appreciate the concern, leader, she said, narrowing her eyes. But I don't want you getting dragged into this. On that map, all those places were circled in red. Do you remember a place called Amir in the 6th continent of Angeliest? That area was a nightmare for everyone during the Great War. Yeah, because it's no place to live. A dense forest where the sun feels warmer, but half the territory is swallowed by jungle. A battlefield for beasts and leaders. It was used as a place of exile for criminals during the days of Zero. Dinosaurs and prisoners are still there. Prisoners are dropped into the deep woods where the beasts are active, and the outskirts are sealed off to serve as a natural prison. I think I found something after I left. It's a terrifying place at night. A brown-haired figure with glowing red eyes appeared. A soldier held a torch, searching for something in a pitch-black cave. 35 years ago, before you returned to Earth, His Imperial Majesty ordered the development of the Amir region. He personally took to the field to lead the troops. A soldier carrying a burning torch entered a cave, but all he found inside were piles of bones and skulls. At first, we thought they were just the remains of prisoners sent into the jungle during the Zero Reign. The sky was clear that day. The vast castle was surrounded by towering trees. The emperor in charge of this development claimed he was attacked by a beast in the forest. Min Xion turned around. But beasts don't act like that at night. The deeper we went into the cave, the more bones we found. The cave was like a giant skull. The sheer volume was staggering. There were even giant beast bones mixed in. Back then, elders from a nearby village came forward to testify. I met a kind-faced old man. He said that throughout the 200 years of war, only the people living in Amir frequently vanished. He smiled gently at me. He was my first point of contact. They said the cave was the dwelling of a god, and the people belonging to this god entered the cave of their own accord. Finally, Lord Jerome, who was highly suspicious, launched his own investigation. Hearing SEO, Min Xion asked curiously, so what did Jerome find? A man with broken teeth, eyes full of terror, couldn't believe what he saw. The owners of those skeletons weren't killed by beasts. They were part of biological experiments. Min Xion was stunned. A god doing bioexperiments? That's a twisted hobby. Clutching her coffee, she thought for a moment. I studied all the documents and found A. Before she could finish, Min Xion cut her off. Who is it? She calmly named the mystery man, Idris. This is probably the first time you've heard that name, right, leader? Those men in cloaks stay completely covered. They never show their faces. He was one of the first 3. He was also the first sorcerer of the 6th continent, Angeliest. Min Xion was shocked. How have I never heard of a guy like that? Because we're from different eras. Back in his time, a man bound by chains hung suspended in a magic circle, unable to escape. That was Idris. He was betrayed by the other 2 of the first 3 and imprisoned in Amir. Min Xion asked, what did he do while locked up in Amir? She looked at her coffee. According to research, he was submerged in the forbidden magic stream. The forbidden magic used to extract mana from living subjects. A man in a white coat was the one who did it. But that's not enough of a reason for you to come to Earth, is it? SEO stopped and smiled at his question. Right? I don't know exactly what they did. But we were certain Idris was alive, so we sent a few Phantom members in and led the way to that remote place. He asked SEO, did you find anything else? That afternoon, the sky turned a vivid crimson. 3 mounds of bones the size of small hills sat in the heart of the forest, surrounded by dense trees. We even found runes on the ground. It looked like a glowing red magic circle. I stood before the cave with Lord Jerome. You didn't find Idris? I went quiet, unable to answer. Yeah, those runes were the problem. They're similar to Lord Jerome's summoning skills, leader. Back then, Lord Jerome looked at the forest where bones were piled high. He replaced the corpses there with magic stones. Does that mean Idris came to Earth? I'm not sure. She recalled a paper on the table with a printed magic circle and instructions. Most Imperial mages said the summoning had failed. The runes on it were in an incomplete form, surrounded by nothing but a burning red glow. In the room, Lord Jerome was deep in thought, stroking his chin. Seeing you here, Jerome must have had another idea, right? At that time, I and another person were listening to what Lord Jerome mentioned. He stood opposite us and said a successful summoning was a real possibility. Taking a sip of coffee, Min Xion asked, so, is the real identity of this ghost guy Idris? We're not certain, but it's likely. Turning toward the bound Liang Ho, she added, we'll find the answer. Let's go torture this bastard. 2-on-1, he's toast. The plane soared through the clouds toward a new destination. In a high-rise building where bright sunlight streamed into a hotel ballroom, a party was underway. People gathered in small groups, whispering about the man in the center of the hall. Is that Vice Chairman Kim Young-ho? I heard he's gone totally off the deep end after that Mexico trip. Word is he's been kicked out of the succession race for the Daehan Group. They turned to look at the man, standing alone. Well, it's not hard to see why he's acting so weird. Just then, a woman approached him. Vice Chairman Kim Young-ho of Daehan Group, right? He turned to her, his face full of resentment and irritation. He scowled. What is it? She bowed and handed him a business card. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Lee Se-oen, director of Hansung Company. Kim Young-ho stepped forward, took the card, and looked at it. I've never heard of your company. Se-oen politely asked, could we talk for a moment? You think we're on the same level just because we're in the same room? Young-ho said, crushing the business card in his hand. Don't bother me. Go hang out with people in your own league. He threw the crumpled card straight at Se-oen's face. She gasped in shock. Kim Young-ho glared at her with razor-sharp eyes. Our vice chairman. You really are uneducated, aren't you? I see. He asked, what's that? Lee Se-oen touched her face where the card hit. You should know that talking to me is the only way you're going to survive. He started to look worried, stuttering. Who are you? Lee Se-oen smiled at him. You shouldn't neglect your assigned duties just because Lee Young-ho stepped away for a bit. She was the elder leader, Lee Se-oen. Realizing who she was, he immediately knelt on the ground in shock. I'm honored to meet you, elder leader. She smiled brightly, ignoring his groveling. Oh, you recognize me now? What do you plan to do now that your master has been snatched by those NIS hunters? He knelt at her feet, stammering. Se-oen cut him off. Kim Young-ho, look around. He looked nervously at the people in the party. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves, but some were casting side eyes at him. The center of attention, Kim Young-ho, was kneeling at a woman's feet. He pressed his forehead to the ground, trembling. Please forgive me. His hands were veined and shaking. This woman, I can feel it. My master's power is nothing compared to hers. If I make one lame excuse, she'll rip my bones from my flesh instantly. Lee Se-oen smiled at his display. Lift your head, Vice Chairman. We can't have you scarring your forehead. Lee Young-ho is no longer your master. She wore a devious smirk. Kim Young-ho looked up in shock. What? That? What do you mean by that? She turned her back to him. We don't need trash who ruins missions and gets caught by the enemy. That man will only tarnish our elder's reputation. He asked anxiously, so will you be handling things in Korea from now on? Yes, and you'd better be helpful. Thanks to Lee Young-ho's little scene. Korea is back in the spotlight. She looked pleased. The Council of Elders is considering moving the organization's base here. On the map, Korea was marked with arrows pointing toward it. Within a month, all the elders would arrive in Korea. Lee Se-oen was full of anticipation. If this operation succeeds, all the organization's power will be concentrated in Korea. Inside the base, Lee Young-ho was tied up and hanging from the ceiling. He spat at them. What the fuck ever. Do your worst. None of that shit works on me anyway. Min Shion and Un-seo watched him at the NIS secret base in Payu. A golden metallic piece was pinned into his heart. Min Shion stood with his arms crossed. You're banking on that piece of metal stuck in your heart, aren't you? Lee Young-ho was stunned. How? How do you know about that? Min Shion didn't back down. Lee Young-ho, it's not that we couldn't catch you until now. It's that we chose not to, you bastard. We set the whole thing up so you'd run around like a rat, so we could gather info to use against Slaughter. Lee Young-ho looked down, defeated. Asio stood by. So now, tell me where the rest of the elders and Ghost are. He just smiled. Not even the elders know his location. Min Shion leaned in. Is Hyper the final version of the elixir? He gritted his teeth. How many elders are there total? What are your in Slaughter's ranks? Lee Young-ho smirked dismissively. What are you yapping about? Min Shion got right his face. Is Idris the name of that ghost guy? First time I've heard it. Min Shion stepped back and told her, if he's going to be like this, we're out of options. Un-seo approached him, her power flaring as she smiled. Until I get an answer, every day will be pure hell for you. You won't even be allowed to die. I'll handle this my way. He didn't back down, wearing an amused grin. Interesting. I'm looking forward to it. At the gate of Unjin Transport, which was the new front for the NIS, a truck was parked at the entrance. That bastard Kim Young-ho. I have no idea what the hell he's up to. In the tech control room, Lee Young-sung stood with his staff checking the cameras. Are you sure this isn't a hardware glitch or a signal issue? I've cross-checked it several times, sir. The screens displayed everything happening at the party. If it were a hardware issue, the entire feed would be dead, but only Kim Young-ho has vanished from the frame. Lee Young-sung stared at the monitors. Any word from the kids on the ground? Currently, So-young and Min-guk are in the lobby. Si-rang and Tae-rang have entered the banquet hall. Looks like they're busy enjoying the buffet. Found him. He's at the VIP elevator bank right now. That lift goes straight to the parking garage. So Young and Min Guk are already at the doors. Patch them through immediately. In the control room, Young Sung smirked and patted his teammate's shoulder. You've been there all night trying to pick up chicks. It's been 3 days since I've been home because of that guy. Even if you went home, nobody's waiting for you anyway. Young Sung winced and pushed up his glasses. The staff nearby felt like crying for him. If we want to convince the higher-ups, we need to bag someone directly tied to that lab incident. At the 82nd floor elevator lobby, 2 agents were already lying in wait. Position secured. Kim Young-ho is off the grid right now. Don't let him slip away. Back at the NIS base, Lee Young-ho was enduring the agony of Un-SEO's torture. He clenched his jaws shut, refusing to make a sound. Un-SEO calmly used her power to force his mouth open. Maybe this new elder came to replace you? I don't know. He was being put through the ringer. Where are they now? Lee Young-ho remained stubborn, not saying a word. If you keep resisting while I turn up the heat, all you're going to feel is pure pain. He looked like he was at his breaking point. After you caught me, they must have sent a replacement through the Council of Elders. Lee Young-ho lowered his head and suddenly grinned. If the person I'm thinking of is right, they'll just dump me. Both of them stared at him. Min Shion smirked. Good, now we're in the same boat. Who knows where Ghost is? Lee Young-ho, pushed to his limit, gasped his location is beyond the Elder's reach. He gritted his teeth hard. The ropes binding him had turned a dark crimson. Suddenly, more blood began to pour out. Lee Young-ho, fading fast, stammered that. That's not what you should be worried about. Mikhail Bakorp. You'll probably run into him next time. He's a big guy with flaming hair. He's likely become a transcendent by now, both as a human and a hunter. Lee Young-ho couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes slowly drifted shut. My Mikhail, it's a shame I won't get to see you break out of your shell. Catherine Johnson heard the news and was stunned. What do you mean Lee Young-ho is dead? She yelled. What the hell did you do to him? Min Shion turned back to the motionless body. This bastard Lee Young-ho had a fail-safe to protect sensitive info. I thought that dark mana drug was just a weird side effect, but I was wrong. There was definitely a hidden kill switch function. On the other end, Johnson went silent. Her subordinate behind her looked confused. You mean he had a suicide bomb or something wired to his brain? Looking at the puddles of blood on the floor, Min Shion replied, Yeah, you could say that. Min Shion sensed something. Based on the clues, there's likely more than just 1 or 2 elders. There's probably a new elder in Korea to replace Lee Young-ho. The elevator on the 82nd floor dinged open. So Young and Min Guk, waiting in ambush, drew their guns. NIS. Kim Young-ho, don't move. They were so focused on the doors they didn't check their 6. Min Guk felt a chill behind him and turned to see Lee Se-owen. A loud thud echoed. Blood sprayed everywhere. So Young stood frozen, turning around to look. But the woman in ambush blew a gust of mist that knocked So Young unconscious. She smiled at Kim Young-ho. On second thought, it's better if we leave one alive. Kim Young-ho stared blankly at the 2 agents on the floor. Are you going to use her as a hostage to threaten them? Sweetie, threats are only for when you actually want something from the other side. She laughed gaily. We're going to kill them all eventually, so why do you care? Lee Se-owen looked sternly at the 2 and added, I just want to snap this bitch's neck right in front of those Korean hunters. Min Shion told Johnson, we need to keep this operation moving to smoke them out. What do you mean? Min Shion thought it over. They don't know Lee Young-ho is dead yet. How can we protect him? We can use that to our advantage. He glanced back at where he'd planned to move. Time to set a trap. Outside, traffic was heavy with people bustling about. A car pulled over to the curb. Lee Se-owen sat in the back. Her phone rang, and she answered with a smile. Kim Young-ho, didn't I tell you to avoid direct contact? I couldn't help it. I just scored some major intel. Her expression turned serious. I heard they've transferred Lee Young-ho. She glanced at the unconscious girl in the car, the NIS agent. She was slumped against the window, totally out of it. Meanwhile, the NIS staff who got the news rushed to the elevator lobby. They couldn't believe their eyes, devastated by Min Guk's death. Lee Young-sung was both heartbroken and livid. How could you let this happen? Min Shion and Un-SEO arrived to assess the situation. Hearing him, Min Shion spoke up. Blaming the kids won't do any good. He told everyone, Lee Young-ho's replacement is already glued to Kim Young-ho. Young-sung approached him to report. They used Lee Young-ho as bait. The other side might have fed us bunk info on purpose. Min Shion was slightly taken aback. I don't know much about their organization, but an elder position is definitely high stakes. He looked worried. I don't have much on them yet, so I'm still digging. Even if it's a trap. However, it looks like they're going to use Park So-young as a human shield in this crisis. Everyone present listened in silence, their concern for her growing. Young-sung whispered to Min Shion. Both Min Guk and So-young were incredibly dedicated when they joined NIS. Min Shion saw the situation was going south. The elevator lobby was a grim scene. The bloodstains of their teammate, Min Guk, left everyone in deep pain. I'll make them pay for hurting our people. On the rooftop of Hansung HQ, Lee Seoin called a subordinate. How's the situation over there? We're ready, ma'am. She flashed a cruel smile. We have to settle the Lee Yong-ho matter today, no matter what. If you fail, don't even think about coming back. Just die there. Her accomplices, who were her direct subordinates, stood in a massive parking garage after receiving the order. Understood. In the dead of night, black SUVs sped into the darkness, headlights cutting through the deserted road. The NIS team was calmly heading toward the three women who were Lee Seoin subordinates. The car stopped in front of them on the highway. They opened the doors and stepped out. Seo hopped onto the roof of one of the cars. Muyong, standing beside her, smirked at the enemies. Don't get cocky. If those guys have half a brain, they've sent someone way tougher than Lee Yong-ho. Seo paused and looked back at him, laughing. I never thought I'd hear that from the guy with the least brains here. Look at yourself. Muyong looked both annoyed and embarrassed. Then asked what Lee Seoin's subordinates are up to. He began to unleash his power, asking them, are you guys just going to stand there frozen like statues? A brilliant light radiated from every direction. Right at that moment, Seo lunged in to strike the remaining enemies. One of the girls in the group stared at Seo in a daze, but she quickly snapped out of it. She then used her power to counterattack. Seo feigned weakness and dropped to the ground. Muyong, who was with her, turned back in horror and shouted Seo's name. He then continued to engage the woman. Neither of them was willing to back down an inch. He scowled in anger and fought with everything he had. He glanced back over his shoulder. Using his full strength, a blinding flash of light blew that girl far away. Looking at her, Muyong felt like he had overdone it. Damn it, Seo, I'm screwed. Kim Zara, the other woman's accomplice, watched the scene from atop a street lamp. The guy who was struggling earlier suddenly evolved his skills. So he really is an evolving hunter. Any further delay will ruin the whole operation. She wore a devious smirk and raised her hand. Her men seemed to gain a power boost, their eyes glowing as they dashed toward the NIS vehicle. Muyong looked on in a rage. They're heading for Lee Yong-ho's car. We can't let them take him. She saw this and laughed. Too late. Lilano diestudai. One of the subordinates suddenly let out a terrified scream. The flames on the vehicle erupted violently, followed by massive explosions that began to spread. Kim Zara watched from a distance. Now Lee Yong-ho can't use Darkman anymore. There's no way he survived that blast. She slipped away. Muyong reported back to NIS headquarters. Transfer operation complete. He turned to see Seo approaching. Now it all depends on Ki-hyuk. No need to worry, right? He's got the best skills in NIS. Everything will be fine. At Hansung HQ, a subordinate called to report to Lee Seoin on the rooftop. All right, good job. Looking at Zara's name on her phone screen, she fell into thought. Since he's been detained, the Elders' jurisdiction has been handed over to me. This is the will of the Elders, those who want to expand the organization's power through an anonymous competition among us. She blushed with excitement. Since coming to Korea, this really is the happiest day ever. Lee Yong-ho hogged all the Elders' attention by developing and distributing various types of hyper. Impressive. In the surveillance room, Min Shion and the staff were staring at the monitors. Are you sure it's here? Positive. They used satellite communication, and this is the last place they surfaced. Min Shion looked on sternly. Let's see the face of the person who kidnapped So Young. The woman with a scarf covering half her face was the director of Hansung Company, Lee Seoin. Her father, Lee Song-jae, had died, and she had automatically taken over as director. She had worked in Dubai 4 years before becoming director. In a vacant building, she and another girl were seen talking to a man from Dubai. Who's the girl standing next to her? That's Kim Zara, the chief manager of Hansung. Her title is manager, but in reality, people say she's more like a personal assistant or secretary. Are you sure this info is accurate? I need clearer evidence. In front of a building, the two women got out of a car and headed inside. Look into it. On that day, Seoin and Kim Zara attended a business mixer at the Gale Hotel. Seems they met Kim Young-ho there. He moved the mouse across the desk. However, a lot of weird stuff happened there, but none of it was caught on camera. They all stood staring at the computer screen. Min Shion asked, Seo, what do you think? The manager, standing nearby, looked completely floored by Seo's sudden appearance. They can hide themselves using mana, but she reassessed the situation. This case is totally different. This might be linked to Lee Seoin's specific ability. Lee Young-sung looked at her in fear. I still can't get used to her instant teleportation. He turned to ask Min Shion, how about we raid them right now? He looked back. No, from now on, we just shadow them. We're one step ahead now. Bagging them this early would be a waste. He grew pensive and worried. Besides, we still don't know So Young's location. The manager was livid about what had happened. Then from now on, monitor every single communication signal coming out of the Hansung building. Don't miss a thing. Today, the sky was clear. At a coffee shop, A customer stood happily at the counter to order, greeted by a polite and smiling employee. Welcome. The sound of high heels echoed as a woman walked in. Is the owner of this cafe named Shin Min Shion? The woman who entered the shop looked at the employee with a cheerful mood. In the surveillance room, a staffer spotted something. Wait a sec. The manager asked, what is it? What's wrong? Min Shion stood behind him, not yet knowing what they had discovered. The staffer turned around and said, these people know the names of Min Shion and Mu Yang, sir. Min Shion was shocked. What? How is that possible? The staffer looked at his computer. I hacked Hansung's database and found those two names there. It's in their big data, but I don't know where else these names might be mentioned. Hearing this, Min Shion rubbed his ear awkwardly. That might be my bad. Lee Young-sung was furious. What do you mean by that? Min Shion laughed and explained. When I was at the research center, I told Lee Young-ho my name. What the hell were you thinking? Min Shion replied cheerfully. At the time, I just knew I had to take Lee Young-ho down immediately. Lee Young-sung got even angrier, his voice low. Oh, you did a real bang-up job. But then he turned serious. Things just got a lot more complicated. Good thing you don't have a family. Min Shion thought hard for a solution. He looked at the manager. Should we ask Katherine Johnson to protect Chairman Park Byung-hee? Min Shion turned to Un-SEO. Un-SEO, go to Chairman Park Byung-hee right now. She listened to his orders. Myung-hwan from the law firm, stop going to work. Then he turned and called, Myung, follow me. As soon as he arrived, he stormed inside aggressively and shouted the name, Donggun. Hearing the call, the guy came out to the order counter. Oh, Hyung, why are you here at this hour? Min Shion and Mu Yang approached Donggun. Why haven't you been picking up your phone? He laughed happily. You called me? I must have been roasting coffee beans, so I didn't hear it. A voice rang out. And who exactly is this person you're not supposed to mess with? You were talking about someone else? Min Shion looked toward the source of the voice in surprise. Myung-hwan, where did you get here? I've been standing here like a total idiot for 30 minutes. It's getting hard to catch a glimpse of your face lately. You and Mu Young both. Mu Young and Min Shion just stood at the cafe entrance, staring at him. Oh, by the way, someone was looking for you earlier. Myung-hwan recalled the person and described her. A beautiful woman in a hoodie. He rubbed his chin and asked playfully, guess you've been busy meeting girls like that, huh? Min Shion ignored the joke and called out to Mu Young. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the cafe. Thick smoke began to billow out. Min Shion and Mu Young rushed in, trying to suppress the blast. A secondary explosion lit up the entire shop. As the flames and smoke slowly cleared, Mu Young and Min Shion could be seen protecting everyone inside. Mu Young was tenaciously clearing the smoke. He turned toward the site of the explosion, his face contorted with rage as he spat out the name. Lee Seoin. You bitch. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The phone in his pocket started ringing. He picked it up. Yeah, talk to me. On the other end, a voice asked, who is she? Inside a room, Chairman Park Byung-hee listened to the call with Un-SEO standing by. She's a hunter under my command. You should focus on protecting yourself first, sir. He looked surprised. A hunter? Un-SEO snatched the phone away to look at it while the chairman's assistant stood nearby. Are all girls like this one? Park Byung-hee laughed heartily. I've lived long enough to witness a top-tier hunter. So, are you putting me in a dangerous spot right now? I'm sorry, sir. I only just found out this was happening myself. Tell this girl to go back. My bodyguards are enough protection, the chairman said. Min Shion voiced his concern. Bodyguards won't be able to stop them, sir. He turned back to the girl with a smirk. Then you should protect me yourself. Don't send a woman to do it. Min Shion ignored the complaint. I'm busy saving the world. Just put up with her for a few days. I'll wrap this up soon. He hung up, leaving the old man fuming. Huh, look at this brat. He turned to Un-SEO. Working for a guy like that must be a real pain. Huh? She chirped. Oh, I do it because I like it. Looking at her bright, radiant face, he thought, this girl isn't exactly normal either. At Unjin Transport, the NIS front, Min Shion instructed Donggun and Myung-hwan. You two stay here for the time being. The two stood in the surveillance room as Min Shion gave out orders. Lee Zoom-sung, go check. What's our move now? He replied with irritation. That bitch Lee Seoin. Just wait. Once we're ready, we're taking her down immediately. Lee Seoin's car has left the building, a staffer reported. The manager looked at Min Shion in horror. What? Under the night lights, black SUVs sped down the road. Damn it. Call the backup teams. Catch them now. Get the recon drones up. The destination was a massive industrial complex in Payu. A group of blindfolded women, Lee Seoin's followers, stood below, cheering as Lee Seoin and Kim Zara appeared above. Seoin looked down at them with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I am Elder Lee Seoin. You all know why I called you here. Zara stood silently by her side. Are you all ready to remake this rotten world? Below, the crowd roared in approval. She continued, as you know, this society is currently a pit of despair. No matter how hard we try, we can't escape being slaves. Korea has long built a system where only those who already have everything can win. Don't believe them when they tell you to try harder. That's just a sweet lie to keep you working as their slaves. She declared fiercely, the more slaves they have, the more they profit. Lee Seoin spread her arms wide, basking in the moment. Today, you will have the power to break these chains of slavery. With that power, we can crush this country's corrupt system. Are you ready to be reborn as warriors of the organization and masters of a new world? Below, the women raised their hands in unison, cheering and screaming in a frenzy. She flashed a devious, cunning smile. Then, are you ready to prepare? Min Xion and Mu Young were watching from across the way. Min Xion smiled at Mu Young as they spotted Lee Seoin and Kim Zara. Zara suddenly sensed something and screamed a warning to the crowd. Everyone, run. Don't let them ruin the ceremony. Explosions erupted, tearing through the Payu industrial complex. Min Xion and Mu Young chased Kim Zara outside. She turned back in shock, seeing them. Mu Young. She stopped and faced them with a laugh. Do you like the gift I gave you, Shin Min Xion? Everyone connected to you won't sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. So you're the one who trashed my cafe? Min Xion stepped forward sternly. In that case, I'll give you an eternal sleep. Before he could finish, Mu Young unleashed a barrage of strikes on Zara's body and face. She was unable to defend herself against the relentless combo. Kim Zara had nowhere left to run. She was forced to lean against a wall under Mu Young's pressure. His technique has improved significantly, she thought. Wait, has he been hiding his true power all this time? Zara was stunned by the realization. Mu Young continued his assault on the nearby guards. He barked at her, move aside. I don't have time to play games with you. Using that same unlucky but undefeated vibe, he watched as Zara vanished from his sight. Inside the factory, chaos reigned as people screamed in agony. At that very moment, they began injecting hyper into their systems, and smoke filled the air. One person managed to escape the factory. Mu Young, outside, was momentarily caught off guard but reacted quickly using his power. He easily dealt with those trying to flee, catching them completely by surprise with his speed. He moved so fast he even surprised himself. Mu Young looked at the blood on his hand wraps. Min Xion stood behind him. They're tougher than the hyper junkies we handled before. He kicked a piece of debris and looked inside. They're constantly upgrading the hyper. Li Yongho's elixir must be one of the ingredients. The two talked as they walked inside, looking up at Lee Seoin while the people below transformed. Each elder uses a hyper variant tailored to their taste. Using dark mana for self-destruction is a feature of this refined hyper. Above, Seoin smiled, enjoying the results. Min Xion said, it'll be dangerous if they all swarm us at once. He felt a sense of unease. Meanwhile, Lee Seoin just kept smiling down at them. The test subjects were undergoing agonizing physical transformations from the hyper refinement. Min Xion steadied himself and told Mu Young, make sure you bag that cunning bitch today. I don't know what her endgame is, but Lee Seoin doesn't seem to have a proper handle on these things. Min Xion added, don't hold back on your energy. Just sweep them all away. He then summoned his light blade and lunged at the group below. He began taking them down one by one, moving closer to her position. Mu Young didn't just stand there. He joined in, using his fist to clear out the enemies. Lee Seoin watched the two of them tearing through her ranks. She gritted her teeth in fury. Damn it. I've used too much energy fighting this brat. Meanwhile, Kim Zara dragged herself over, battered from Mu Young's beating. Master, she called out weakly. Seoin glanced at her. I will sacrifice myself. Zara held up a syringe containing a concentrated substance. She looked at Zara with eyes full of artificial tenderness. I will personally avenge you. Zara took the syringe from Seoin and injected herself. Her voice was faint. Master, please open a new world for us. After the injection, she felt a massive surge of power. Her eyes gradually turned purple, with dark veins bulging around them. Finally, the drug fully integrated into her body, and a powerful aura erupted around her. Min Xion and Mu Young were still locked in fierce combat below. A burst of purple light and smoke exploded everywhere, filling the air. The two of them backed out as the unexpected explosion occurred. Min Xion contacted headquarters. Do any Air Force planes have a lock on Lee Seoin? Lee Young-sung stared at his screen and reported, the signal is still jammed. We lost the Air Force connection after that last explosion. Min Xion cursed under his breath. That bitch Lee Seoin. She's the one who triggered that explosion, no one else. Young-sung asked anxiously, what do we do now? We still have Kim Young-ho. I'm gonna bag that scumbag and take him off the board. Standing before the skyscraper, Young-sung hesitated. He's the vice chairman of Daehan Group. Won't arresting him cause a massive shitstorm in the business world? Min Xion looked annoyed. I don't give a damn about the NIS higher-ups. If you don't follow my lead, I'll kill you. Lee Young-sung spoke in shock. You're gonna have to answer to the NIS brass for this. Min Xion sighed in frustration. Damn it. Why does catching one piece of work take so much damn time? There are a lot of heavy hitters in the business world. Daehan Group is ranked second in the country, and they've got deep ties in politics. There's definitely a lot of people backing them. If Kim Young-ho is arrested without rock-solid evidence, Korea will be turned upside down. Min Xion snapped snap out of it. Are we cops or prosecutors? He looked toward the factory. Don't these bastards do their dirty work while hiding behind the law anyway? Min Xion said sternly. Why are you worrying about such useless crap? Young-sung explained it's about the optics. I don't care about optics or whatever. Did optics matter when So-young was kidnapped? His words silenced the room. He and Mu-young stood firm. I'm not playing nice with these guys. You gotta play dirty with people who play dirty. If you don't like it, stay out of it. From here on, I'm doing things my way. 2 days later, in a Namyang suburb filled with lab equipment, Lee Se-oen was recovering her strength inside a glass chamber. Kim Young-ho stood by, watching over her. You spoke up. You have a call from the organization, ma'am. Lee Se-oen looked at him. She slowly stepped out of the glass chamber. She sat down and picked up the phone. Elder Lee Se-oen speaking. What's the word? Things have been quite loud in Korea lately. Is this task too much for you? She stiffened at the voice. She sat up straight, her voice trembling. GG Grand Elder. Lee Se-oen quickly began to explain. Things got a bit messy, sir. I'll have it sorted out immediately. The person on the other end continued. Duncan is headed to Korea this month. She was stunned by the sudden news. You mean, Andrew Duncan, sir? She forced a smile. Elder Inspector Duncan doesn't need to come all the way here personally. When Duncan arrives, just hand him the heads of those Korean hunters. Then you'll pass the audit without a hitch. Lee Se-oen went silent, deep in thought. The call ended, but she continued to stare at the screen. She tapped a few keys. The phone rang. Yes, master. You have 2 days to fully restore your power. She sat arrogantly in her chair. Deep in the shadows, the women she had drained of energy were piled up like cordwood. At the headquarters, an order was issued. Tell Rosales to head to Korea immediately. Tell him to bring all his subordinates too. In Chairman Park's office, SCO said to Min Xion, I hope you understand Manager Lee Young-sung's position right now. He replied, I get it, but sometimes the bureaucracy is so frustrating I can't stand it. She smiled. Manager Lee Young-sung must be going through hell being stuck between you and his bosses. Lee Se-oen is talking to the organization. As you know, the numbers are off the charts. SCO thought, working with the NIS might actually be our best bet. SCO continued, if you only act with me and Mu-young, it's going to be pretty inconvenient. This is Earth, not Angeliest. We need the NIS tech. Chairman Park turned around, looking annoyed. Min Xion, tell that brat to come see me. Min Xion asked, but isn't he in the States? Haven't they been more cooperative than the NIS lately? SCO smiled. They're facing similar issues, so they'll help us. Chairman Park grumbled. How much longer are you going to keep this old man cooped up? Anyway, what's happening in Korea is a problem for other countries too. If there's no profit, they'll turn their backs. He looked at the two of them. Honestly, you two have zero respect for your elders, don't you? Mu-young asked, what do you think about revealing their identities to our people a bit? You're not suggesting I tell them about Angeliest, are you? Min Xion looked annoyed. You want me to explain our mana to them? I don't think we need to explain mana. I just want you to give them an example, so they understand their own potential. The two returned to the NIS headquarters. In the room, they connected with Johnson via video. Min Xion stood before the screen. From this moment on, what I'm about to say is top secret. Lee Young-sung stepped forward. Where are you getting at? You're making the atmosphere all weird. Min Xion explained seriously. I'm sure you've all noticed that Mu-young, SCO, and I are a bit different. Katherine Johnson appeared on the screen. It's not just different. You guys are like some kind of wizard cult. Your skills are light years beyond A-rank hunters. Are you guys even from Earth? Min Xion smirked. From our perspective, you guys are the ones in a weird spot. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised by your unlimited status. Johnson replied, of course. We spent a fortune developing that. The manager looked at him. Are you finally going to tell us your real identities? That part is a bit complicated. Then what are you going to tell us? Min Xion turned to him. The true nature and abilities of the enemy. Everyone was stunned, including Johnson. Mu-young and I have gathered intel on the power they use. You're already familiar with the drug Hyper. Min Xion hit the main point. Exactly. They use Hyper to gain hunter-like powers, but Hyper isn't just a power amplification tech like we thought. It's a technology that injects power into the human body. Eugene asked, isn't that the same thing? Min Xion looked at him. The source of that power is the real problem. Lee Se-oen's power, delivered through Hyper, is harvested from the life force of others. For what we found, once they reach the executive level, they can amplify that stolen power. They can draw 10 times the strength from other hyper addicts. Everyone was horrified. Someone asked from other addicts. It starts by surpassing human physical limits, like muscle strength. Lee Seoin has already absorbed them. She was enveloped in a purple aura of stolen energy. This allows them to heal wounds using that absorbed life force, and they can manipulate those addicts like puppets. The results vary depending on the purity of the undiluted hyper solution. You probably know about the explosion at the site earlier. Lee Young-sung looked worried. Is that even possible? Lee Yong-ho, Slaughter, and Lee Seoin, they all consume the power of others. Muyong, un-SEO, and I confirmed this at the scene. This is hard evidence. Zung-sung fro. That's something everyone needs to know. Johnson, on the other side of the screen, looked tense. I'm starting to get spooked here. Min Xion spoke to the manager. Think back to the first time we met. The reason you recruited me. He looked at Min Xion and said it was because of a new drug created from refined hyper. Lee Young-sung cursed under his breath. Damn it. They're intentionally spreading rumors about that new drug. A blue glow covered the entire globe on the screen. Exactly. They're trying to turn humans into living batteries that can be used anywhere in the world. At Johnson's base. But she also began to ponder. The situation is worse than I thought. If it's come to this, intelligence agencies worldwide need to join forces to bag this ghost guy. A staffer nearby asked cheerfully, Katherine Johnson, you want some cheesecake? I'll lay it all out. The rest is up to you guys. Explain this thoroughly to your superiors. If we don't catch Ghost and deal with these guys, we'll be the first ones heading to hell. Everyone present was horrified by Min Chion's words. At Daehan Group HQ, bodyguards stood in front of the entrance, blocking them. Where are you from? Looking at the two of them, he flashed his badge with a smirk. NIS. What brings the NIS to our company? We're gonna have a problem if you pull this without a heads up, one guard reported to someone inside the building. The NIS team started getting annoyed. We're here because we have business. The guard shot back. Do you have a warrant? We don't need a paper warrant for an emergency arrest. The man in black remained firm. I don't care how big the NIS is. If you act out of line like this, you won't get anywhere. This is Daehan Group. The chairman is about to start his workday. Please leave. Yu Si-hyun smirked at that. Let the chairman do his job. We're here for the vice chairman. A massive bodyguard stepped close. Listen, Yu Si-hyun, right? If you make a scene, things are going to get real messy. He started threatening him. Don't make me embarrass you. Get lost. Yu Si-hyun wasn't fazed. He glanced back. I'm going to bag every single bastard that gets in our way. The guard stepped up and shoved him. Are you out of your mind? Yu Si-hyun met his gaze. Did you just hit me? Well, now it's self-defense. Another agent with Yu Si-hyun intercepted Kim Young-ho as he walked in. We're from the NIS. You're coming with us. Kim Young-ho turned and smirked. An emergency arrest without a warrant? You really think the NIS can handle the fallout from this? One agent grabbed Kim Young-ho while Si-hyun restrained the guard. Someone screamed, what the hell do you think you're doing? It was the chairman of the group, Kim Jae-sik. His face was flushed with rage. You dare come in here and arrest my son without a warrant? He yelled, you're crossing the line. Get the director of the NIS on the phone right now. What crime has my son committed? Murder. A voice from behind him continued. Illegal drug manufacturing, assassination, and terrorism. And there's plenty more. Want to keep going? Min Xion stood behind him, looking amused. The chairman's eyes were filled with pure hatred as he looked at him. He turned and glared at Min Xion. Who the hell are you? Min Xion asked back. Me? I'm the guy who's gonna lock up a scumbag like Kim Young-ho. I am Shin Min Shin. The chairman raised his voice. It seems the NIS director didn't train his dogs properly. Min Xion pointed straight at his face. Watch it. You might get bitten by a mad dog. Chairman Jae-sik exploded. You little prick. All around them, employees were whispering about the chairman. A lot of people are talking, sir. He turned to look. It seemed the chairman desperately wanted to follow his beloved son, but he was blocked. He could only watch helplessly as his son was hauled away. Pushed to his limit, he barked at his secretary. Call the NIS now. No. Contact the Presidential Secretary for Civil Affairs first. Also, get the media and the web portals on the line. If Young-ho's name even appears, tell them they can forget about their ad revenue from now on. He looked at the smiling Min Xion with pure irritation. And that brat, Shin Min Xion. Dig up everything on him and report back to me. In the NIS interrogation room, Min Xion and Si-hyun watched Kim Young-ho from behind the glass. He was sitting there with a brazen smirk. You don't actually believe those bullshit accusations you spewed in the lobby, do you? Lee Young-sung asked. Are you denying the charges? Young-ho pointed at him aggressively. Are you confident you'll even get a warrant for those expenses? Of course. But before that, I need to make a deal with you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Young-ho looked at him, annoyed. What kind of deal? Hand over the right info, and we'll lighten your sentence. Young-sung continued to pressure him. From the death penalty to life in prison. Young-gozmyukt. I have nothing to say. Talk to my lawyer. Young-sung slammed a file on the table. You'll change your mind once you see this. Young-ho looked confused. While we were clearing out the Payu factory, thought we found a phone with some very interesting stuff on it. Kim Young-ho was stunned. And the owner of that phone? None other than Lee Seoin, the director of Hansung. Young-sung looked at him. This is my final offer before I get the court order. Give us the intel, and we'll look the other way on the smaller charges. He stammered. What kind of info do you want? Young-sung looked him dead in the eye. Where is Lee Seoin right now? Young-ho broke into a savage grin. He crossed his arms and looked at the manager. You're a real moron. You watch too many movies, don't you? He turned his gaze toward Min Cheon. You guys still don't understand the true power and influence of money, do you? An agent came in to report to Min Cheon. Hyung, the media reaction is totally bizarre. He picked up a tablet. Everything is a mess, but not a single report has surfaced. Even the photos and posts on social media are being deleted instantly. Min Cheon looked at the guy, smirking inside the room. Looks like Daehan Group has made its move. Kim Young-ho stroked his chin with a smug look. Manager Lee, the director is calling, sir. He was still talking to Min Cheon when he had to cut the conversation short. Outside, someone informed him, we just got a call from the presidential secretary for civil affairs. He was completely floored. Outside, Si-hyun was fuming. Ugh, this is giving me a major headache. My promotion is toast. I guess I'll just have to do my best to drag this case out. The guy standing near him added, same here. Outside the building, someone called Lawyer Park. Where are you right now? I just finished the interrogation with the vice chairman, and I'm on my way back. The voice on the phone continued. We have to get Young-ho out. If you can pull him out, I guarantee you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. He stood outside and said, they claim to have evidence, but for some reason, they aren't presenting it. It's clearly a blind spot we can exploit. There's a high chance that evidence was collected illegally. Lawyer Park told the person on the other end, I'll dig deep into this case. Inside Daehan Group, your role in this country is vital, sir. Even the NIS can't just ignore the media. In the chairman's office, his face was red with rage. We need to shake up Director Lee, the Blue House, and the media from every angle. Don't worry, no media outlet in Korea dares to touch our group. His assistant approached. This is the intel on Shin Min Cheon, sir. He grabbed the file and started scowling as he read through it. Chairman Kim Jae-sik asked his assistant, is this info verified? Yes, sir. Chairman Park Byung-ki of Cheon Group dotes on Shin Min Cheon like his own son. A few months ago, Shin Min Cheon was arrested by the prosecution. Chairman Park Byung-ki personally called the prosecutor and was furious. This info was confirmed by the prosecution team. While the two were talking, an employee came in to call Chairman Park. An article about the vice chairman is spreading through the media, sir. He looked at the article. The first thing he saw was, heir to Daehan Group arrested. He gritted his teeth in a rage. That bastard Shin Min Cheon. This web article is definitely a branch of Cheon Group. Park Byung-ki, that old geezer, is out of his mind. Kim Jae-sik turned to his assistant. Get the car ready now. I'm going to see that old man myself. Tell the PR team and the secretary to scrub those comments immediately. NIS arrested Vice Chairman Kim Young-ho on North Korea's orders. This government sucks. Whoa, is the NIS crazy? Our country is doomed. Vice Chairman, hang in there. I'm rooting for you. The truth will come out. If Daehan Group falls, Korea falls too. At NIS headquarters, everyone was looking at the comments on the post. Si-hyun was livid. Are these people brain dead? The person standing next to him said, well, Korea is a country of ordinary people who are always worried about the conglomerates. But this is super suspicious. The guy at the computer told him, tracking the IPs, most of these people are actually Daehan Group employees. At Cheon Group, in the chairman's office, Chairman Kim Jae-sik rushed and out of breath to find him. Hyung, you're really going to do this to me? He questioned. Sit down first. Kid, why are you still so hot-headed even at your age? Chairman Park said. Chairman Kim looked at him, standing by the window, full of resentment. You want me to show you what a real temper looks like? He couldn't stand the guy's whining. Sit down. He walked over to grill him. You're the one who ordered those articles about Young-ho, aren't you? Do you feel better now that you've added fuel to the fire? Chairman Park bowed his head and sighed. Do you think I have nothing better to do? You know, I'm just the owner of this group. Director's son, Ki-young, handles all the work. Kim Jae-sik cut him off. Enough already. Where's that punk son, Ki-young? Who does he think he is disobeying you? You know, that ungrateful brat even leaked our subcontracting issues to the press. He was fuming. I'm not letting son Ki-young off the hook for this. Chairman Park glanced at him. Don't make things worse. Chill out with that temper of yours. If son Ki-young gets in trouble, he'll become the center of a media circus. I heard you even hired Lawyer Park to handle Young-ho's case, right? He's a former Supreme Court justice, so this should be a walk in the park for him. Chairman Kim's face turned red with anger. Fine, let's say son Ki-young is one thing, but there's someone else who needs to be dealt with. That's why I'm here today. Who? He asked. Who is Shin Min-cheon? Chairman Park was stunned. He said calmly, it's fine if you don't know the others, but I'm warning you. Do not mess with Shin Min-cheon. You'll only end up hurting yourself. You'll end up getting yourself wrecked. I heard you're looking after him, right? Chairman Kim threatened him. If you don't hand over Shin Min-cheon, it's going to be a total war between my group and him. Even Cheon group won't come out unscathed. Are you really willing to take that hit? Instead of listening, Chairman Park simply said, do whatever the hell you want. Since Shin Min-cheon is involved in this, our group will obviously be off limits. Chairman Kim smirked and turned to leave. You're making the right choice. Chairman Park called out to him. Let me tell you one thing. He's a hunter. Hearing that, he froze in shock. What? Chairman Park turned back to him and said, and he's S rank.